auditorium, but Lisbeth replaced it with an antique drafting table that she found at Brimfield. "Good evening," Lisbeth hears Mario say. "Subiaco, party of two?" Lisbeth is hiding behind him, trying to summon her affirmations. What are they? She can't remember a single one, not even the silly one about the pineapple. She hears Christina's voice, and while she's too addled to listen to the exact words, she can tell Christina is fawning. "My name is Christina. So honored to... I'll tell Chef. Please let me show you." Mario ushers Lisbeth forward. Girl, yes, Lisbeth thinks. She smiles at Christina and says, "Hey there, how's it going?" Never underestimate the element of surprise. Christina doesn't seem to recognize Lisbeth at first. Ha, no braids. But then it lands, and Christina's eyes ricochet between Mario and Lisbeth. She fumbles the menus, and one drops to the floor. Lisbeth watches as Christina crouches to retrieve it while trying to make sure her very short, very tight black skirt doesn't hike up her ass. Christina leads them to the corner table closest to the water, table number 1, also known as Dirty Harry. It's not surprising that this is where they're sitting, considering that, for JJ, Mario Subiaco ranks right up there with God, Santa Claus, and Clint Eastwood. Though now, Christina is probably wishing she could pivot and put them at table 24 in the opposite corner, or even inside. Mario pulls out Lisbeth's chair, and Christina hands them menus and says, "We have a Whispering Angel rosé fountain here at the deck. We sell our signature wine glasses for $50 apiece. They're yours to take home, and you may have as many glasses of the rosé as you'd like." Lisbeth stares at Christina. Is she actually giving Lisbeth the spiel when Lisbeth was the one who dreamed up the idea for the rosé fountain in the first place? When Lisbeth was the one who repurposed a salvaged garden fountain that she bought from Marty McGowan, the Sconset gardener? That fountain is hers, not Christina's. How dare Christina do this? She's either clueless or being catty. Mario waits until Christina's finished, then reaches across the table and squeezes Lisbeth's hand. "Thanks for that, Tina. Would you mind giving us a second?" Christina blinks. "I'm also the sommelier here, so..." Lisbeth nearly squawks. What happened to Goose? Did JJ fire him so that Christina could take over the sommelier job? She realizes she's crushing Mario's fingers and she eases up a bit. She reminds herself it's no longer any of her business. "So let me bring by the wine list." "Not just yet, Tina, thanks," Mario says. Take the hint, Tina, Lisbeth thinks. Scram. Christina lingers and then very distinctly addresses only Mario. She touches the sleeve of his beautiful blue blazer with her French manicured fingers. Lisbeth realizes that it's not beyond Christina to throw herself at Mario. "I know Chef will want to come out and say hello." Mario keeps his eyes locked on Lisbeth's. "Thank you." Another few beats pass while Christina tries to figure out what's going on. Finally, Lisbeth gives Christina a look like a harpoon through the lungs. "Thank you, Christina." Christina takes a stutter step back, and Lisbeth's eyes follow, thinking she's going to fall into table 3, which is occupied by Ari and Lyric Layton. Ari and Lyric are deep in conversation, and Lyric is upset, wiping at her eyes, so they don't notice Christina, who rights herself at the last minute, nor do they appear to see Lisbeth. When Christina finally heads back to her station, Mario says, "Should we get out of here?" "Yes," Lisbeth says, and they go. Back in Mario's truck, Lisbeth isn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Laugh, she thinks, and she does. They walked out of the deck holding hands, Mario leading the way, Lisbeth ignoring all the people calling after her. When they reached the front, they encountered Christina and JJ having a whisper fight. Christina no doubt saying something to the effect of, "Mario Subiaco showed up with Lisbeth. They were rude to me." Christina's back was to Mario and Lisbeth, but JJ saw them and said, "Whoa, hey, are you leaving, Chef?" Mario stopped. We're going someplace where the surface is a bit more polished." He saluted JJ. "Good to see you again." JJ followed them out the door. "Wait," he said. "Lisbeth, come on, don't be like this." Mario held the passenger door of his truck open, and Lisbeth climbed in. She waved at JJ as they pulled out. She doesn't know where they're going. She doesn't care. Mario heads into town, where people are out and about in full July revelry. There's a group of young women having a bachelorette party, families, happy couples, and one couple arguing, which reminds Lisbeth of seeing the Laytons. Lyric Layton, who was one of the calmest, most zen people Lisbeth knows, was crying at the deck. Something must have been very wrong. Lisbeth suspects Mario is taking her to the club car, but they bump over the cobblestones of Main Street, so then she thinks they must be going to Nautilus. Then they pass Nautilus and Lisbeth thinks, Lola? She's with Mario Subiaco, the former king of the Nantucket restaurant world. They'll be able to walk in anywhere. Mario pulls down the white shell lane behind Old North Wharf and parks in a spot marked Residents Only. He says, "I probably should have checked with you. Is it okay if I cook for you at my place?" He smiles. He's so fine, Lisbeth thinks. Now that JJ and Christina have been properly humiliated, she feels energized and nervous for another reason. She's on a date with Mario flipping Subiaco. He's going to cook for her. He leads her past the cute cottages of Old North Wharf, past the famed Wharf Rat Club, past Provisions and the Straight Wharf restaurant on the right. Where are they going? And out a rickety dock over the water. Lisbeth watches where she puts her feet on the old uneven boards, thinking in her emotionally heightened state that she could easily topple into the harbor, where her wedges would anchor her right to the bottom. The dock leads out to a lone cottage, and Lisbeth looks around. How in 15 years has she never realized this little place was here, floating on pillars in the middle of the harbor? To the left are the grand homes of Easton Street and Brant Point Light, and to the right, she can see and hear the people eating on the porch at Straight Wharf. Mario opens the door, and they step back in time. The cottage feels like something out of what Lisbeth vaguely thinks of as the good old days, that era in the 1950s and 1960s when properties were both loved and neglected, when summer homes were passed down through families and not purchased online for 8 figures thanks to the dazzling 360-degree photo gallery. The cottage features a boxy, wood-paneled room that smells of the sea. There's a gray tweed sofa and 2 upright armchairs, a braided rug, a dinged-up dining room table with mismatched chairs, a kitchen with brown cabinets, Formica countertops, a 4-burner electric stove, and a white icebox with a long pull handle. There are some truly atrocious oil paintings hanging on the walls. Lisbeth squints. They're landscapes of Nantucket, no doubt the efforts of one of the former owners who took a summer's interest in rendering the island en plein air. She can tell without checking that in the cabinets, she will find Junior League and Congregational Church cookbooks stained with cranberry sauce and clam juice, as well as a speckled black lobster pot and a box of frilled toothpicks purchased sometime during the Kennedy administration. Off to the left is a door that leads to a bedroom, low bed, covered with a patchwork quilt, and another door that leads to a bathroom tiled in iridescent pink. It must have been renovated in the 70s. "This is fabulous," Lisbeth says. Mario sheds his blazer and kicks off his flip-flops. "I'm glad you like it. Some people wouldn't understand. They wouldn't get it." He has brought Lisbeth's cooler bag from the truck and he pulls out the bottle of Krug. "Let me show you the best part." He grabs 2 jelly jars from the cabinet, hands them to Lisbeth, they're painted with cartoon scenes from Tom and Jerry, and opens a door that leads out to his, well, Lisbeth supposes it's his front porch. It's a covered deck that overlooks Nantucket Harbor. Water laps up against the pilings beneath their feet. A ladder hangs off the railing. "How," she says, "did you get this?" "Xavier. Mario says. I was on the fence about working at the bar, but then he dangled this place and I caved. He expertly takes the cage off the krug and gently pulls the cork. He pours the champagne into the jelly jars, then he and Lisbeth face each other and touch glasses. This is more like it, Mario says. Here's to you, heartbreaker. By their second glass, they're sitting next to each other on a wicker love seat on the deck, bare feet up on a wrought iron table, gazing out at the darkening sky. The red beacon of Brant Point light glows, then dims. How did you get to Nantucket from Minnesota? Mario says. I don't think you've told me. Well, Lisbeth says, when I was at the University of Minnesota, there was a girl in my dorm who showed up to school a week late. All we knew about her was that her name was Elise Perryvale, and she was from out east. None of us could understand why anyone would miss the first week of freshman year. Lisbeth sips her champagne. She was tan and had this sun-bleached hair, and she was wearing faded jean shorts and boat shoes that looked like they'd been repeatedly run over by a vintage Jeep Wagoneer. And she said, "Sorry I'm late. My parents wanted to eke out one more week at our house on Nantucket." Did you hate her? Mario asks. I worshipped her, Lisbeth says. I thought that was the most seductive sentence I'd ever heard. We were from Minnesota. Summertime for us was going to our lake cabins and waiting in line for Sweet Martha's at the state fair. And here was this mermaid among us. I asked her all about Nantucket and she lent me a Nancy Thayer novel, which I devoured. The summer after I graduated, I moved out here and got a job waiting tables at the deck, which was brand new that year. I started dating JJ and 15 years passed. You never wanted to get married? When I met JJ, I was too young to get married. Then we became sort of anti-establishment. We wanted to be like Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell. We thought getting married would kill the romance. But JJ killed it a different way. I take it Tina is the new girlfriend? Mario says. Christina, yes, our former wine rep. A woman I used to like. Lisbeth tells Mario about last night at the deck, finding the texts, their subsequent breakup. Ouch, Mario says. I'll point out that he's not good enough for you. He was, though, Lisbeth says. She has a hard time understanding this herself, much less explaining it to someone else. What she had with JJ was real. Every minute together felt like an investment in their future. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, drives, walks, cocktail parties, meetings with food vendors, trips to the post office, ferry rides, the vacations to Bermuda and Napa and Jackson Hole, holidays with her family in Minnetonka and his parents in Binghamton. Every movie they watched, every show they binged, every song they heard on the radio, every cookbook they tried a recipe from, every funeral they attended, there had been 3, every wedding, 6, every baptism, 5, every beach day, every text and call, every trip to the Stop and Shop, every house they toured before buying the cottage on Bear Street, the fights and quarrels, the flat tires and dead batteries, the leaks in the ceiling and the power outages and the day the fridge died, the football games, the concerts, Kenny Chesney, the Foo Fighters, Zac Brown, the burns and cuts in the restaurant kitchen, and the head colds and stomach bugs at home. All of these things had been like bricks in a fortress that was supposed to keep Lisbeth safe and happy for the rest of her life. She and JJ had inside jokes, secret code words, routines, and rituals. Lisbeth scratched JJ's back every morning. She knew where his spot was, southeast of the shamrock tattoo in the center of his back that was always extra itchy. On Sunday mornings in the winter, JJ would draw Lisbeth a bath, light her scented candles, and leave her a pile of food magazines. While she was in the tub, he would go to Nautilus to pick up Caleb's bagels with sriracha schmear, and they would eat in the kitchen, Lisbeth still in her bathrobe, while they listened to old Springsteen concerts. Those Sunday mornings were sacred, their version of church. Lisbeth had actually thought they would get married someday, despite their cool posturing. She wanted a Marquise-cut diamond. She wanted a ceremony on the beach at Maya Comet followed by a clam bake. She wanted to dance in her wedding dress at the chicken box. They had talked about children. They wanted two. And when Lisbeth missed her period in January of 2021, they were both giddy and nervous. It wasn't exactly what they had planned. A baby arriving in September, Lisbeth hugely pregnant all through the summer season, but they both grinned like crazy, calling each other Ma and Pa, naming the baby Buddy. And when Lisbeth started to bleed at 9 weeks, they cried in each other's arms. The sexting with Christina had started that summer. JJ had bulldozed the fortress. Worse, he'd allowed Lisbeth to think that the fortress had existed only in her mind. The ending, rather than creating a stronger place that Lisbeth could launch from into a new, different, better quality life, was an obliteration, as though 15 years of Lisbeth's life, her prime years, 23 to 38, had vaporized. She couldn't salvage anything from them except the knowledge that she had, technically, survived. Lisbeth drinks what's left in her jelly jar and turns to Mario. "You're how old? 40? 46. Have you ever had your heart broken?" Mario sighs. "Not like that. Not by a woman romantically. But when Fiona died." Fiona Kemp, Lisbeth thinks. Chef of the Blue Bistro. She died of cystic fibrosis at the end of the 2005 season. It's Nantucket restaurant world legend. And when the Blue Bistro closed, my heart broke. It's going to sound pompous as hell, but it was the dismantling of a dynasty. The bistro was the best, not because of the food or the location. It was the best because of the people. It was like a winning football team before the quarterback declares free agency and goes to a different team, or like those string of golden summers at sleepaway camp before you get your driver's license and a job making subs at Jersey Mike's. We all knew Fiona was terminally ill and that we were living on God's grace. But even so, when it ended, we were shell-shocked. The dream died with Fiona. A piece of all of us died with Fiona. So yes, I've had my heart broken by this island. So badly that I left for 17 years. Mario takes Lisbeth's hand and leads her back to the railing. They watch the steamship ferry glide majestically out of the dock. It's all lit up, as big as a floating building. Mario puts his hands on either side of Lisbeth's face. "I'm going to kiss you now, but I think we should both be careful." Lisbeth laughs. "I'm never falling in love again, don't worry." "Okay then," he says, and he leans in. The first kiss is just a brushing of lips, warm and soft. Then Mario pulls Lisbeth close enough that their hips lock. He kisses her again, and his lips linger on hers, but it's still tentative, like he's making a decision. With the third kiss, Mario's lips part, and their tongues touch, and a second later, they're kissing like a couple who were destined to fall in love despite their best intentions. Eventually, Mario leads Lisbeth to his bed, which is pleasingly and surprisingly firm. He takes his time undressing her. His fingertips graze her nipples back and forth, until she moans into his mouth. He kisses her under her ear, sucking a little, then whispering, "You are so beautiful to me, Lisbeth." She soon realizes there is no comparison between Mario and JJ in bed. JJ made love like a bull in a china shop, all power and bluster, no finesse. He liked to get it done as noisily and raucously as possible. Mario tends to her, he makes her ache. She wants him inside her, and just when she thinks she can't wait another second, she's a dish on the stove that's going to burn, he makes the next move. They rock together on the firm bed, and Lisbeth squeezes her newly powerful thighs around him, and he cries out. The surrender in his voice is something Lisbeth knows she'll replay in her head over and over again. He rolls off her, breathless. She's dazzled. "Why do we have to be careful again?" she says. He laughs. "I was just wondering that myself." He stares at the ceiling for a second. Then he pushes himself up and kisses her. I said that because I have only a one-season contract. And, as I'm sure you're aware, there are no guarantees the hotel is going to make it. Lisbeth pulls back like he's run vinegar under her nose. The hotel is going to make it. She realizes she has no idea if this is true. Their occupancy, a month after opening, is right around 40%. Lisbeth is too busy with the day-to-day operations to fret about this like she did at the beginning. Is the hotel losing money? Yes. But will Xavier pull the plug after only 1 year? Would he spend all that money just to abandon it? He said he was trying to impress 2 women, and one of them is Shelley Carpenter. Who is the second woman? Lisbeth hasn't wondered about this for a while. She dearly hopes it's not Alessandra. The hotel is going to be in business next year if I have anything to say about it. The hotel is going to be just fine. Mario kisses the tip of her nose in a way that feels patronizing, and suddenly Lisbeth wants to swat him. Okay, heartbreaker, he says. He pulls on his boxers and a t-shirt from Cisco Brewers. Come to the kitchen with me, please. I'm feeding you. Chapter 14. A desk thing. It's the second Saturday of July, and the hotel has 3 checkouts and 4 check-ins. Alessandra can't believe the hotel isn't busier. If she'd known it was going to be this dead, she would have worked at the White Elephant. One of the check-ins is, thankfully, a man traveling solo named Dr. Romano. He has the chiseled good looks of a doctor on a soap opera. Dr. Romano is staying in a room, not a suite, and he's wearing a black titanium wedding band. But Alessandra chooses to overlook these 2 unfortunate circumstances and slips him her number. He tilts his head at her upside-down name tag and says, "Thank you very much, Alessandra." Outstanding, she thinks. He'll text her the second he gets to the room, she's sure of it. Edie, meanwhile, is trying to get the woman in room 110 a blowout at R.J. Miller. Forget it, they're booked solid, Alessandra thinks. She hasn't been able to squeeze anyone in there all summer. But then she overhears Lindsay at the salon granting a favor because it's sweet Edie Robbins calling. When Edie hangs up, Zeke wanders over to the desk and says, "How do you make room keys anyway? Is it like magic or something?" Edie takes a breath, no doubt to explain that it's magnetic, not magic, but Alessandra pipes up first. "It's a desk thing. You wouldn't understand." "Yeah, it's a desk thing," Edie says. She beams at Alessandra so earnestly that Alessandra cringes. Edie is desperate to bond, but no, sorry, Alessandra can't let that happen. A couple enter the hotel, loaded down with luggage and baby paraphernalia, a stroller, a car seat, a bulging diaper bag. "Gotta go," Zeke says. "It's a Belle thing." Is it Alessandra's imagination, or has Zeke been lingering around the desk an awful lot? Before she can stop herself, she turns to Edie. "I think he likes you." Edie's eyes widen. "What?" "He's always hanging at the desk asking questions," Alessandra says. "Have you noticed?" "Yeah, he asked you why you wear your name tag upside down, and he asked you how to say checkout in Italian, and he asked you the strangest place you've ever had sex," Edie says. "He likes you." "I think he does that to make you jealous," Alessandra says. And she believes this. She's too much woman for Zeke, and he knows it. "I'm old enough to be his grandmother." Edie laughs and grabs her bag. "I'm taking lunch." She's leaving Alessandra with the onerous task of checking in the couple with the baby. They'll need a crib. They'll ask about laundry facilities and a babysitter, preferably someone with 6 references and 4 grown children of her own, so that they can have a nice quiet dinner at Galley Beach or the Chanticleer. Alessandra's phone, which she keeps stashed at the back of the shelf under her computer, buzzes with a text. That would be Dr. Romano. Alessandra is so pleased that she's able to give the approaching couple a nearly genuine smile. "Checking in?" The woman, who is wearing a clingy green knit dress that shows off her breastfeeding boobs as well as her impossibly flat stomach, gasps. "Allie Powell?" she says. Alessandra freezes like an animal in the wilderness confronted with a predator, because anyone who uses Alessandra's childhood nickname is an existential threat. She focuses on the woman's face. "Oh, God," she thinks. "It's Duffy Beecham from high school, the friend whose father she seduced, Stanford professor Dr. Andrew Beecham." To Alessandra's knowledge, Duffy never found out about the affair. The reason why Dr. Beecham, Drew, was so eager to buy Alessandra a one-way plane ticket to Rome was that at some point, he realized Alessandra had the power to destroy his life. By the time Alessandra landed in Rome, Duffy was a sophomore at Pepperdine, lounging on the beaches of Malibu, dating aspiring movie execs. Their friendship had been winnowed down to the occasional text when one or the other of them was drunk and heard the Dave Matthews Band. Every so often, Alessandra stalked Duffy on Facebook and Instagram. Alessandra had nominal profiles on both but never posted. Duffy had married a Silicon Valley executive. Alessandra's invitation to the wedding was delivered to her mother's home, but Alessandra, who was then living in Ibiza, told her mother to decline. She realizes only now that she never sent a present, which was maybe forgivable since she was overseas. Alessandra doesn't know the husband's name, though she'll find out in a few short moments. Duffy went to grad school to pursue a master's in social work. She had always been a do-gooder. Her senior service project was distributing blankets to the homeless in Oakland. There was a way, too, in which Duffy's do-gooding extended to her friendship with Alessandra. Duffy saw Alessandra as a project, a girl with no father and a shabby excuse for a mother. On her social media platforms, Duffy posted the predictable photos of apple picking with her husband. They wore matching sweaters. It was almost laughable. Waiting in line at Swan's Oyster Depot, a picturesque fog lying beneath the Golden Gate, a pork belly banh mi in the stands at a 49ers game captioned, "Only in San Francisco." And then later, she posted pics of their new apartment in Nob Hill, where she allowed her 537 followers to weigh in on decorating decisions. Wallpaper or paint for the powder room? Salvaged wood floors in the kitchen or chicer epoxy? Alessandra hadn't heard about the baby, so it must have been well over a year since Duffy has surfaced in Alessandra's consciousness. She should have been keeping track more closely, Alessandra realizes, so she was prepared for Duffy's trip to Nantucket. "Duffy," Alessandra says, trying to tamp down all of these confusing thoughts. "I can't believe it. You're staying here?" "Yes," Duffy says, "for 3 nights. Are you working here?" "I am," Alessandra says, brightly stating the absolutely obvious. She won't let this be awkward, she thinks, though it is. It is. Alessandra was the far superior student in high school, the original thinker with the uncanny ear for languages. She should be the bigger success. But as this situation painfully illustrates, she's just not. "I'm the front desk manager." Duffy pushes the stroller toward the desk, and the husband jogs over after he finishes loading all the crap onto the luggage trolley that Zeke is holding steady. "I thought you were in, I don't know, Saint-Tropez or something, living on some rich guy's yacht." That was the plan, Alessandra thinks. "I lived in Europe forever," Alessandra says. "Italy most recently, but also Spain and Monaco." "Honey," Duffy says to the husband, "this is Allie Powell, my BFF from high school." Zeke is lingering over by the door with the trolley, listening to every word, Alessandra can tell. If Zeke tells Adam that she used to go by Allie, she'll never hear the end of it. The husband reaches across the desk to give Alessandra a strong Silicon Valley handshake with intentional eye contact. "Jamie Chung," he says. "Nice to meet you, Allie." Alessandra, she thinks, but she can't bear to correct him because she doesn't want to seem pretentious. "I'll be checking you in," Alessandra says. "I'll just need an ID and a credit card." Jamie Chung slides a California driver's license and a purple Reserve American Express card across the desk. "So you know Duff from high school?" Duffy swats him. "We were best friends," she says. "We were inseparable. Allie practically lived at my house. She was the one who held my hair that time I got so drunk on tequila." "Aha," Jamie says. "You're the reason my wife can't drink margaritas." "I didn't give her the tequila," Alessandra thinks. "I held her hair." But again, she keeps quiet. "My parents loved Allie, my mother especially." Duffy lowers her voice. "She used to talk about adopting you. She wanted to give you a nice, normal home." Alessandra won't take the bait, won't mention that she had both a mother and a home, and she won't give in to her rogue impulse to lean across the desk and say to Jamie in a stage whisper, "I had an affair with Duffy's father the spring of our senior year." Instead, Alessandra says, "I'm going to comp your first night." "Oh my God, thank you," Duffy says. "Aren't you just the summer Santa?" Ho, 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 Alessandra thinks. "I never got you guys a wedding present, so—" Duffy's brow wrinkles. "You didn't?" Alessandra shakes her head. Of course, Duffy wouldn't keep track of things like wedding presents. She might not even have set up a registry. She might have just asked guests to donate to Rosalie House. Though from the looks of her diamond ring, the Whopper diamond studs in her ears, and her Cartier tank watch, probably a push present. Oh, how Alessandra loathes this term. She might be more materialistic now than she was then. "How about upgrading us to a suite as well?" Jamie asks, "if you have one available." They have 7 suites available, but Alessandra is so taken aback by Jamie's brazen request, it's a taser to her sensibilities, that she says, "It looks like the suites are all spoken for." "It's just with the baby," Jamie says. "This is Cabot," Duffy says, pulling a cherubic little baby in a sailor suit from the stroller. Cabot Chung, Alessandra thinks. He's a beautiful kid, at that most photogenic age for babies. What is that, 6 months, 7? Alessandra waggles her fingers at him. She's so unmaternal that this feels campy, but she goes all in with her gushing while inwardly she fumes. She offered Jamie and Duffy a free night, but Jamie asked for more, so it feels like she hasn't given them anything at all. She makes a show of tapping on her keyboard. "I'm going to work some magic and slide you into a suite after all," she says. "I'll have Zeke set up a crib and baby-proof the room." "Thank you," Duffy says. "You're amazing. Can we take you to dinner one night while we're here so we can catch up?" Alessandra peeks at her phone. There are 2 texts from a number she knows is Dr. Romano. "I'm tied up all 3 evenings that you're here," she says. She activates the keys for Suite 216 and slides them across the desk. "But I'm sure we'll find time to chat." "I can't wait to text my parents and tell them I saw you," Duffy says. "They won't believe it." "Please give them my best," Alessandra says. Alessandra can't help but revisit the fraught months that she was sleeping with Duffy's father. Alessandra had been 18, which she thought was old enough, though now, nearly the same number of years later, Alessandra realizes it wasn't old enough at all. She had been a teenager and Drew a tenured professor in his mid-40s. However, Alessandra can't call herself a victim, even through the lens of 2022. She had always loved Drew, crushed on him, idolized him, seeing him as somewhere between an unattainable celebrity and a father figure. The Beechams owned an entire Victorian on Filbert Street that they'd inherited from Mary Lou's parents. Classical music always spilled from the tantalizing, slightly ajar door to Drew's study. NPR played on a radio in the kitchen, where Mary Lou made the girls crepes for breakfast. For a weeknight dinner, she'd whip up Dover sole and frisee salad with lardon. Both Beecham parents read copiously. They subscribed to The Economist and the New York Review of Books. They attended the symphony. Alice Waters knew the Beechams by name, and they were always taking trips to Lisbon or Grenada, where Drew would lecture. They weren't wealthy, but they were rich, with intellect, with ideas, with experiences. Duffy, however, shared none of her parents' interests. She liked Britney Spears and Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and she was as much of a troublemaker as Alessandra, if not more so. She was the one who became friends with H.B., the guy who met them in the Presidio with a bottle of Don Julio that fateful night. Duffy matched H.B. shot for shot, but Alessandra tossed her shots over her shoulder because she didn't like the look of H.B. and didn't want to lose control. When Duffy started vomiting, Alessandra held her hair away from her face. It was 10:00 p.m. on a raw Friday in March, and they were sitting on the damp ground of Crissy Field. Alessandra wanted to leave, but Duffy couldn't make it 3 steps without doubling over and retching. Alessandra had no choice but to call Drew. The Beechams had been in the middle of hosting a dinner party. Candles glowed in the dining room, bottles of excellent Napa Cabernet sat empty on the table, but the conversation and the laughing quieted when Drew ushered the girls past the dining room and down the hall to the kitchen. Mary Lou stood up from the table, making a joke about teenagers. We all remember those days, right, Barry? But when she saw the state Duffy was in, she flamed with anger, which she aimed at Alessandra, the unparented bad influence, until she realized that Alessandra was sober. For some reason, this served to make her even more livid, and she snapped at Drew to get Alessandra out of my sight. Drew drove Alessandra home. She was numb from Mary Lou's words. She felt like she'd been slapped. Until that moment, she had been something of a pet to Mary Lou. Drew tried to apologize. He thanked Alessandra for being a good friend. "You're a special young woman, Allie," he said. "You have a savageness to you. I mean that as a compliment. You'll get what you want out of this life." The street in front of Alessandra's building was dark and quiet. Drew shut off the car, which Alessandra found strange. "Don't you want to get back to the dinner party?" she asked. Drew leaned his head back against the seat. "God, those people are so dull," he said. "Barry Wilson was talking about annuities." He turned to Alessandra. "When did I become such an adult?" "Are you worried about Duff?" Alessandra asked. "She'll be fine," Drew said. "Tequila is its own punishment." Alessandra was about to reach for the car door and say, "Okay, thanks for the ride," but something about Drew was different. He was staring at her front door. "Your mom's at work?" he asked. They both knew the answer was yes. Alessandra nodded. "Will you be okay by yourself?" Alessandra had been staying by herself since she was 7 years old. She got the crazy idea that he wanted her to invite him inside. She leaned over, rested her hand lightly on his upper thigh, and kissed him. The kiss lingered. It was, to this day, the most romantic kiss of Alessandra's life. "This is a bad idea," Drew said. But the next second, he was opening his car door, and they were heading into her house. As much as Alessandra wants to dislike Jamie for shaming her into giving them a room upgrade, she has to admit that he seems to be an excellent father, husband, and guest. Zeke let it be known that Jamie tipped him $100 for baby-proofing the suite, and early on their first morning, Jamie comes down to the lobby with the baby so that Duffy can sleep in. Alessandra watches him chat with the other guests. Cabot falls asleep in his arms while Jamie plays Louis in chess. Louis wins. Alessandra is on high alert every time the elevator dings, and the instant she sees Duffy step off, she beelines for the break room. She feeds $1 to the jukebox and chooses Kiss, Ozzy Osbourne, and Metallica, and then takes her angst. She can't believe Duffy Beecham is here haunting her, out on the pinball machine. She plays one game, then a second, then a third, high score, and then she hears Adam's voice sing out, "Alessandra, are you in here?" "Hello?" Alessandra says, tearing herself away from the machine, though she has already dropped a fourth quarter in. "Girl, get back out there! Edie is 3 deep!" Alessandra hurries back out, and sure enough, Edie has a line at the desk, the first ever since the hotel opened. "Sorry about that," Alessandra says. "It's fine," Edie says. "I understand." "You don't, though," Alessandra thinks. Duffy stops by the desk a while later with Cabot, who's wearing a tiny bucket hat and a little bathing suit printed with sharks. "We're taking him to the family pool," Duffy says. "I'll put him down for a nap around 1 and then I'll come chat." "Whatever works," Alessandra says. She doesn't want to chat with Duffy. She doesn't want to talk about high school or hear about Drew and Mary Lou. From Duffy's Facebook, Alessandra knows that they've both put on 40 pounds and turned gray. And she doesn't want to learn about Duffy's fabulous San Francisco life with her successful husband and adorable baby. But what she really doesn't want is to be asked questions about herself. What were her years abroad like? Well, some of them were better than others. Alessandra held a string of jobs in beautiful hotels, and she dated different men, all of them wealthy, most of them married, one of them, the one Alessandra thought would be her husband, a financial criminal, none of them appropriate. And what is her life like here on Nantucket? Last night, she slipped into Dr. Romano's room. They ordered room service. Alessandra hid in the bathroom while it was delivered and had completely mediocre sex. And Alessandra left at 2 a.m, emotionally numb. When Duffy swings by on her way back up to her room, she says, "I'll be back down in a little while. Jamie will stay in the room with Cabot so that we can talk." "Great," Alessandra says. Once Duffy is on the elevator, Alessandra releases a low moan and Edie says, "Why didn't you take lunch now? You can go for as long as you want. It's okay with me." Alessandra blinks. "Why are you being so nice to me?" "I grew up on this island," she says. "I check the cars in the parking lot at the Stop and Shop before I go inside. There are old friends I would do anything to avoid." Oh my God, Alessandra thinks. Edie does understand. She takes one of the hotel bikes, goes to something natural, and sits at a picnic table for 2 hours, reading the new Elena Ferrante novel. When she arrives back at the hotel, Edie says, "You're safe. They went to the oyster catcher for a late lunch, and they're staying through sunset." "Thank you," Alessandra says. Once Alessandra learns Cabot's schedule, she's able to avoid a conversation with Duffy on day 2 and day 3 as well. She owes Edie big time because she takes some seriously long-ass lunches, telling Duffy she has a doctor's appointment and then a Zoom meeting she can't miss. She blows Dr. Romano off on night 2. She needs sleep, but she visits him late on night 3. And after they've had more mediocre sex, Alessandra finds herself weeping uncontrollably. Dr. Romano, his name is Mark, thinks she's crying because she's become emotionally attached and he's leaving in the morning. Gently, he wipes her tears away with the pad of his thumb. He has lovely hands and even lovelier fingers. He's a surgeon. "Please don't cry," he says. "We had a nice time together and that's what matters, right?" Yes, of course, Alessandra will never see him again. He has a wife and 2 little girls in Kansas City, but that's not why she's crying. She shrugs. "Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?" "Just hold me," she says, snuggling into him. "And if you could write a review on Travel Tatler and mention me by name, that really helps. Just say I was exceptional on the desk or whatever." He tickles her ribs. "You were exceptional on the desk." He reaches for the remote control and turns on the TV. Caddyshack has just started. Have you ever seen this movie? It's a laugh riot. Is there a man alive who doesn't think Caddyshack is a laugh riot? If so, Alessandra hasn't met him. "I've never seen it," she lies. "Is it about golf?" "Oh, just wait, he says. "That's the judge." Alessandra closes her eyes. "You're going to love it." When Alessandra awakens, it's very late, nearly 3 a.m. The doctor is snoring beside her, and Alessandra slips from bed and gets dressed. She needs to get home. The good news is she can leave through the front doors rather than sneaking down to the lower level and going out the back because both Richie and Raoul will be gone. But when Alessandra enters the lobby, she sees Raoul just heading out. She comes to an immediate halt and ducks behind the corner, but he must sense something because he turns and sees her. She's caught. "Hey," he says, "what are you doing still here?" She cocks an eyebrow. "What are you doing still here?" He shakes his head. "There was a domestic issue in Suite 216. I had to call the police." Alessandra says, "Suite 216? Did someone complain about the baby crying?" "The baby was fine. It was the parents. They had dinner at the galley tonight, and then I guess they had drinks at Lola, whatever. They were all lit up, and they had a fight that got loud, and Suite 214 called down, and I went up first, but it was above my pay grade, so then Richie came up. The wife was crying and calling the husband a bastard, and he was calling her a psycho, and she said she didn't want him in their room. It was a mess. They pulled it together a bit when the cops showed up. It's fine now, and they're checking out in the morning, thank God." "You're sure the wife is okay?" Alessandra says. "He wasn't hitting her, was he?" "The husband took me aside and said she's really not supposed to be drinking since she's nursing, but she made an exception because she's on vacation, and then she bumped into an old friend who really triggered her." "Triggered her?" "That's what he said, yeah. And don't ask me to clarify. I'm 42 years old. I don't even know what that word means." Raoul musses Alessandra's hair, which she's sure is already pretty mussed. Raoul is the only person on planet Earth she would allow to do this. "What are you doing here again?" he asks. "Oh, you know me," Alessandra says. "I can't get enough of this place." Later that morning, Alessandra places the folio for the Chung family in an envelope and hands it over with a smile. "Sorry we didn't get a chance to catch up." "Me too, so busy. The baby. This stupid thing called work. Only get a day off every 2 weeks. So much fun. Thank you for hooking us up with the suite. Here's my number. Call if you ever get back to San Fran. And hey, friend me on Facebook." "I will," Alessandra says. She won't. "Bye." Jamie and Duffy stroll cute baby Cabot right out the door. And that, Alessandra thinks, is that. Except it's not. A few days later, Alessandra and Edie are powering up their computers and getting ready to start the day when Richie suddenly pops out of the back office, terrifying them both. "Whoa," Edie says. "I thought there really was a ghost." Richie doesn't seem amused, which is strange because normally he's happy-go-lucky and always has a dad joke ready. But he's clearly been here all night. Alessandra worked the graveyard shift her first few months in Lake Como. She understands how it splinters your nerves. He shakes a piece of paper at Alessandra. "You comped a night in a suite for a guest named Chung? No code, no explanation, and no sign-off." "I did," Alessandra says. She was so happy to have the Chungs gone. Duffy was triggered. Alessandra still hasn't processed that one. If either of them should have been triggered, it was Alessandra. And what was that crack about the nice, normal home? That she completely spaced on the fact that she would have to explain the comped night. The desk staff are allowed to comp a night if something goes wrong, if guests have an unusually bad experience or if they can't check in until after 5 o'clock, but staffers are not allowed to do what Alessandra did and comp at will. Every single comp must be run past Lisbeth. Still, Alessandra had expected Richie to let it slide. He has never said a word about her taking $5 or $10 every few days from petty cash to pay for her lunch, though it's possible he doesn't know she does this. Is it really that big of a deal? "It was a $645 room rate," Richie says. "That needs to be paid. By you. You made a unilateral decision to comp the room." "Okay," Alessandra says. "I'll point out that Edie upgraded the Marsh family for the summer without anyone's permission. That adds up to a lot more lost revenue than $645, and no one is making her pay." Both Richie and Edie are silent. Richie huffs. "Fine. I'll let this go, but don't do it again, either of you." He disappears back into Lisbeth's office. Alessandra turns to Edie. "I should have just gotten them a toaster," she says. Edie gives Alessandra a withering look. "I'm sorry, Edie," Alessandra says. She pauses. "Is it a desk thing to throw your helpful, kind coworker under the bus?" Your desk thing, Edie says, and Alessandra is more relieved than she can explain when Edie lets the tiniest smile slip. Chapter 15. Behind Closed Doors. Adam drags Raoul into the break room, and Grace follows them because it looks like trouble. "We need to speak to Lisbeth about the schedule," Adam says. "It's not fair that she switched our shifts. You need to talk to her. She likes you better." "I don't want to talk to her," Raoul says, "because, believe it or not, I'm ready to stop working nights. I did it for an entire month. Now it's your turn." "You just want to spend all day with Zeke," Adam says. Raoul blinks. "Or you do, and that's why you're kirking." "I hope you're not accusing me of anything," Adam says, "because I don't need to remind you which one of us was caught making out with that busboy at Nikki Beach." "That was before we were even together," Raoul says. "I've been faithful since our first date. And working with Zeke isn't going to make me unfaithful. If you think that, then you have trust issues." "I have trust issues?" "Do you have a thing for Zeke, Adam?" At that moment, the door to the break room swings open and Zeke steps in. "Adam, you're on tonight? I've got to bounce." "I'll be right here," Adam says, "just chatting with my husband whom I never see." Zeke looks from Adam to Raoul and must sense something because he closes the door. "Why can't we work together?" Adam says. "Zeke can work nights." "You know why we can't work together," Raoul says. "George said he'd recommend to any future employer that we be scheduled opposite each other." "Well, I'm lonely. I made dinner plans with Alessandra 3 times and she ditched me all 3, Adam says. Surprise, surprise, Grace thinks. There was Mr. Brownlee in 309, Mr. Yamaguchi in suite 215, and Dr. Romano in room 107. I miss you. I miss you too, Boo. Suddenly, Adam and Raoul embrace and start kissing. Grace is delighted the fight is over and the making up has begun. She heads over to the jukebox and plays Take My Breath Away by Berlin, and then she lights up the pinball machine. The gentlemen don't even seem to notice. Could Kimber Marsh be any more obvious? Grace wonders. She comes down to the lobby, again at 1:15 in the morning, coincidentally after Adam has left and the blue bar has closed, again wearing her shorty pajamas, cardigan, and the hotel slippers. Richie? Kimber whispers. But Richie isn't at his usual post out front. Richie, Grace sees, is in Lisbeth's office with the door not only closed but locked. He's on his cell phone, forbidden at work unless you needed to conduct hotel business, having a terse conversation. What can Grace think but that he's speaking to his ex-wife? Who else would he be talking to at 1:15 in the morning? Then Grace sees what Richie has on the desk in front of him, and she hears what he's saying into the phone. Oh dear, she thinks, this is what he's up to. What a disappointment. Grace blows the paperwork off the desk in an attempt to be disruptive, but Richie doesn't seem to care. Then she tries to mess with the phone connection, but it's too late. The conversation is over. When Richie hangs up, he slumps back in his chair and grabs his head. There's a tap on the office door. Richie? The inevitable has happened, Grace thinks. Kimber has grown so comfortable at the hotel that she has crossed the border between guest and staff. She's behind the front desk. And now she's knocking on the office door. If it weren't locked, Grace suspects she would have marched right in and caught Richie at his odious business. Richie jumps to his feet, and Lisbeth's desk chair shoots back into the wall. Richie stuffs the paperwork into his pants pocket. He inhales a breath and exhales with a smile. He once again looks like the charming, affable dad everyone thinks he is. Kimber, he says, opening the door, what's up? Can't sleep, Kimber says. She seems to realize she's crossed some kind of invisible line because she scurries out from behind the desk. She waves what looks like a piece of notebook paper. Also, I wanted to show you something. What Kimber wants to show Richie at 1:15 in the morning is an article Wanda wrote entitled "The Mystery of the Haunted Hotel." Richie reads it aloud. "The Hotel Nantucket has been plagued. Is this supposed to be plagued? With difficulties for nearly a century. Girl sleuth Wanda Marsh has uncovered the reason. There's a ghost who inhabits the hotel's 4th-floor storage room." Richie stops. Did Wanda write this herself? Edie helped her a little. "The ghost is the spirit of Grace Hadley, a chambermaid who died in a fire in the summer of 1922 in that 4th-floor closet." Richie looks up. "Is this true?" "Wanda insisted we go to the Athenaeum to look it up. They had old issues of the Nantucket Standard on microfilm." "Your kids are incredible," Richie says. "Louis is a chess prodigy and Wanda is a burgeoning detective and investigative reporter. My 3 spend all their time playing Fortnite and watching YouTube." "Wanda told me that she asked the ghost to knock, and the ghost did." "Well, that's exciting," Richie says. He subtly plucks his shirt away from his body. His extracurricular activity in the back office has made him perspire. "The thing is, she really believes it," Kimber says. "Shall we go up and check out the 4th-floor storage room?" Richie frowns. "I shouldn't leave the desk." "It'll only take a minute." "I can't afford to lose my job," Richie says. "I'm beginning to think you don't like me," Kimber says. "You practically ran away from me the other night." "I do like you," Richie says. He reaches across the desk for Kimber's hand. Is he being patronizing? Grace wonders. "I have a lot going on in my personal life right now." "You can tell me if you're not attracted to me," Kimber says. "I'll survive." Richie lets go of Kimber's hand. He's not attracted to her, apparently, but then he comes out from behind the desk. "I'm not the person you think I am," he says. "I know I put on a good act of being nice guy, Richie." Kimber puts a finger to his lips. "I'm probably not the person you think I am either," she says. "But it doesn't matter. It's summertime, and we're on an island 30 miles out to sea." Richie gazes at Kimber. He seems to be deliberating, and Grace, quite frankly, is on the edge of her seat. Finally, Richie puts his arms around Kimber and pulls her close. Kimber raises her face. Richie takes his glasses off and sets them on the desk. A nice touch, Grace thinks. Things are about to get steamy, and kisses her. Grace cheers silently, even though she fears the relationship won't last. But who doesn't love a little summer romance? She just hopes they don't forget about that article. If they solve her murder case, she'll finally be able to get some much-needed rest. It has been an exhausting century. It's Friday, a day that used to mean only one thing for Chad: slightly more raucous partying than his usual weeknight partying. Chad hasn't heard from Bryce or Eric in weeks, though he did get a text from Jasper thanking him for being cool about me and Winston. Chad responded, "Hey man, I'm happy for you. If you ever want to grab a bite, hit me up." Jasper hasn't reached out yet, but he might somewhere down the road. Chad feels only relief at the disbanding of his group of friends. The solitude has turned out to be kind of nice. However, Chad is still desperately hoping for an email from Patty. When Chad logs into his Yahoo account first thing in the morning, he sees an alert that someone has hacked into the operating software of both the Steamship Authority and Highline Cruises. All ferry service to and from Nantucket is halted. When he goes downstairs, his mother has the local news on television. "They'd better get this fixed pronto," Whitney says. "Dad is coming tonight." Chad snaps to attention. "He's coming tonight?" "Yes, silly. His deal closed. He's driving up with the car for the rest of the summer," Whitney says. "Can I make you an English muffin? Or would you like a peach? They're ripe." "I have to get to work," Chad says. His mother still hasn't quite acknowledged the fact that Chad has a job. Whitney Winslow is an expert at ignoring the things that make her uncomfortable. She obviously knows that Chad works every day at the Hotel Nantucket, but that doesn't mean she has to talk about it. Chad wonders if she's told his father. Chad picks a peach out of the 24 peaches piled in the fruit bowl. His mother has overshopped again, and half of these will rot. Chad grabs 2 more. He'll give them to Bibi, and she can take them home and make baby food or whatever. But when Chad gets to work, Bibi isn't there, and neither are Octavia and Paz, because there is no ferry service. Ms. English accepts Chad's offer of the 2 peaches with a bemused expression on her face and then pulls on a pair of rubber gloves. "It's just you and me today, Longshot." "You're going to clean the rooms?" Chad asks. "Who else is going to do it?" she asks. "The cleaning fairies?" Chad assumes that he and Ms. English will split the rooms, but when Ms. English follows him to room 209, he understands they're going to deal with all the rooms together. They'll inspect the check-ins first. These rooms are clean, but they need to fill the minibars and run through the 100-point checklist anyway. Chad is nervous. What if he makes a mistake or forgets something and she fires him? He tries to pay extra attention and soon realizes that he has already been paying extra attention because every single day, he not only does his own job but also keeps an eye on Bibi to make sure she doesn't steal anything. The work goes quickly. Ms. English sings softly, she has a beautiful voice, and sends Chad down to the Blue Bar kitchen to get the goodies for the minibars. Down there, Chad bumps into Yolanda, the super hot wellness guru. She's leaning up against one of the prep tables, eating an acai bowl topped with perfect circles of banana and strawberries and talking to Beatrice, who's over by the ovens. "Hey, Chad," Yolanda says, and Chad nearly drops to his knees. Hot Yolanda knows his name. "Hey," Chad says as casually as he can. He goes to the walk-in for the blue fish pâté, then to the pantry for the crackers, then to a special fridge for the beer and wine. He has to write down exactly what he takes in the log for obvious reasons. When he comes out with everything in his blue plastic handbasket, it's hard to be sexy while carrying a handbasket, but Chad tries anyway. Beatrice is slicing into one of the baguettes that she just pulled out of the oven. "Stick around," she says to Chad. "I'm going to blow your mind." Yolanda giggles. "Don't tease him, Bea." "Not teasing," Beatrice says. She slathers 2 slices of the warm bread with butter from a crock. "Churned this myself." Lays pieces of paper-thin watermelon radish. "These were picked this morning at Pumpkin Pond Farm," across the top, and sprinkles the radish with sea salt. Beatrice hands 1 piece to Chad and 1 to Yolanda. "Thank you," Chad says, and he takes a bite. The bread with the crunchy crust and the sweet, creamy butter and the peppery zing of the radish combine in a way that nearly brings Chad to tears. Yolanda makes a loud, uninhibited moaning noise that sounds sexual, and Chad feels a stirring in his pants. They are teasing him, but Chad doesn't mind. It's the first semi-normal response he's had to anything since May. Chad and Ms. English make their way briskly through the check-ins, but the check-outs are another story. Chad and Bibi always rate the rooms on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being a room that looks like it's barely been occupied. Bibi is amused by people who go to the trouble of making the bed before they leave, and 10 being an apocalyptic disaster. Most rooms fall between a 4 and a 6, but naturally on the day that Chad and Ms. English work alone, all 5 checkouts are a 10. When they walk into room 308, Chad nearly gags. Not only is the place a horrendous mess, but it reeks. Chad vaguely remembers a pleasant-looking young couple with infant twins being this room. There were 2 cribs shoehorned into the far corner, and in one crib is a dirty diaper lying wide open. Chad hurries to roll it up and throw it away, but the trash can is overflowing with dirty diapers as well as empty bottles of formula that smell like rancid milk. This couple left food all over the desk and dresser: granola bars, scattered almonds, a container of tuna salad that has, unfortunately, been sitting in the sun. There are ants everywhere. Most of the bed linens are in a heap on the floor, and the fitted sheet is stained with something brown. Chad finds half a melted Mounds bar under a pillow. That the stain is probably chocolate comes as a relief. Someone must have showered with the door open because the bathroom floor is a lake, and 2 of the thick Turkish towels are floating in it like islands. The father shaved in the sink and didn't bother to clean out his whiskers, which for some reason is the thing that grosses out Chad the most. He turns to Ms. English, aghast. He can't believe people aren't more considerate. He has a hazy understanding that twins are a lot of work, but don't the parents realize someone has to clean this up? A human being? He feels like he should apologize to Ms. English, like the state of the room is somehow his fault. He realizes how much he misses working with Bibi. If she saw this, she would call the guests every profane word she knows, and she knows a bunch, and they would both feel better. Ms. English merely snaps on a new pair of gloves. "Okay, Longshot," she says. "Let's get to work." 30 minutes later, the room is sparkling clean. There are fresh sheets on the bed, the cribs have been broken down and stored, the rug has been vacuumed, the food remnants have been thrown away and the ants along with them. The puddle in the bathroom is mopped up, the towels have been replaced, the sink, tub, and toilet are scrubbed. The minibar has been emptied, cleaned, and restocked. The hangers have been counted, the robes placed on the back of the bathroom door, the blow dryer checked, the bottles of shampoo, conditioner, and lotion refilled. It's so satisfying, Chad thinks, restoring this room to glory. He's almost glad he's no longer friends with Bryce and Eric because they wouldn't understand this feeling. Patty might understand. In the summers, he ran a lawn mowing business in his hometown of Grimesland, North Carolina. He kept a push mower in the back of his Ford Ranger and drove to his clients' homes, most of them ranches or salt boxes that would fit into Chad's living room, and cut the grass, $15 for front and back. He did 5 or 6 lawns a day and put all his money in the bank, so he'd have it to spend at Bucknell. But even then, he had to be careful, and sometimes he stayed home rather than go out to Bull Run, although Chad always offered to spot him. Chad closes his eyes. The best part about working with Bibi is that he never has time to think about Patty or wonder if Patty is healed enough to go back to mowing lawns and look over the grass, striped with diagonal lines, and feel proud of his handiwork. Normally, Chad is done with work around 5, but today he and Ms. English don't finish until after 6. Lisbeth has let them know that the boats are up and running again, and there are some pretty unhappy people waiting in the lobby for their rooms to be ready. From the 5 checkouts combined, there are $65 in tips, which Ms. English presses into Chad's hand despite his protests. "I don't want it," he says. "You take it." This makes Ms. English laugh. "Don't be ridiculous, Longshot." Chad stuffs the bills into the front pocket of his khakis. "I'll give it to Bibi tomorrow." "To Bibi?" Ms. English says. "She didn't earn it. She got a day off." "But she needs it," Chad thinks. "I hope you and Bibi aren't getting romantically involved," Ms. English says. "I don't want to have to worry about you two alone in the rooms." Chad feels his face redden. The idea of fooling around with Bibi in one of the rooms makes him very uncomfortable. He wishes Ms. English hadn't said that. He's afraid it will be all he thinks about tomorrow, and if he's awkward around Bibi, she'll notice. "No way," he says. "Nothing like that." "But you brought her peaches," Ms. English says, and she winks. Chad has no interest in going home to face his father, so he delays the inevitable with a drive through town. It's a summer evening on Nantucket, and there are couples strolling into galleries for openings, and a well-dressed mob crowding the hostess lectern at the boarding house. Chad sees a group of, well, for lack of a better term, Chads walking right down the middle of the street, cutting off traffic without any consideration for the drivers, heading, he's certain, to drink at the gazebo, where they will order their vodka sodas and talk trash about their father's boats, their golf handicaps, and girls. Chad used to be one of those guys, but he isn't any longer, and he's glad. He loops around and heads for home. He's driving out Eel Point Road when something catches his eye. It's the gunmetal gray Jeep Gladiator that Ms. English drives, parked in the driveway of number 133. The house is huge, even bigger than the Winslow's home, and it's closer to the water. Chad slows down. He's pretty sure his parents considered buying number 133 as an investment property and renting it out for 50 or 60 grand a week until they eventually gifted it to Leith or Chad. He watches Ms. English climb out of the Gladiator. He comes to a stop and nearly calls to her. His Range Rover is hidden by the tall, decorative grasses around the mailbox. What is Ms. English doing at number 133? A dude wearing a Panama hat and a wheat-colored linen suit comes out of the house and shakes Ms. English's hand. He holds open the door and she steps inside. Chad takes a beat to absorb this. Ms. English must be interviewing to clean number 133, a side hustle. Chad drives off, feeling queasy, and the worst is yet to come. When Chad pulls into his own driveway, he sees his father's Jaguar. He finds Paul Winslow on the back porch in a rattan chair, sunglasses perched on top of his bald head, eyes closed, gin and tonic on the table next to him. He's dressed in shorts, a polo shirt, and topsiders, which is what he wears all summer long except when they go out for dinner. For that, Paul favors pants printed with whales, lobsters, or flamingos. Chad gets it. His father works in the pressure cooker environment of venture capital, and these 6 weeks are his time to relax. If Paul lets off steam by wearing flamingo pants, fine. He deserves to enjoy the things his money has bought: the pool, their private beach, the view of Nantucket Sound. Chad doesn't hear anyone else in the house, and he realizes his mother's Lexus wasn't in the driveway. He takes a step backward, and Paul's eyes open. Hey, son, Paul says, rising to his feet and offering a hand as though Chad is a client. I've been waiting for you. Where have you been? Hey, Dad, Chad says. He feels like a blue fish gutted with a gaff. What he wouldn't give to wriggle free of this moment. Where are Mom and Leith? They're at the salon, Paul says, getting gussied up for dinner. Dinner, Chad thinks. In the garden at the Chanticleer, which is their tradition the first night Paul arrives on island. Chad completely spaced about it. He can't believe things in their family have just gone back to normal after what happened in May, but maybe enough time has passed that they all feel they can just move on. Or his parents do. Leith will hate him forever, he's pretty sure. I was at work, actually, Chad says. I got a job at the Hotel Nantucket, cleaning rooms. His father's face shows no surprise, so Chad's mother must have prepped him. Paul sits and extends a hand to indicate that Chad should take the seat next to his. Let's talk that through for a minute, shall we? Paul's tone of voice has switched to executive mode, and seeing no option, Chad sits. Can I get you a beer, son? No, thank you. Paul chuckles. Don't tell me you're on the wagon. If your mother and I thought you needed rehab, we would have sent you to rehab. No, Chad says, though he hasn't had a drink since that fateful night. But I'm all set for right now. Paul sits in a pose of introspection, leaning forward in the chair, elbows on his knees, fingers tented, head bent. So, what I'm hearing you say is that you got a job. Yes, Chad says. At the Hotel Nantucket, cleaning rooms. I work for the head of housekeeping, Ms. English, who's an extremely cool person. There were 3 girls, women, I mean, on the crew with me. They all live on the Cape and commute over and back every day. So, because the boats weren't running earlier today, it was just Ms. English and me, which is why I'm late. I usually finish around 5. Paul nods along to all this, a signal that he's listening. I just closed a $5 billion deal. Do you have any idea why I work so hard, Chadwick? Chad isn't sure how to answer. His father's not brokering peace in the Middle East or curing childhood cancer or teaching undergraduates the novels of Toni Morrison. He's betting on the success of ideas, technology, natural resources. Every once in a while, this does the world some good. His firm buys a pharmaceutical company that brings out an important drug, or backs a fledgling company that does something to improve people's lives. But mostly, Chad understands, Paul is playing a game on an exclusive field, which results in a lot of winning, a lot of money. "Because you like it?" Chad says. This elicits a patronizing laugh. "I do it to provide for you and your sister and your mother." Paul raises an arm theatrically. "I didn't grow up with any of this." Right, Chad knows. His father comes from a regular background, though not one as impoverished as he might like people to believe. He grew up in a split-level house in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, which is close to the main line but pointedly not on it. It was Chad's mother, Whitney, who had the sterling pedigree, an estate in St. David's, private school at Baldwin, a father who was a managing partner at Rawle & Henderson, the definition of a Philadelphia lawyer. Paul met Whitney at a bar called Smoky Joe's on Route 30 when she was at Bryn Mawr and Paul was a scholarship student at Haverford. It was Whitney's father who helped Paul get into the business school at Wharton and then introduced him to the gentlemen at the Brandywine Group. "I know," Chad says. "You have the rest of your life to work," Paul says. "I thought we agreed that you would take the summer off to enjoy yourself." Chad feels a lump in his throat. "I don't deserve to enjoy myself. I thought we agreed, as a family, to put what happened behind us." "I can't just put it behind me, Dad," Chad says. He seeks out Paul's eyes. His father is essentially a decent guy who knows the difference between right and wrong. The mandate to keep what happened a secret is coming from Chad's mother. She has her reputation to think of. It's bad enough that so many people at home know. Whitney Winslow doesn't want her social circle on Nantucket whispering about it as well. "Have you heard from the lawyers?" Chad swallows. "Or Patty's family?" "Yes," Paul says. He exhales like he's about to deadlift 300 pounds. "The surgery was unsuccessful. Patrick lost sight in the eye permanently." Patty O'Connor, Chad's best friend from college, his best friend possibly ever in his life, is blind in his left eye. Permanently. Chad feels blinded himself. He bends over his knees. "We're offering a generous settlement, paying all the medical bills in addition to compensation for the eye." How much is an eye worth? Chad wonders. What is the value of a full field of vision when you meet the woman you want to marry or hold your newborn child for the first time? Or when you go to MoMA to see Van Gogh's Starry Night or watch the sunset in the evening? Half of Patty's eyesight is gone. He can still see, but Chad looked this up right after the accident. He'll lose depth perception, and he'll have difficulty judging distance and tracking moving objects. "I want to contribute," Chad says. "That's very generous of you, son, but..." Chad pulls the $65 out of his pocket and slaps it on the table next to Paul's gin and tonic. He has nearly $4,800 saved from his paychecks. He'll give everything he makes this summer to Patty. The amount will be dwarfed by whatever Paul has offered, but Chad wants Patty to know that he didn't just roll over on his beach towel, beer in his hand, joint between his lips, and let his parents handle this. He went out and got a job where he deals with other people's dirty diapers and forgotten late-night candy bars and bathroom swamps. Paul eyes the money. "I'd like you to give your notice at the hotel tomorrow." "No," Chad says. "Your mother doesn't like how it looks," Paul says. "You working as a menial laborer." "Menial?" Chad says. "I have another word for it. Honest. It's an honest job. Cleaning rooms for people who work hard themselves and who come to Nantucket to relax and have a vacation. You haven't seen these rooms, Dad. They're every bit as nice as the rooms in this house. The hotel is a special place." "That isn't exactly what your mother has heard." "It doesn't matter," Chad says. He realizes now why his father works so hard. It has nothing to do with the pool or the Range Rover or a bowl filled with ripe peaches. It's so he can control people. I could be working at a roadside motel on Route 000 in Nowheresville, and the work would still be noble. People's lives include messes, and I'm cleaning them up. You're to give your notice tomorrow, Chadwick, Paul says. Chad stands up. Or what? You'll ground me? Throw me out of the house? Disown me? Don't be ridiculous. You're the one who's being ridiculous, Chad says. What kind of parents don't want a child to actually take responsibility for his actions? His parents. Which is why he made such careless, thoughtless mistakes in the first place. His mother and father raised him to believe that he was invincible. They raised him to believe that nothing bad could ever happen in his life. But it did. I won't quit, Chad says. I'm not a quitter. July 11th, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. Good morning. I think we can all agree the summer is now in full swing. Once again this week, the reviews reflect an exceptional job done by our front desk manager, Alessandra Powell, and this week's bonus goes to her. I hope the rest of you will strive to follow Alessandra's excellent example of service. Thank you for your continued hard work. XD. Edie is in the break room with Zeke when the Venmo alert comes into her phone, so she ignores it. She and Zeke have become friendly, and Edie isn't going to let anything interrupt their bonding time. She spent all of her awkward freshman year of high school and at least half of her slightly less awkward sophomore year stalking Zeke English both in person and online. So the fact that they are now sitting next to each other at the Formica counter eating ice cream with their thighs practically touching is nothing short of miraculous to Edie in a long-delayed dream kind of way. Zeke says exactly what Edie is thinking. I can't believe Alessandra won the money again this week. It's starting to feel like a setup. Edie makes a non-committal murmuring noise, though what she wants to do is emphatically agree. Something must be up with Alessandra. She's good on the desk, no question, but she doesn't go the extra mile the way Edie does. If a guest requires an extra pillow or towel or a second container of the smoked bluefish pâté, Edie zips directly up to the room and hands it over with a bright and sincere smile. She has learned the first names of everyone who answers the phone at Carew in order to secure hotel guests what is, for most people, an impossible reservation. She even went so far as to buy the little boy staying in room 302 a lighthouse keychain from the hub because he was obsessed with Brant Point Light. Edie used her own money, of which she has very little, not the hotel's petty cash, which is what Alessandra uses to buy herself lunch. Petty cash is not to be used for their personal expenses, Lisbeth has told them multiple times, and yet Edie says nothing to anyone because she loathes a tattletale. Then there are the Marsh children. Edie helped Wanda write an article about the ghost, and when Wanda grew emotional and asked why nobody had saved Grace Hadley, Edie gave her a hug and said that was a long time ago, before there were smoke detectors. Edie also found Louis a chess instructor, a house painter named Rustam who had been a chess champion back in Uzbekistan. Edie would like to ask Kimber to write a Travel Tatler review. Kimber would surely mention Edie, but she can't bring herself to campaign on her own behalf. Alessandra has won the bonus 3 weeks in a row. This is a side stitch that stays with Edie through all her working hours. It's cathartic to hear that it bugs Zeke as well. Do Adam and Raoul ever tell you what it's like to live with her? Edie asks. Zeke rolls his eyes. Adam says she hardly ever sleeps there. What? Edie says. She rolls in at 5 or 6 in the morning when Raoul is getting up to exercise, Zeke says. She's out on the prowl, I guess. Edie isn't exactly surprised to hear this. Alessandra exudes a discreet but undeniable sexuality, but she won't take part in any slut-shaming. If anything, Edie feels freshly hurt that Alessandra has chosen to confide exactly nothing in her, even though they work side by side all day long. Alessandra is always civil but never friendly or warm. Why? Beneath Alessandra's polished facade is something else, Edie thinks. A broken doll, a smashed mirror. Alessandra is damaged. Or maybe Edie is just making excuses for her. Graydon used to tell Edie she should stop giving other people so much credit. Zeke finishes his ice cream and stands up. I'm heading home. He gives Edie his slow, beautiful smile. I think we should start spying on Alessandra to figure out how she's winning the money. Start spying on her? Edie thinks. Are they back in middle school? The idea, however, is not without its appeal. Edie likes the thought of having a little conspiracy going with Zeke. I'll see what I can find out, Edie says, though she knows she will find out nothing. Alessandra is all zippered up. Here, take my number, Zeke says. He picks up Edie's phone. Someone named Graydon has requested a $500 Venmo, he says. He grins at Edie. Who's Graydon? Your bookie? Edie wants to snatch the phone from his hand, but she just laughs. Something like that. She watches Zeke type his number into her phone, but the thrill that should accompany getting Zeke English's cell phone number is missing. When Zeke hands back her phone, Edie sees the Venmo request, and her face burns with shame. She has no right to judge Alessandra. I'll see you tomorrow. See ya, Zeke says, and he leaves her sitting with what is now a bowl of cold chocolate soup. $500. Edie checks the date. It's exactly 3 weeks since Graydon's last Venmo request, which came exactly 3 weeks after his first Venmo request. The regularity of the extortion gives Edie an odd comfort. Graydon isn't asking more frequently or asking for more money. Edie wonders if she can just think of this like a car payment or a stupidity tax. But no, sorry, that's absurd. She has lost $1,000 of her hard-earned money already, and she's not going to buckle this time. Graydon is angry about the breakup, and maybe he's lonely out in Arizona, but even so, he would never send those videos out. They would embarrass him as much as her. She deletes the Venmo request, but then, as though he's watching her somehow, a text comes in from him. It's her mother's cell phone number and email. Edie stops breathing for a second. She sends him the money. Chapter 16. The Cobblestone Telegraph. Jordan Randolph, publisher of the Nantucket Standard, has been sitting on Jill Tannenbaum's article about the Hotel Nantucket for well over a month, but he hasn't been inspired to run it. Part of the reason is his own prejudice about the hotel being owned by a renowned London billionaire who has never even set foot on the island. It feels so wrong. And part of it is that Jordan likes to cover the real issues facing Nantucket. There's the housing shortage, which causes overcrowded conditions for both seasonal and year-round workers. There's the traffic. In the summer, Jordan avoids the intersection by the high school altogether. There's environmental sustainability, the argument against short-term rentals, and issues with the landfill. Nantucket is, in Jordan's opinion, already too popular, so inundated with visitors that the people who live here can't enjoy it. Jordan realizes this makes him sound like a crotchety old-timer. Really, what he wishes is that there were a story to the hotel's renovation that didn't have to do with money, thread count, or faro and ball paint. And then suddenly, that story lands on his desk. Edie Robbins comes into the office with an article written by an 8-year-old girl, a guest at the hotel. This child, Wanda Marsh, claims to have heard from a ghost living in the hotel's 4th-floor storage room. Jordan reads the piece and chuckles. It's not bad. Maybe he should hire this Wanda Marsh. And then Edie hands over the supporting document, an article published in the Standard 100 years ago. I never knew about this, Jordan admits. There are, of course, ghost stories all over downtown Nantucket, just as there are in any historic place with creaky old houses. But this one grabs Jordan's interest. It's the combination of the 100-year anniversary angle, the little girl, and Edie herself, a young woman Jordan has known since birth. Jordan was friends with Edie's father, Vance Robbins. They served on the Rotary Club Scholarship Committee together for years, and Jordan was saddened by his passing. He gives the little girl's story and the old article to Jill and asks her to write a new piece about the hotel. Describe the renovation from the point of view of the ghost who has lived there for the past 100 years. He says, people will love it. And they do. Jill Tannenbaum's article, Hotel Nantucket Haunted by Hadley, appears in the Thursday, July 21st edition of the Nantucket Standard and garners more reader response than any other article they've run this year. Summer visitor Donna Fenton, who stayed in the hotel with her family in the 1980s, knew there was something spooky about the place. Blonde Sharon is intrigued not by the ghost, but by the matuk linens, the oyster shell tiled showers, and the blue cashmere throws from Nantucket looms. Also, Sharon, who likes to know everything, had no idea there was a new adult pool out back. How can she get an invitation? She decides to book a room at the end of August for her sister Heather, who is a world traveler and very discerning. It just so happens that Youngja Park, a writer for the Associated Press, is staying on the island at her parents' home in Shimo. And after she reads the article in the Standard, she writes an article about the haunted hotel as well. She tracks down half a dozen people who have stayed at the hotel over the past 3 decades, 3 of whom claim to have heard and seen things they couldn't explain. Youngja's article gets picked up by 47 newspapers across the country, from the Idaho Statesman to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch to the Tampa Bay Times. Some of the papers run the article right away, some save it for a slow news day. Here on Nantucket, the excitement about the haunted hotel lasts only a scant 24 hours, because we have other gossip to discuss. Something very scandalous has transpired on Hulbert Avenue. Rumor has it that Michael Bick, husband of Heidi Bick and the father of 4, had an affair with their next-door neighbor, Lyric Layton, and Lyric is now pregnant. This story is so salacious that Blonde Sharon will be able to dine out on it all summer long. Apparently, Heidi Bick found Lyric's eyeshadow in her makeup drawer, Lyric's Renee Caovilla stilettos in her closet, and Lyric's positive pregnancy test inside the Jennifer Weiner novel Good in Bed. Is there symbolism in this choice of book? There must be. Heidi invited the Laytons over for dinner on the deck, faking normality. But as soon as the first cocktail was poured, she confronted Michael and Lyric. It was a surprise attack, so they couldn't confer and get their stories straight. Whoa, did this cause an uproar, mostly from Ari Layton, who had been mentally keeping track of how many times Michael checked out his wife these past few years. Ari had always suspected a flirtation between his wife and Michael, but he was enraged to find out it was something far more. Ari had been so happy about Lyric's pregnancy. He was hoping for a little girl after 3 boys, but what if it turned out it wasn't his baby? Ari stood up, fists at the ready. Both Michael and Lyric vehemently denied the accusation. They had never been together in any capacity, nor would they ever. Lyric was appalled that Heidi thought so little of her. She wasn't sure what her eyeshadow, shoes, and pregnancy test were doing in the Bick's house, but for the record, if she were having an affair with Michael, she wouldn't be stupid enough to leave those things behind. Here, we had to admit, she had a point. Michael claimed he was being set up. It was probably someone from his office who had found out he and Rafe were starting their own company. They'd sent a spy into the house. The guy who came to fix the internet, perhaps? Ari said, "But how would anyone from your company get into our house? How would he know to take the eyeshadow, shoes, and pregnancy test, which he must have found in our trash?" Right, we thought. It made no sense. Lyric was, by all accounts, calm but emphatic. She was happy to have the paternity of the baby tested as soon as that was an option. Michael, however, kept spewing conspiracy theories and generally acting like a man with a guilty conscience. This made us wonder. There has also been a shakeup at the deck, one so disruptive that the restaurant announces a temporary emergency closing on Sunday, July 17th. The deck hasn't closed on a summer Sunday in 15 years of operation. What is going on? Romeo, down at the Steamship Authority, reports that he saw Christina Cross driving her bright orange Jeep onto the ferry, her belongings packed to within inches of the roof. It's Romeo's job to regulate that kind of thing. Drivers are supposed to have a foot of visual clearance out the back window. But when Romeo approaches the car, he sees Christina is sobbing, so he waves her on. He has been doing this job for decades and knows a heartbroken woman leaving the island for good when he sees one. Christina has left the deck. Is that why they closed? Yes and no. Christina could easily be replaced by Peyton as hostess and Goose as sommelier. But Goose, who is JJ's closest confidant, tells his sister Janice, the dental hygienist, that JJ closed the deck so that he could take a personal day, which involved a case of Cisco beer, a couple of three-way sandwiches from Yezi's food truck, and a ride with Goose out to Great Point to fish. He told Goose that Christina had left, but that wasn't the problem. The problem, JJ said, was that he had gotten mixed up with Christina in the first place. I had the best woman I could have asked for, JJ said. Lisbeth was my friend, my confidant, someone I knew I could spend the rest of my life with. And I blew it. You blew it, Goose agreed. Chapter 17. Hot Girl Summer. Business at the Hotel Nantucket has picked up considerably. Grace notes this with delight, and although it feels immodest to say, she knows it's all thanks to her. By the end of July, every room at the hotel is booked. Word has gotten out that the hotel is haunted by the ghost of Grace Hadley, and everyone wants to experience the phenomenon. This is Grace's 15 minutes of fame, and she can't afford to squander it. She's very busy in the nighttime hours making benign room visits. She knocks on walls, flickers the lights, messes with the electric shades — this is so much fun — and plays the guests' favorite songs out of nowhere. These shenanigans delight the guests, but Grace begins to worry that cheap stunts will dilute her brand. Can she put her powers to better use? Yes. For example, 17-year-old Juliana Plum wants to come out to her parents. They're staying in Suite 314, and they've just had a lovely dinner at the Languedoc Bistro. As they were walking down the hallway toward their suite, Mr. Plum teased Juliana about the cute busboy who had been flirting with her at dinner. Juliana looked uncomfortable, and Grace knows exactly why. She watches Juliana stare at herself for a long time in the bathroom mirror after brushing her teeth. Grace marvels at how wonderful it is that one can just state one's sexual orientation and preferences in 2022. Back in 1922, well, Grace had a feeling that the hotel's GM, Mr. Leroy Noonan, preferred gentlemen, but he could never have said it. He was more closeted than Grace was. Grace follows Juliana as she knocks on her parents' bedroom door. "Come in," Mrs. Plum says. Juliana and Grace enter. Grace hovers close to Juliana, providing as much warmth and support as she can muster. "I'm gay," Juliana says. The Plums seem taken aback. Mr. Plum clears his throat. He exchanges glances with Mrs. Plum. Grace nudges Mr. Plum toward his daughter, and Mr. Plum gets the hint and holds out his arms. "Juliana," he says, "we love you, sweetie." "Thank you for trusting us enough to tell us," Mrs. Plum says. "We'll support you any way we can." My work here is done, Grace thinks, leaving the Plums to a group hug. Grace discovers that the Alpines in room 203 have been experiencing some problems in the bedroom, and that they're taking this vacation to spice things up and reignite the romance in their marriage. But despite the mood lighting and the fine linens, Grace reads the room and senses the Alpines are headed for disappointment, and very likely some counseling. She positions herself just so in front of the full-length mirror and within Mr. Alpine's line of vision. Is he supernaturally sensitive? Let's hope so for Mrs. Alpine's sake. Grace blows cold air toward Mr. Alpine and opens her robe. He looks over Mrs. Alpine's shoulder, and his eyes widen. It turns out that being watched by a beautiful, young, and naked female ghost is just the thing to cure Mr. Alpine of his chronic issue. Grace slips out, leaving the Alpines to get down to business. Kimber goes to the Darya salon at the White Elephant and returns with her hair dyed flame orange. Richie loves it, Wanda and Louie are nonplussed, and Doug the dog barks so sharply when he sees her that Kimber has to put on his muzzle. Grace is not unhappy about this. Now, nearly every night after the Blue Bar closes and Adam heads home, Kimber slips down the hall to the lobby to visit Richie. Their fooling around has gotten too serious for them to stay out in the open in the lobby. What if a guest should appear or one of the children wander down? So they are constantly looking for more private places to be together. Kimber suggests the fourth-floor storage room, but thankfully, Richie shoots this idea down. It's spooky, he says. He thinks they should go out to the adult pool and get busy on one of the extra-wide chaises longues. They try this, but although the chaises are sturdy, they aren't that sturdy, and Kimber complains about the mosquitoes. Kimber tries to lure Richie down to her suite, but Richie is concerned about the children. They finally consummate their relationship in the break room. When Richie plays Marvin Gaye on the jukebox, Grace knows what's coming and floats out. The break room becomes the regular site of their sneaky links. Grace notices that after Kimber heads back to her suite, Richie often falls asleep on the sofa, then jolts awake like he's being chased. Grace has nothing to do with this. She suspects it's his conscience at work. Sometimes he sits for long periods with his head in his hands. Sometimes he goes into Lisbeth's office, opens the safe, and stares at the piles of Kimber's cash, though Grace is happy to report he doesn't take a single dollar. He stays at the hotel until the birds begin to sing, then he slithers out the side door like a cat burglar. Kimber tells Richie that she has to go off-island overnight the following week to meet with her divorce attorney, and she doesn't want to take the children with her. She asks Richie if there's any way he can sleep in her suite after he's finished work and spend the 2 days that Kimber will be away with the children. Yes, of course, Richie practically shouts. He'd love to. Kimber tells Richie that the best way to acclimate the children to him staying over while she's away is for him to stay overnight in their suite on a regular basis while she's there. The children will be fine with it, Kimber says. She has spent so much time in the sun that her once wan skin is now a subtle golden, and her hair holds appealing beachy waves. She's also, Grace notes, glowing from within. They won't blink an eye. Well, that may be so, Richie says, but it's against the rules. Staff aren't allowed to sleep with the guests, Kimber. Let's go talk to Lisbeth, Kimber says. We can't, Richie says. I'll get fired. Kimber laughs. You work 7 nights a week. You barely even go home. She's not going to fire you because she'll never, ever find anyone to replace you. We're consenting adults. We'll ask permission. Lisbeth will understand. Grace thinks, this is a gamble. Lisbeth has been known to stretch some rules, but to blatantly break one like a stick over her knee? Grace watches as Kimber leads Richie by the hand to the door of Lisbeth's office. They enter together, Richie hanging back slightly, like a delinquent child. Good morning, Lisbeth, Kimber says. Just so you know, Richie and I are having a summer romance, and some nights he'll be sleeping with me in the suite. We know this is technically against the rules. More than technically, Lisbeth says, and Grace thinks she's going to nip it in the bud, but then Lisbeth gazes at Richie and Kimber, and her face softens. But at this point, you're more family than guest. Ah, that's so sweet of you to say, Kimber beams. That's how the children and I feel too. Richie clears his throat. I promise to put work first, as always. Absolutely, Lisbeth says. So no bothering Richie at night anymore, Kimber, okay? He can come to your suite when he's off the clock. Richie, just please be discreet." "Of course," Richie says. Lisbeth clears her throat. "I would never want anything inappropriate happening in, for example, the break room," she says. Mario's playlist for Lisbeth. Love Walks In, Van Halen. Strange Currencies, REM. Kiss, Prince. Next to You, The Police. OMG, Usher. Girlfriend, Matthew Sweet. Can't Feel My Face, The Weeknd. Dreaming, Blondie. In a Little While, U2. Killing Me Softly, The Fugees. Soulshine, Martin Deschamps. The Guy That Says Goodbye to You Is Out of His Mind, Griffin House. Nothing on You, B.O.B. Loving Cup, The Rolling Stones and Jack White. Are You Gonna Be My Girl, Jet. Sister Golden Hair, America. Never Been in Love, Cobra Starship. Sleep All Right, Ginger Soul. Here Comes the Sun, The Beatles. Sexual Healing, Marvin Gaye. Summertime, Kenny Chesney. Lisbeth feels like a bubble in a flute of champagne. Her outlook is golden and effervescent. It's as though all of her inspirational memes have come true at once. First of all, the hotel is thriving. The article written by Wanda Marsh, an 8-year-old kid, you just can't make this stuff up, started a chain reaction that led to stories about Grace Hadley's ghost being printed in newspapers across the country. The phone rang non-stop, and the website crashed from all the traffic. Lisbeth was tickled by this development, inconvenient though it was. The Hotel Nantucket had broken the internet. Having a busy hotel feels joyous. It feels like a celebration. Every day when Lisbeth walks into the lobby, she's entering the buzziest, most interesting room on the island. Guests gather in the lobby for the percolated coffee. The richness of the coffee is mentioned time and again by guests on Travel Tatler. And the almond croissants, ditto. They read the paper, start conversations, admire the James Ogilvy photograph, and watch Louis play chess. Louis shows up every morning at 7 o'clock sharp, hair combed, glasses polished, little polo shirt buttoned to the top. The chaises by the pool are claimed by 10 a.m. The complimentary shuttles that run to the South Shore's beaches are full. Lisbeth has had the piano tuned, and every night before his shift, Adam comes in and plays show tunes while the guests enjoy the wine and cheese hour. People make requests, sing along, and slip Adam tips. After dinner, many guests forego the lines at the chicken box and the gaslight and instead choose to sit on the front porch of the hotel. They light up the fireplace tables, buy s'mores kits from the front desk, and indulge in their gooeyest marshmallow dreams. Lisbeth would like to believe the hotel has finally hit its stride, but she knows the reason for the renaissance is the ghost. But once potential guests have their interest piqued by the story of Grace Hadley, they check out the website and see the driftwood and rope canopy beds with the dreamy white sheers, the lavish bouquets of lilies and Dutch hydrangeas, the slipper tubs, the adult pool with the wall of climbing roses, the free minibar, and the carved teak ceiling in the yoga studio, and they think, I'd like to stay here. The influx of guests include the Poet Laureate of New Mexico, a family of ranchers from Montana, a mushroom grower from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, a neurosurgeon from Nashville, the owners of an NHL expansion team, a renowned hip-hop producer, a YouTube phenom, and a prominent editor from one of the Big Five publishing houses in New York City. This editor reads Lisbeth's Blue Book and says she'll pitch it. She gets Lisbeth's email address. The secret of change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. Lisbeth is so busy that hours and even days go by when she forgets to be on the lookout for Shelley Carpenter. Now is when Shelley Carpenter will show up. Lisbeth is sure of it. And Lisbeth is also sure that if Shelley slipped in under the radar in the past couple of weeks, she was met with exceptional service. Edie, Alessandra, Richie, Zeke, Adam, and Raoul are all at the top of their games. The only thing going better than Lisbeth's professional life is her love life. Every day, Lisbeth goes to Mario's cottage on her lunch hour. They make love and then he cooks for her. Composed salads with grilled shrimp and creamy chunks of avocado, and a side of the homemade cheddar crackers that they used to serve at the Blue Bistro. Or, on a rare day of rain, clam chowder and giant popovers pulled straight from the funny little oven. Sometimes Lisbeth brings a bathing suit and they swim off of Mario's front porch, and then she showers and braids her damp hair. When Mario comes into work at 4 o'clock, he swings by her office with a double espresso. He figured out that the way to her heart is caffeine, and he often brings her a little gift, a cluster of roses, a perfect coag shell, a great popsicle. He makes her a playlist to replace her breakup playlist. Lisbeth closes her office door, and they kiss like a couple of teenagers for a few stolen minutes before Lisbeth straightens her skirt and Mario his chef's jacket, and they get back to work. When Mario gets home from the bar at night, he sends Lisbeth a text. "I'm home, heartbreaker." Or, "Sweetest dreams, heartbreaker." He has her in his phone as HB. Breaker, not broken, she thinks. She's healed. She's so healed that when she hears that Christina left JJ, she feels only a pang of pity for JJ. She could have told him that relationship would end badly. She considers calling to see if he's okay, but decides it's best not to. She's consumed with her romance with JJ's idol, the man whose picture she gazed at on the wall of JJ's office for 15 years. It's the kind of crazy plot twist that happens only in novels and movies. But she's living it. She can't believe how happy she is. But then a night comes when Mario doesn't text when he gets home from work. Lisbeth wakes up at 3 in the morning to use the bathroom, checks her phone, finds nothing. What? She thinks. She can't fall back to sleep. The room is too hot. Her mind is a swirl. Did something happen? Is Mario okay? Should Lisbeth call him? Should she go to his cottage? She somehow knows she should do neither. She wonders then why Mario never asks to spend the night at her cottage. She lies awake until the birds start to sing, thinking that this was why Mario said they should be careful. What he'd meant, of course, was that she should be careful. He was probably tired, she thinks. He forgot to text. So what? The next day, Monday, Lisbeth goes to the cottage for lunch as usual and everything is fine. The Blue Bar is closed on Tuesdays, and Mario asks if Lisbeth can take the day or even just the afternoon off so they can spend it together. It's exactly what she's craving, but the hotel has 17 checkouts and 17 check-ins, and Yolanda long ago requested every Tuesday off, and Lisbeth needs to be around to manage Warren, the fitness instructor who fills in, because he can be a little ditzy. On Tuesday evening, the Blue Bar has a softball game against the Garden Group. After Lisbeth finishes work, she drives out the long stretch of Milestone Road to the Tom Nevers Field to catch the last couple of innings. It's a close game, even though the landscapers are young and in shape and play like real athletes. Mario is wearing an old Ramones t-shirt and his White Sox cap, and when he gets up to bat with the bases loaded, he winks at Lisbeth. She flushes, feeling like she felt when she was 16 and watching her boyfriend, Danny Lamotte, play for the Minnetonka Skippers football team. Mario strikes out swinging, and Lisbeth is almost relieved that he didn't hit a home run and win the game because she realizes she's dangerously close to falling in love with him. Yolanda is up next. As Lisbeth is wondering why Yolanda is on the Blue Bar softball team, and then if the hotel should field its own team, and then who would work if they did field a team, Yolanda wallops a pitch over the center fielder's head, and everyone on base scores. Lisbeth is on her feet cheering along with the rest of the crowd when Yolanda crosses the plate, jumps into Mario's arms, and gives him a kiss on the lips. Suddenly, Lisbeth feels not only like an outsider, but also really freaking jealous. From that moment on, Lisbeth becomes hyper-aware of Mario and Yolanda. Yolanda has always made frequent visits to the Blue Bar kitchen, and Lisbeth assumed that Yolanda needed frequent snacks to fuel her exercise. Yolanda often walked past the desk holding an acai bowl or chia pudding, neither of which were on the menu. The Wednesday after the softball game, Yolanda emerges from the Blue Bar holding a tiny pavlova on the flat of her palm like it's a baby bird. She shows it off to Lisbeth and Edie. It's filled with rose-scented pastry cream and topped with candied rose petals. "Is this not the most exquisite thing you've ever seen? Mario made it for me." "Did he?" Lisbeth says. Yolanda strolls away, taking a lusty bite of the pavlova. She can eat whatever she wants and still maintain that slender, supple yoga body, which is reason enough to envy her. Zeke joins Lisbeth and Edie in watching Yolanda descend the stairs to the wellness center. "You know why she spends so much time in the kitchen, right?" he says. "Why?" Lisbeth and Edie say together. Lisbeth gets the distinct feeling the bubble she has been living in is about to pop. Zeke arches his eyebrows and takes a breath to say, "What?" But then a large party enters the lobby, and Zeke, Edie, and Lisbeth snap into guest service mode. A couple of days later, Lisbeth is at Mario's cottage for lunch. It's too hot to cook, so Mario slices up a ripe, juicy melon and serves it with burrata and some salty prosciutto. They go for a swim and shower together afterward. Lisbeth is delirious with happiness, thinking, "Yolanda who? Yolanda what?" Poor Yolanda has been mistakenly cast as the villainess in Lisbeth's mind. She's going to let the Yolanda thing go. While Mario is in his bedroom getting dressed, his cell phone on the kitchen counter, right next to where Lisbeth is winding the last strip of prosciutto around the last crescent of pale green melon, dings with a text. The screen says YOLO. The text is printed in the alert. "Hey, can you help me with a thing later?" Followed by the winking tongue-out emoji. Lisbeth feels the prosciutto repeat on her. She has to fight the urge to pick up the phone and check the text stream. Mario has no passcode, so she could easily do this, and then at least she'll know what's going on rather than stumbling around in a dark uncertainty. But at that moment, Mario calls out, "You getting ready to leave, HB? It's 10 of 2. Lisbeth doesn't respond. Mario pokes his head out of the bedroom and says, "Everything okay?" "Yes," Lisbeth says. "You got a text." Mario takes his time ambling across the room. He scoops up his phone, checks the text. There's no change in his expression. He just slips the phone into the pocket of his houndstooth pants and heads for the door. He always walks her out the creaky dock back to her car. Lisbeth tries to keep her panic on a very short leash. "Hey, can you help me with a thing later?" What kind of thing? Lisbeth wonders. What kind of help? How much later? What about that emoji? It's the lewd face, the wink and lolling tongue. It can only mean something naughty. And what's up with YOLO? Has Lisbeth ever heard anyone call Yolanda this? No. Lisbeth is so consumed with these thoughts that she doesn't speak. And when Mario squeezes her hand and asks again if everything is okay, she lies and says yes. The following Tuesday, Lisbeth can't take off because the plumber is coming to fix a leak in the laundry room, and the water throughout the hotel has to be shut off for 90 minutes. Lisbeth needs to be there to field the inevitable complaints. Mario goes to Nobadir Beach with his staff, and when he comes to pick Lisbeth up for their dinner date that night, they're going to the Pearl, he's not only deeply tan, he's a little drunk. Lisbeth teases him about it and he says, "I played beer die on the beach with some of the kids from the kitchen. It was a good day, and man, Yolanda can really surf." "Oh," Lisbeth says, "Yolanda was there?" "She was shredding like Alana Blanchard." "I don't know who that is," Lisbeth snaps. Mario doesn't notice her tone because they have entered the tranquil garden setting of the Pearl chef's table. It seats 10, but Mario has reserved it for just the two of them, a lavish gesture. Lisbeth has sat at this table before with JJ and some of the staff of the deck, and she's eager to replace those memories. Mario pulls out her chair. He's here with her, she reminds herself, not Yolanda. She orders a passion fruit Cosmo. The magic of the chef's table is that dishes just appear. Lobster rangoons, tuna martinis with wasabi creme fraiche, the 60-second steak topped with a quail egg, the wok-fried salt and pepper lobster. Because Mario is, in this world, Super Mario, each course comes with a pitch-perfect wine pairing. Lisbeth drinks a little more robustly than she probably should, but who can blame her? Yolanda made it clear when the hotel opened that she wanted Tuesdays off. Is that merely a coincidence? Yolanda is only 29 years old, nearly 10 years younger than Lisbeth, nearly 20 years younger than Mario. She's not only beautiful with a perfect body, but she has the kind of luminous personality that draws people in. Why wouldn't Mario be attracted to Yolanda? When dessert is set down, glistening chunks of fresh mango served with coconut sticky rice, Lisbeth's absolute favorite, she can only stare at it and think, don't say it. But she has held the topic at bay throughout dinner, and the wine has done nothing but nourish her fears. You know what I was thinking? Mario says. You should add caramels to your s'mores kits. Take it up a notch. Don't say it, she thinks. I don't mean to overstep. I know the hotel amenities aren't mine to tweak, but you have to admit, caramel s'more? That sounds pretty damn good. Mario, she says, are you dating other people? Mario's eyes jump up from the dessert plate to meet hers. Why are you asking me that? She holds his gaze. Their relationship is still so new that she's made a little dizzy by how attractive he is. Those bedroom eyes, the sly smile. But she realizes she doesn't know him well enough to tell if he's been hiding something. She shakes her head. Never mind. I'm drunk, I think. Okay, Mario says. I'll get the check. He turns around, the check appears. Lisbeth tries to give him her credit card, but he hands it back without saying anything. Is he upset? Has she ruined the evening? There's no way Yolanda's myriad daily visits to the kitchen and her presence with the Blue Bar staff on their day off is a coincidence. Something is going on. Hey, the text said, indicating a previous conversation, a context. Can you help me with a thing later? The help is sexual. The thing is Yolanda's desire for him, and later is after service at the restaurant. The smutty emoji speaks for itself. Why doesn't Mario ever ask to come to Lisbeth's cottage after work? Because he's dating Yolanda as well. He has Lisbeth for lunch and Yolanda for a midnight snack. Why are you asking me that? That answer isn't a firm no. It isn't any kind of no. Lisbeth wants to press him, but she's not sure she'll believe him if he says he's not seeing anyone else, and she won't be able to bear it if he says yes, he is dating other people because they never explicitly stated that they were exclusive. Mario warned Lisbeth to be careful, but she dove headlong into a new relationship. As if her previous relationship hadn't hurt her badly enough. She's such an idiot. She hasn't learned a thing, and she hasn't changed. Lisbeth makes it out of the restaurant and down to Mario's pickup. Once they're both sitting in the dark truck, he looks at her. What's going on, Heartbreaker? Don't call me that, she says, though she loves the nickname. Do you want to come back to my place so we can talk this through? Or would you like me to take you home? Lisbeth stares into her lap. Talk this through. That seems to indicate there's something to talk through. Of course there is. All Lisbeth can see when she closes her eyes is Yolanda jumping into Mario's arms at home plate, Yolanda kissing him right on the lips. And the blasted text, hey, can you help me with a thing later? That hideous emoji face, it's the emoji that bothers her the most. Home, please. They drive in silence to Bear Street, and Lisbeth can feel the cab of the truck filling with his confusion. But he says nothing, and she's grateful. When they pull into her driveway, she knows she can still salvage things. Invite him in, hope he stays the night. But instead she says, I haven't been careful. I let myself feel too much too soon. And because of what happened with JJ, I need to take a step back. It's for my own mental well-being. Mario covers her hand with his. I'm feeling a lot of things too, Lisbeth. Lisbeth shakes her head. You're not feeling the same things I'm feeling. Mario laughs. You don't know that. Why did you ask if I was seeing other people? Lisbeth shrugs. She can't say Yolanda's name. It's just a sense I get. Your sense is wrong. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Lisbeth thinks. I can't get hurt again, Mario. Lisbeth, come on. How about a little faith? She glares out the windshield at her tiny shingled cottage, a cottage she bought with someone else. She had faith once upon a time. It didn't work out. Mario sighs. Is it okay if I walk you to the door? She doesn't answer, but he does it anyway, giving Lisbeth one last chance to change course. Why can't she just treat this relationship like an easygoing summer romance with great sex, water views, and delicious meals? It started out that way, but then there were the roses he brought her in the Tom and Jerry jelly jar, and the lunch when he cried, telling Lisbeth about his cousin Hector, who died of liver cancer. At another lunch, Lisbeth was so tired that she skipped sex and skipped eating and just fell asleep on Mario's bed. And she woke up an hour later to him kissing her eyelids, and he handed her a brown paper bag with a homemade pain bagnat for her to take back to the hotel. She thinks about how he called Christina Tina, and how he never starts the car unless she has her seatbelt fastened, and how he holds her face when he kisses her, his fingertips always grazing her earlobes. All of these things accumulated, and now, suddenly, Lisbeth finds herself losing her grip on her good sense. Something secret is going on with Yolanda. Maybe it's unspoken or unpursued, but there's a fondness, a flirtation, and Lisbeth is both jealous and disappointed in herself for being jealous. She has to get out. Now. Mario gives her a kiss that is tender enough to make her change her mind, and she nearly relents. How can she give this up? But in the end, she pulls away. Good night, Mario. Good night, heartbreaker, he says. July 25th, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. Good morning. I just want to let you know how encouraging it is that the world has discovered the hotel and that reservations are where they should be, at 100% occupancy. The reviews on the Travel Tatler website are a testament to everyone's hard work and dedication. But this week, one staff member was mentioned above all others, and once again that was Alessandra Powell. Keep up the good work, everyone. XD. Every time Grace sees Alessandra enter a gentleman's guest room at night, she steers clear. Alessandra is sleeping with the guests, Mr. Brownlee, Mr. Yamaguchi, Dr. Romano, in exchange for them writing Travel Tatler reviews that specifically mention her, a ploy that has so far earned her $4,000 in bonus money. However, when Grace sees Alessandra go up the side stairs with a man named Bone Williams, she gets a dreadful feeling. She's annoyed by this. The last person she wants to rescue is the little witchy witch Alessandra, but her foreboding is too strong to ignore. When Bone Williams checked in, Grace saw flashing red lights and heard an obnoxious alarm sounding, but she chalked this up to toxic masculinity. Bone, what a name, she thought, another man referencing his penis. He arrived on the first car ferry of the day, stormed into the lobby at 9:30, and asked Edie why the hell there was no valet parking and what was he supposed to do with his Corvette Stingray because he couldn't just leave it on the street. Edie was the model of calm patience. She told Mr. Williams that the hotel had only 12 parking spots, and those were reserved for people staying in the suites. Bone then told Edie with a barely concealed snarl that he had tried to get a suite, but they were all booked. "You can't penalize me for that." Bone Williams was on the short side but very muscular. He probably lifted. Grace would put him at 35 or so, which felt young for his level of entitlement. "My room had better be ready." "It's 9:30, Edie said. "Our guaranteed check-in time is 3 p.m., but we'll do our best to get you in long before that, Mr. Williams." 3 o'clock? Bone shouted. "You have got to be," he swallowed a word, "kidding me." "We have a complimentary continental breakfast, which you can enjoy on the porch, or I can have it delivered to you at the adult pool," Edie said. "Or, if you'd like to stroll into town for breakfast, we highly recommend the Lemon Press on Main Street." "I'm not strolling anywhere," Bone said. "I want to check into my room, not wander the property like a hobo when I've paid good money to stay here. And I need a secure spot for my stingray." "I'll contact you as soon as your room has been cleaned," Edie said. "Unfortunately, the guests in that room haven't checked out yet." "Don't give me that crap," Bone said. "Let me speak to your manager." At this point, Edie smiled. "Certainly." She turned to Alessandra. "Mr. Williams, this is Alessandra Powell, our front desk manager." Alessandra said, "You drive a Corvette Stingray? Wasn't that the pace car for last year's Indy 500? Bone's demeanor instantly changed. "It was, yes." He slid over to Alessandra's position at the desk and drank in her appearance. Her hair was braided with a hydrangea blue scarf woven through, and she was wearing the white eyeliner and eye crystals that seemed to mesmerize every man she spoke to, including Bone Williams. "Hey, your name tag is upside down." He did the unfunny shtick of craning his neck, trying to read it. "Alessandra." Grace gave a ghostly eye roll. Every single man Alessandra has checked in this summer has said exactly the same thing. Alessandra jotted something down on a yellow sticky note, and Grace read it over her shoulder. "Yes," followed by a phone number. "I'm fairly certain that the couple staying in Suite 217 have come with bicycles only," Alessandra says, "so let me see if you might be able to use their parking spot." "Oh man," Bone said, "that would be amazing." He plunked down his Centurion card and his driver's license, which gave a Park Avenue address in New York City. "Humph," Grace thought. "I'm afraid Edie was correct about your check-in," Alessandra said. "But a Bloody Mary by our pool is a very pleasant way to start your Nantucket vacation, and I can pop out in a little while to check on you." Alessandra ran the Centurion card and matched the picture on his license to his face with a wink. Bone softened like a butter statue in the sun. Grace had learned about butter statues from listening to Lisbeth. It was a Minnesota thing. "I don't care about the room. Just please tell me you'll have dinner with me tomorrow night at Topper's. I'll take you up there in the Ray, but I can't promise I'll stick to the speed limit." Alessandra pressed the sticky note to Bone's license before handing it back. "I'm afraid dating the guests is against our rules. I wish I could. I love Toppers, and who wouldn't want to ride in that car?" Bone read the sticky note and grinned. "My loss, then," he said. "Figured it couldn't hurt to ask." Alessandra secured Suite 217's parking spot for Bone Williams's Corvette, and Grace assumes they did go for dinner at Topper's. Now, Grace watches Bone and Alessandra going up the side stairs. Most likely, Alessandra wants to avoid Richie and Adam, who are working in the lobby. When they reach room 310, Bone shoves her inside. Grudgingly, Grace follows them. Bone Williams is drunk. Topper's is a good 10 miles away along the curving Pulpus Road, and Grace shudders to think about him driving home in that sports car in this state. Alessandra, frankly, is lucky to be alive. Bone pushes Alessandra onto the bed and reaches under her dress, a vintage Diane von Furstenberg wrap in a gorgeous print. Alessandra has impeccable taste. Grace has to give her that. Alessandra deftly knocks his hand away and says, "Hey now, play nice." "You ordered a $500 Barolo at dinner," he says. "You owe me." "You asked me to pick the wine," Alessandra says. "You told me you wanted something extraordinary. And, as I'm sure a man like you knows, extraordinary comes at a price." If I was on a budget, you should have told me." "Budget?" Bones says like it's a dirty word. He pulls Alessandra across the bed toward him as she tries to scoot to the other side. "You little whore." He rips open the front of her dress, and Grace winces but doesn't intervene. Some people like rough sex. She has been haunting the hotel long enough to know this. When Bone unzips his pants, Alessandra says, "No. I'm saying no. I'm leaving, Bone." "You're not going anywhere," Bone says. He grabs Alessandra's wrists and pins them over her head. Despite Alessandra's thrashing, she isn't screaming, so she must be worried about getting caught. Bone holds her tight. He reaches up her skirt. This is such a drastic situation that Grace knows lights and music and the shades won't stop him. She coils all of her energy until it's as dangerous as a packed snowball with an icy core and hits Bone Williams in the jaw. Bone staggers back, giving Alessandra a chance to scramble off the bed. When he grabs her shin, she kicks him in the face, bloodying his nose. She runs out the door and down the hall to the third-floor storage closet, where she catches her breath and assesses the damage. She has bracelets of red fingerprints around her wrists. Her dress is in shreds. She has lost a shoe. Alessandra strips down and puts on one of the hotel robes and a pair of slippers. Tears are streaming down her face, and when she wipes them away, she stares at her fingers as though she can't figure out why they're wet. She peeks out the closet door. She wisely decides not to go past room 310, instead sneaking down the stairs at the opposite end of the building and, from there, out into the night. "You owe me one, Missy," Grace thinks. She feels depleted. She's getting too old for this. But even so, Grace can't help heading right back to room 310 to mess with Bone Williams's lights, play Tiffany's "I Think We're Alone Now" at top volume, raise and lower his shades, and blow Arctic air into the space where his heart is supposed to be. Chapter 18. Last Friday of the month, July. The first shot of Shelley Carpenter's July Instagram post is of a mannequin bust sitting on an antique trunk in slanting rays of sunlight, and Lisbeth wonders if maybe she has the wrong account. But then she double-checks the header and reads the caption. "Ah," she thinks. She clicks on the link in the bio just as Adam, who has come to the hotel specifically so he can dish with them, and Edie step into her office. Together, they read, "Hotel Confidential" by Shelley Carpenter, July 29th, 2022. Sea Castle Bed and Breakfast, Hyannisport, Massachusetts. 3 keys. Hello again, friends. There are bed and breakfast people, and then there is yours truly. However, in the spirit of reviewing every kind of lodging, I bring to you my thoughts on the Sea Castle B&B in the bustling hamlet of Hyannisport, Massachusetts, on storied old Cape Cod. Sea Castle is a Victorian mansion that was restored by its owners to meticulous period detail in 2015. It has 8 guest rooms and a first-floor living and dining common area that offers a breakfast of champions each morning between 8 and 9. My room, on the 2nd floor, had a king-size canopy bed that was so high off the ground, an actual wooden step was provided. There were, in my humble opinion, too many layers of bed linens for summertime: a top sheet, a velveteen blanket, a duvet, and a heavy brocade coverlet. The other furnishings were straight out of grandmother's house in a fairy tale: an Eastlake dresser covered with a faintly stained doily, a rocking chair, and a trunk at the foot of the bed. When I opened the trunk, I found a bald, featureless bust that startled me so badly, I dropped the lid of the trunk and smashed a finger. What was a head and torso doing in the trunk of my room? When I asked the proprietress, she told me the original owner of the house had been a milliner, and that was her hatmaker's dummy. This, friends, is my #1 issue with a B&B. You're living in someone else's home. I felt churlish asking that the head and shoulders be removed. However, ask I did. The bathroom was tiny with no surface for toiletries, so I placed mine on the back of the toilet, a decision that landed my moisturizer in the bowl. The bathroom had a fuzzy pink rug, and friends, you know how I feel about rugs or carpeting of any kind in bathrooms. The sink's drain was sluggish, and the shower, while giving decent pressure, was subject to sudden drastic changes in temperature, probably due to the Hubertsons on the same floor flushing their toilet. Although I bristled at the strict timetable for breakfast, I was in my seat promptly at 8. The proprietress brought out freshly squeezed orange juice and a fruit salad that included blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, sliced peaches, and fresh figs. She won me over with the figs. The main course was a mushroom, herb, and gooey brie frittata with a side of crisp bacon and a golden hash brown patty. Also on offer were banana pecan muffins and cheddar scones. The breakfast was the most delicious I've eaten in my life. Yes, friends, better than the croissant with butter and apricot jam at the Shangri-La in Paris. Better than the congee at the Raffles in Singapore. But my infatuation with the food was mitigated by the need to chat with the proprietress and the Hubertsons about which shop in town had the best Panouche fudge and how much of a ripoff the whale-watching trips were. By the end of the meal, I was longing for the freedom and anonymity of a proper hotel. In the end, I balanced the mediocrity of the Sea Castle accommodations, the sluggish drain, the unsettling contents of the trunk, against the extraordinary breakfast, and I arrived at 3 keys. Those of you who love quilts, stained glass, oak sideboards, cross-stitch, green apple-scented candles, country charm, and good-hearted chit-chat may have arrived at 4 keys, but on this point, we'll have to differ. Stay well, friends, and do good. S.C.
I can't believe she went to a bed and breakfast, Adam says. Has she ever done that before? Next thing you know, she'll be reviewing Airbnbs.
I thought she was harsh, Edie says. My mom wanted to buy the Winter Street Inn a few years ago when Mitzi Quinn put it up for sale, but my dad talked her out of it. It's a lot of work, running those places. I like bed and breakfasts. I think they're quaint and cozy.
Adam groans. Death by cross-stitch.
Lisbeth happens to agree with Adam, but she won't weigh in. She has something bigger on her mind. Hyannisport, she says. Shelley Carpenter is getting closer. Chapter 19. The Blanket, the Belt, the Burglary.
August 1st, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. Happy August, team. I'm pleased to offer this week's $1,000 bonus to a different staff member, Raul Wasserman Ramirez. Raul's excellent service at the bell stand was extolled by a large family who recently stayed with us. He went above and beyond the call of duty to meet their needs and always had a smile. That's what I like to hear. I'll be seeing you all in just a few weeks. XD.
August is the least favorite month of most people who work in the summer service industry, and Lisbeth is no exception. July is merely a dress rehearsal for the flat-out theater of the absurd production that is August. That was true at the deck. Every table, every night was booked with a VIP. Lisbeth once had to say no to Blake Shelton and Gwen Stefani requesting a table for 8 because she simply couldn't bump one of her regulars. But it killed her to do it. At the hotel, August is just as full as July. You can't get any fuller than full. But the clientele is more demanding. A woman named Diane Brickley insists that Edie rent her the room you keep vacant for VIP walk-ins. Edie comes to Lisbeth and says, I need your help. Alessandra is on lunch. Still? Lisbeth says. Alessandra has been pushing the envelope where lunch is concerned. The day before, she was gone for 90 minutes. And when Lisbeth spoke to her about it, Alessandra shrugged and said, Fire me. Which, of course, Lisbeth couldn't do. Not in August. Lisbeth pokes her head out her office door. Diane Brickley is, Lisbeth would guess, nearly 80 years old. She looks like one of the ladies who eat lunch every day on the patio of the Field and Oar Club. She's wearing a knee-length Nantucket red skirt that she probably bought at Murray's Toggery back in the 1960s. It's faded to pale pink, a yellow slicker, and a rain bonnet. The forecast did call for thunderstorms, but out the front doors of the hotel, Lisbeth sees golden sunshine. There's an antique Nantucket lightship basket hanging from Diane Brickley's forearm. Lisbeth realizes that Diane Brickley is one of the Field and Oar ladies, and she sits on the board of directors at the Nantucket Lightship Basket Museum. She lives at 388 Main Street. "Hello, Mrs. Brickley, it's Lisbeth Keaton." Diane waves a hand. "At least somebody here knows me. I have my daughter visiting with her 4 teenage sons, and I can't handle the noise, the smell, or the mess. Please put me in the room you save for visiting dignitaries." Hotels do not keep rooms vacant for VIP walk-ins. That's a myth. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Brickley," Lisbeth says. "We're full. We don't have a single room available." "Full?" Mrs. Brickley says. "The White Elephant is full, the Beach Club is full, and the Walwinnet is full. But I thought for sure you'd have a room available. Isn't this place haunted?" Guests have been posting their accounts of visits from the ghost of Grace Hadley all over social media. Nothing that Grace does shows up on anyone's camera, but these people get likes and follows and reposts anyway. Derek White, a 4th-grade teacher from Shaker Heights, reported seeing a ghost reflected in his dark bedroom window. He claimed she was wearing one of the hotel bathrobes and a Minnesota Twins cap. A few days later, guest Elaine Backler was applying eyebrow pencil when she saw a floating robe and navy baseball hat in the mirror behind her. Lisbeth is certain Elaine must have heard about Derek's sighting and was corroborating it to stoke intrigue. The detail about the twins cap, though, nags at Lisbeth. She misplaced her own navy Minnesota Twins baseball hat sometime during her first week of work, and it hasn't turned up. The Washington Post calls, then USA Today, but all Lisbeth can tell them for sure is that a chambermaid was killed in a fire at the hotel 100 years earlier. Is Grace Hadley now haunting the hotel? It's anyone's guess, Lisbeth says lightly. The phone rings nonstop. People have started booking rooms for the following summer. Lisbeth wants to tell Mario about this, tell him he was wrong that the hotel might be a flash in the pan. Lisbeth is half full for next June already, but she has consciously avoided any situation in which she might see Mario. She hasn't texted or called. He called her once at midnight, waking her up. It took extreme willpower, but she let the call go to voicemail, and he didn't leave a message. He also sent Beatrice to the front desk with a bakery box, the homemade pizza rolls, the gougere, the donuts, and Lisbeth brought it directly to the break room for everyone else to enjoy. She longs for him every second of every day. Her new obsession is monitoring Yolanda's trips to and from the Blue Bar kitchen. Yolanda seems to go mostly in the morning and the afternoon, and Lisbeth knows that Mario doesn't arrive until 4, or, when he wanted to make out with Lisbeth in her office, 3:30. Yolanda also visits the kitchen in the late afternoon right before service starts, so this is when Lisbeth watches her most closely. Does she seem ravished? Not really. She's as serene as always, and she's never weird or tense around Lisbeth. One day, she stops at the desk and gives Lisbeth an appraising look, and Lisbeth thinks, here it comes. She's going to say, "I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. I hope you can forgive. I never meant to hurt." Yolanda says, "You look like a person in need of a yoga class. How about 30 minutes in Savasana pose?" Lisbeth manages a smile. Although Yolanda is right, Lisbeth can't imagine ever practicing with her again. Not after all this. "I'm fine, thanks," she says. "It's just August." Lisbeth worries beads along a mental string. Mario, Mario, Yolanda, Mario, Yolanda. But then something steals her full attention. It's 11 o'clock on Thursday, August 4th, and the lobby is popping.
Louis is playing Mr. Tennant from room 201 in chess, and the match is so close, there's a little crowd around them. It includes Richie and an exasperated Kimber Marsh, who are waiting for Louis to finish so they can all go to the 167 Raw food truck for tuna burgers and then to Cisco Beach. Edie is on the phone with the galley trying to secure a beachfront lunch reservation for room 110, and Alessandra is calling the Highline to make a reservation for the Keenan family, who somehow neglected to arrange for their transport home. Lisbeth is about to head to the percolator. It will be her 8th cup of coffee, which is a lot, even for her, when she notices a woman enter the lobby. This woman is dressed in the best kind of casual way: cute jeans, a white blouse that's as crisp as paper, and gladiator sandals. She's rolling in a hunter green Away carry-on, which is the exact same bag that Lisbeth travels with. Her dark hair is cut in a bob at her jawline, and she's wearing chic glasses. None of this is particularly remarkable, but Lisbeth gets a feeling. The woman stops just inside the entrance to the lobby to look around. She whips out her phone and begins to take pictures and type notes. Lisbeth hurries over. "Welcome to the Hotel Nantucket," she says. Adam always sings this. It's a fun touch, but Lisbeth can't pull it off. "May I help with your bag?" "Thank you," the woman says. She follows Lisbeth to the desk, where she pulls out her Washington, D.C. driver's license and a Delta SkyMiles Platinum American Express, both in the name of Claire Underwood. Claire Underwood. Washington, D.C. House of Cards, Lisbeth thinks. Lisbeth and JJ watched all 6 seasons. Here's what Lisbeth has been waiting for: an inside joke alias. Lisbeth tries to act natural. She wishes that she could let Edie and Alessandra and Raoul and Adam and Zeke know that Shelley Carpenter is in the house. They should have come up with a secret signal word like Amsterdam or unicycle. Why did Lisbeth not think to do that? They all knew this day would come. Shelley posted her review of the bed and breakfast in Hyannisport only 5 days earlier. Maybe she popped over to the Vineyard to check out the Winnetou or the Charlotte Inn, and now she's here on Nantucket. She's purposely arrived at 11 in the morning, which is the most frenetic time of the day because of guests checking out. Lisbeth quickly reviews the reservation. 3 nights in a standard deluxe room, paid in full, booked on July 5th, the day of Lisbeth's first date with Mario, she can't help thinking. Claire Underwood booked long before all the brouhaha about the ghost. Lisbeth says, "It's so wonderful to have you staying with us, Ms. Underwood. Are you visiting Nantucket for any special reason?" Claire/maybe Shelley smiles. "Just a quick getaway," she says. "I was curious about the hotel." Lisbeth bites her lower lip to keep from giving Claire/maybe Shelley an unhinged grin. "There are a few things you should know about our property. Technically, check-in is at 3. I understand," Claire/maybe Shelley says. "But I'll try to get you into your room as soon as possible." Lisbeth goes on to tell Claire/maybe Shelley about the adult pool and the wellness center, and then she hands Claire/maybe Shelley a copy of the Blue Book. "This lists all of our recommendations for shopping, restaurants, beaches, galleries, bars, and nightlife. If you have any requests, please let me know." Lisbeth realizes with horror that she has forgotten to introduce herself. "I'm Lisbeth Keaton, the general manager." "I do have some requests, actually," Claire/maybe Shelley says, pulling a piece of paper out of her cute woven clutch. "First off, would it be possible for me to get a room upgrade?" A room upgrade? Lisbeth thinks. The hotel is full. But she understands that Claire/maybe Shelley has to ask. It's what savvy travelers and famous hotel bloggers do. How will they ever get the 5th key if Lisbeth can't accommodate this request? They won't, is the answer. Then Lisbeth realizes that they do have one free room, Xavier's suite, which is awaiting his arrival on August 24th. Richie has asked Lisbeth why she doesn't rent the room out since they know Xavier's dates, and Lisbeth said she wouldn't feel right. Xavier asked her to hold it for him. He's been paying the nightly rate all summer. Lisbeth is certain that the day she agrees to let someone take Xavier's suite, Xavier will appear out of the blue for a surprise visit. But Shelley Carpenter is a special case. I bought the hotel to impress 2 women. If Lisbeth doesn't offer Shelley the owner's suite, she reasons, Xavier will be furious. I can upgrade you to the owner's suite, Lisbeth says, and she watches Claire/maybe Shelley's eyebrows lift. Excellent, thank you, Claire/maybe Shelley says. I also have these requests. She slides the piece of paper across the desk. Thursday, 7:30 p.m., Pearl bar seat. Friday, 7 o'clock p.m., Nautilus bar seat. Saturday, 8 o'clock p.m., Blue bar seat. 4-door Jeep Wrangler hardtop Saturday. Please also arrange pickup of charcuterie platter from Petrichor. Stand-up paddle lesson, Friday noon. Tour of Cisco Brewers, Friday, 5 o'clock p.m. Yoga class before 10 o'clock a.m., Friday through Sunday. I'll handle all this right away, Lisbeth says. She's relieved the deck isn't on Claire/maybe Shelley's list. Do you have any other luggage? I'll have Zeke, our bellman, bring it up to you right away. No, Claire/maybe Shelley says, just this. Well then, give me a few minutes to have housekeeping prepare your room and I'll walk you up myself. We have complimentary Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee in the percolator. Fantastic, Claire/maybe Shelley says. I missed my coffee this morning, and I love percolated coffee. It's such a nice touch. A cheer goes up from the chess match. Louis has beaten Mr. Tennant. Lisbeth takes this as a good omen. The hotel will win Claire/maybe Shelley over. They will get the 5th key. What's not a good omen is the icy silence on the other end of the telephone line when Lisbeth calls Magda to tell her to prepare the owner's suite, 317, for a guest check-in. That's Xavier's suite, Magda says. Mr. Darling's, yes, Lisbeth says, but since he's not here, I would strongly advise against putting anyone in Xavier's suite, Magda says. He's paying to keep it empty. Shelley Carpenter is here, Lisbeth whispers. She asked for an upgrade. Magda clears her throat. You're sure it's her? Beyond a shadow of a doubt? No one is ever sure, but there's been more than one indication. Fine. Give us 15 minutes to stock the minibar, dust, and plump the pillows for Ms. Carpenter. You need to do more than that, Lisbeth says. You need to run through the checklist. What if there are cobwebs? What if the windows stick? What if the sound system is doing that funny stuttering thing? And make sure the pens work and that the sink drains properly. Perhaps you'd like to come up and do my job for me? Magda asks, and Lisbeth presses her lips together. Lisbeth suspects that, although she is Magda's boss, Magda sees it as the other way around. Not at all, Magda, Lisbeth says. Thank you. She has quietly informed the staff that the woman posing as Claire Underwood, who is staying in Suite 317, might very well be Shelley Carpenter. Lisbeth has also told the staff not to overdo it. The last thing they want is for Claire/maybe Shelley to think her cover is blown and figure out she's receiving special service. If that happens, she won't write the review at all. From the looks of things, Claire/maybe Shelley is having a wonderful time. She drinks the percolated coffee in the morning, takes an interest in Louis's chess matches, raves about her yoga class with Yolanda, rides one of the free bikes into town to shop and get lunch at the Beat. She lounges by the adult pool, takes her tours and lessons, and heads out for her solo dinners stylishly dressed. Lisbeth's favorite look is white jeans, a sleeveless black bodysuit, and leopard print wedges. Late on Saturday afternoon, Claire/maybe Shelley stops by the front desk and says, "Where did you source those blue cashmere blankets? I'd like to get one to take home." "Nantucket Looms," Lisbeth says. She checks the time. "They're closed now, but they open tomorrow at 10. "Darn," Claire/maybe Shelley says. "My flight leaves at 10. "Let me see what I can do," Lisbeth says. She goes to the second-floor housekeeping storage where they keep half a dozen extra blue blankets. Lisbeth wraps one up in hydrangea blue tissue. Is she being too obvious? Too heavy-handed? Will Claire/maybe Shelley see the blanket for what it is? A bribe? Lisbeth takes the risk. and presents Claire/maybe Shelley with the blanket the next morning when she checks out. Claire/maybe Shelley seems genuinely overcome by the gesture. So thoughtful, thank you, her stay at the hotel has been an utter delight. I'm a pretty tough customer, Claire/maybe Shelley says, but I've never been as won over by a hotel stay as I have by this one. Yes, Lisbeth thinks. Yes, 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 yes. After Claire/maybe Shelley walks out the front door, trailing her away carry-on behind her, Lisbeth wants to high-five her staff, but she exercises restraint. They can all celebrate on the last Friday of the month when the Hotel Nantucket becomes the only property to ever receive 5 keys. For now, Lisbeth will remain cautiously optimistic. The next morning, Edie knocks on Lisbeth's office door. Claire Underwood is on the phone and has asked for Lisbeth personally. Something's up. In the housekeeping office, Magda assigns Octavia and Paz the first-floor checkouts, but instead of sending Chad and Bibi to the second floor, she closes the office door. The 2 of you were responsible for the checkout of Suite 317 yesterday, were you not? Magda asks. We were, Chad says. He was, frankly, amazed that Magda assigned him and Bibi, rather than Octavia and Paz, to the owner's suite, but he took it as a vote of confidence. They've been doing good work. But yesterday, only Chad did good work. Bibi was in a foul mood, and when Chad asked her what was wrong, she said that her baby daddy, some dude named Johnny Quarter, had left the state without a trace, and with him went the $500 a month child support payments. She had her aunt report Johnny Quarter to Domestic Relations, who issued a summons. But doing that doesn't get me my money, Bibi said. She spent most of the time in Suite 317 working like a person underwater. The owner's suite was bigger and grander than the other suites in the hotel. The Nantucket night sky mural was painted in finer detail. The library had brass rails and a sliding ladder to reach the upper shelves. There was a separate dressing room, and the second bedroom was an elegant study complete with a built-in desk. On the walls hung prints of the hotel in the early 20th century. There were cream and blue Persian carpets instead of rainbow-hued Annie Selke rugs throughout, and the bathroom included a steam sauna. It was very extra. Why did they rent out this room? Bibi asked. The owner isn't here. I guess they thought Shelley Carpenter showed up, Chad said. I have no idea who that is, Bibi said. She has this Instagram account and blog called Hotel Confidential, he said. Don't you follow her? Why would I follow something called Hotel Confidential? Bibi asked, and Chad thought, because you work in a hotel? But he had to admit he'd never heard of the Hotel Confidential blog until Lisbeth mentioned it during their first staff meeting. Chad checked it out and fell down the rabbit hole, scrolling through a bunch of Shelley's past posts and clicking on her bio to read the reviews. Shelley Carpenter had been everywhere, to the Ngama Mara Safari Camp in Kenya, and the Maleuhana in Anguilla, and Las Ventanas al Paraíso in Cabo. But she also reviewed more modest places, like motels on Route 66 and beach bungalows in Koh Samui, Thailand. The way she described these places was so detailed and precise that Chad felt like he'd been there too. It was exciting to think that she'd been to their hotel. Maybe, no one could be sure. He wondered what she was going to write about the place. Well, it's a thing, she's internet famous, and Lisbeth offered her this suite as an upgrade. Internet famous? Bibi said. She paused. Why don't you do the bathroom long shot? I'll finish the bed. Ms. English says, the guest called to say she left behind a black suede Gucci belt. I went through the suite myself but didn't find it. Ms. English gives them both a death stare. Did either of you see it? I didn't see a Gucci belt, Bibi says, or any belt. Have you checked the laundry? Yes, Barbara, Ms. English says, and both Chad and Bibi stiffen. Has Ms. English ever used Bibi's real name before? No. They're in trouble, Chad thinks. Bibi is in trouble. Bibi took the Gucci belt, of course, just like she lifted Mrs. Daly's Fendi scarf. At some point when Chad was cleaning the bathroom of the owner's suite, he noticed the door had been closed behind him. He heard the vacuum running, and he'd nearly poked his head out to check on Bibi. The reason he hadn't checked on Bibi, he admits to himself now, was that he hadn't wanted to know if she was actually vacuuming or just using the noise as a cover. She was upset about money, the loss of $500 a month, the specter of having to pay a private investigator to track down the baby daddy. The guest in the room, Claire/maybe Shelley, had left a $60 tip, and, as always, Chad told Bibi to just take the whole thing, which she did with her usual attitude of entitlement, even though half of it was rightfully his. But apparently that hadn't been enough. She had taken Claire/maybe Shelley's Gucci belt. "What did the belt look like?" Chad asks. "Black suede with a rose gold double G buckle," Ms. English says. Bibi probably already has it up on eBay or Craigslist, Chad thinks. She'll get $600 because those belts cost close to $800. Chad knows this because his mother has a Gucci belt, and it's an egregious habit of hers to fake complain about exactly how much her wardrobe costs. "This is the second incident I've had with you two where something has gone missing." Bibi glowers at Ms. English, her eyes like two cold, clear marbles. "I bet you haven't asked Octavia and Nevis about it, have you?" "They didn't clean the room," Ms. English says. "But they have a master key," Bibi says. "I'm telling you, they're trying to frame me." This is the same outrageous claim Bibi made last time. It feels like a little kid pointing a finger at the playground. But her face shines with such indignant anger that Chad entertains that possibility for a second. Octavia and Paz seem like nice girls, but what if they are plotting to get Bibi fired? Because he fears that's exactly how this is going to end. "If it doesn't turn up by tomorrow," Chad says, hitting these words hard so Bibi gets the message, "can we just replace it?" "I've already looked online," Ms. English says. "That particular belt, with the rose gold buckle, has been discontinued." She looks from Chad to Bibi and back. "I don't have to remind you that this was a VIP guest. Nor do I have to remind you that if and when a guest accidentally leaves something behind, it does not belong to you. It goes directly to the lost and found." Chad bobs his head while Bibi scowls. He can't believe she isn't more concerned. If she loses her job, she's sunk. "I was crystal clear that this was never to happen again," Ms. English says. "Maybe the ghost disappeared it," Bibi says. "Did you think of that?" "If the belt doesn't turn up by tomorrow, there will be consequences," Ms. English says. "Do you hear me, Barbara?" As Chad and Bibi head up to the second floor with their cleaning cart, Bibi says, "Why do you think she said only my name?" "Bring it back tomorrow, Bibi," Chad says. "We can hide it down in the laundry." "You think I took it too?" Bibi says. "Really, long shot?" She looks so wounded that Chad again wonders if maybe he's wrong. Maybe Bibi didn't take it. Maybe it was Octavia and Nevis. Or possibly, maybe Shelley put it in a side pouch of her luggage, and she'll find it next week when she flies to Dubai or Cartagena, and she'll call the hotel to apologize. Or maybe the person pilfering the luxury goods is Ms. English. Ha, he thinks. No, it's Bibi. When Chad gets home from work, he finds the driveway of his house lined with cars and, parked in Chad's usual spot, a van from the Nantucket Catering Company. He tries to recall the date and realizes it's Monday, August 8th. Are his parents having their annual 8/8 cocktail party despite what happened? The answer is obviously yes, but the fact that neither Paul nor Whitney mentioned it to Chad, did they? Means his presence might not be expected, which is a relief. It also makes what Chad has to do far easier. He enters the house and hears conversation, laughter, strains of Christopher Cross. His mother is having a moment with yacht rock, coming from the deck out back. Chad takes a second to see who's in attendance. Bryce's parents from Greenwich, Jasper's parents from Fisher Island, Paul Winslow's business partner Holden Miller from the Brandywine Group,
and Leith and her friend Divinity, who are wearing matching Love Shack fancy dresses. Chad again racks his brain, but he has no recollection of hearing about this party. He's offended that his parents are having it. He understands they want to proceed as though nothing has happened, but a party? Really? Chad hurries up the stairs. He might tell his parents he skipped the party in protest, or that he didn't feel like he deserved to celebrate the 8th of August, considering what he'd done. He heads into his parents' room, the master suite, which is a universe unto itself. There's the actual bedroom, then there's his mother's sitting room, his father's upstairs study, the palatial marble bathroom complete with jacuzzi tub for 2, and his and her walk-in closets. Chad goes to his mother's closet. He hasn't set foot in here since he was 8 years old when they moved in, and tries to guess where Whitney keeps her belts. Her hanging clothes take up 3 walls of the room, and the 4th wall is floor-to-ceiling cubbies for shoes. There are 64 pairs of shoes here on Nantucket, where a woman could make it through the summer with sneakers, flip-flops, and 1 pair of sandals. He tries not to think about Patty. In the center of the walk-in is a free-form structure of drawers and shelves where Whitney keeps folded things, light sweaters, pashminas, t-shirts, her yoga clothes. There's also a tall, slender dresser by the door. Chad avoids the 2 top drawers, assuming they hold his mother's underwear, and opens the 3rd drawer. It's socks and stockings. The 4th drawer holds clutch purses. There are half a dozen. Chad gets on his knees and opens the 5th drawer, which holds, bingo, belts. They're coiled up like sleeping snakes, and Chad pulls them out one by one. Hermes, Tiffany, Louis Vuitton, and... yes, he just can't believe his luck. He really can't believe it. A black suede Gucci belt with a rose gold double G buckle. He doesn't have to think twice. He takes it. On his way out, he gazes down at the party from his parents' picture window. The sun is setting, making all of the vivacious, well-dressed guests look like they've been dipped in rose gold. He thinks about how easy it would be for him to change into Madras shorts and a pink Oxford and slip through the crowd, shaking hands, making eye contact, saying, "Yes, sir, good to see you, sir. Definitely looking forward to working with my father in September. I can't wait to dive into the world of venture capital." Chad knows he could quit his job tomorrow and be finished with BB's kleptomania and her complaining. He would never have to scrub another toilet, fold another towel, or see another hair wrapped around a bar of soap. He could golf all day, then drink a Mount Gay and tonic and eat mini crab cakes with people who talk only about Wimbledon and their stock portfolios. But he can't pretend May 22nd never happened. He has to do penance. That's what his job at the hotel is all about. It's an atonement. Maybe Patty will never learn about Chad's job, or if he does, maybe he won't care. But Chad is going to keep at it anyway. He likes living a life of purpose. He wraps his mother's belt around his fingers like brass knuckles and heads down the hall to hide in his room. The next morning, Chad leaves for work an hour early. No one notices. His parents and Leith are all still asleep. They were rocking out to Bob Seger and Madonna until almost midnight, and when his mother inevitably knocked on his bedroom door and asked him to, "Come down and make an appearance, please, Chatty, people are asking about you," he said he'd be down in a minute, knowing his mother would forget. And she did. Chad arrives at the hotel at 7 and uses the service entrance, the belt inside an old LL Bean backpack of Leith's that he found in the mudroom. He waits until Joseph, who runs the laundry, goes on a cigarette break. Then he buries the belt in one of the big rolling baskets of dirty linens. Not all superheroes wear capes, he thinks. He's always wanted to say that about himself, but of course, he never had a reason. Until now. At the start of his shift 55 minutes later, Ms. English announces that the Gucci belt has been located in the laundry. "It has?" BB says. "You sound surprised, Barbara," Ms. English says. "Not surprised at all," BB says. She's a liar and a thief, Chad thinks. But he admires her audacity, and he hopes she got a good price for maybe Shelley's belt. I knew it would turn up. Lisbeth finally connects with Heidi Bick, who suggests they go to the Blue Bar for dinner. Lisbeth says, "I will eat literally anywhere else. I have to get out of this building." "But not the deck?" Heidi says. "Not the deck either, I'm sorry." Lisbeth could return to the deck now that Christina is gone. In a weak moment, Lisbeth texted JJ to ask how he was doing, and he replied, "I miss you." Lisbeth had stared at that text long and hard, but she didn't feel angry, she didn't feel sad, and she didn't miss him back. She misses Mario. Lisbeth and Heidi meet at Bar Yoshi on Old South Wharf. They're seated at a high top by the windows that overlook the harbor. The restaurant has a spare, chic vibe with lots of light wood, a floating glass-fronted cabinet that holds the liquor bottles, and excellent woven basket light fixtures. Lisbeth loves this place. She plans to completely overdo it on the sushi. She feels good. She is out, finally, with a girlfriend. Lisbeth orders sake, Heidi a tequila cocktail, which is unusual for her. She's a devoted rosé drinker. "Everything okay?" Lisbeth asks. Heidi's eyes widen. "You mean to tell me you haven't heard the rumors?" "I have no one to hear rumors from," Lisbeth admits. "I'm always at work. I never see anyone from my old life." "Well, I heard you were dating Mario Subiaco," Heidi says. "Someone saw the two of you at the Pearl." Their drinks arrive, and Lisbeth raises her sake glass to Heidi's highball. "I'm glad we did this." They touch glasses and drink. Heidi inhales nearly half her cocktail in one gulp. "The thing with Mario didn't work out," Lisbeth says. "It was a good rebound, though, right?" Heidi says. "He's so hot, and such a legend." Lisbeth doesn't want to talk about how hot or legendary Mario is. "So tell me about the rumors," she says. "I'm ready." But as it turns out, Lisbeth is not ready. "You remember how I told you Michael was up here all spring by himself working on a project? He and this guy from his office, Rafe, want to splinter off and start their own company." Lisbeth definitely remembers that Michael was here alone. Oh, does she? "Well, when I showed up in June, I found an eyeshadow in my makeup drawer that wasn't mine." "Oh," Lisbeth says. She already doesn't like where this story is going. "Then I found a pair of Renee Calvilla stilettos in my closet, size 6. "What?" Lisbeth thinks. There's only one woman brave enough to wear Renee Calvilla stilettos here on Nantucket, Lyric Layton, Heidi's best friend. In her life before husband, children, and yoga, Lyric was a shoe model in New York. "Lyric?" she says. "And then I found a positive pregnancy test tucked into the pages of the book on my nightstand." "You did not," Lisbeth says. "As I'm sure you've heard, Lyric is newly pregnant with her 4th. Lisbeth has not heard. The hotel really is a fortress. "So, you think there was something going on between Michael and Lyric?" This is smoking hot, scandalous news. No wonder Heidi is drinking tequila. Along with curiosity, Lisbeth feels relief that the mistress wasn't Alessandra. "That's what I thought, yes. That's how someone wanted to make it look." "So, it wasn't Lyric?" Lyric swears not. She said if she and Michael were having an affair, there would be no way she would leave those things behind for me to find. Right, Lisbeth thinks. No way. Heidi throws back another healthy swallow of her drink. "We have a key to the Layton's house labeled on a hook in our mudroom. Michael thinks someone from his company found out that he and Rafe were planning on leaving and set out to sabotage him." Lisbeth blinks. "Michael thinks the guy he called to fix our Wi-Fi was actually a spy who saw the key because, you know, the router is in our mudroom, and this guy burgled the Layton house while they were out and then planted those things in our house. Michael thinks the cable guy did it? Internet guy." "Wow," Lisbeth says. She brings her sake to her lips. Her guard is back up. There's no chance a man would know to plant an eyeshadow, shoes, and a pregnancy test. Well, I guess you're relieved it has nothing to do with Lyric. Yes, definitely, Heidi says, though it did real damage to our friendship. She's angry that I suspected her. Heidi leans in. But you have to admit, it's a hard story to swallow that the internet guy set Michael up. Lisbeth nods. Very hard to swallow, she thinks, like a handful of steel screws hard to swallow. Heidi sighs. But Michael is in the world of petroleum, and you know how ruthless that is. Is it the kind of ruthless that would stick someone else's pregnancy test inside a book on Heidi's nightstand? Lisbeth wonders. Or plant a different brand of eyeshadow? A different type of shoe? No, Lisbeth thinks. It wasn't the internet guy, and it wasn't Lyric. It could have been some woman that Michael was sleeping with, a woman he met on the ferry and decided to let stay a while because it was a raw, chilly spring on Nantucket, and he was always up for a little action with a beautiful woman, and because Michael essentially gambled for a living, and because this other woman was wily and had no morals. Alessandra saw the key to the Laytons' house, and she'd probably gathered through eavesdropping or casual conversation that the Laytons next door were close friends, and she burgled the Laytons' house so that when she vacated the premises, Heidi would think Michael was sleeping with Lyric. I'm having the ramen, Heidi says. What about you? I haven't even looked. I want sushi. But Lisbeth can't think about sushi. She isn't sure what to do. Should she tell Heidi what Alessandra said about meeting a friend on the High Line back in April and staying with him on Hulbert Avenue? Should she describe following Alessandra by bike and being caught by Alessandra right in front of Heidi's house? Should she then mention how Alessandra is a casual liar who showed up with sketchy references, all of them European, like she's the talented Ms. Ripley? Should she tell Heidi how Alessandra is so startlingly beautiful that she's managed to overwhelm the hotel's male guests? It's a proper quandary, one meant for an advice column. If I suspect a friend's husband was cheating on her with someone I know, do I tell her? Or do I let her believe that it wasn't a mistress, but rather a revenge plotted by her husband's nefarious work colleagues? The affair, Lisbeth reasons, is over. Heidi and Michael are settling back into their summertime routine of beach and tennis and driving the kids to camp and going out to dinner. Who is Lisbeth to disrupt their lives on a hunch? She has no actual proof it was Alessandra. But one thing is for sure, Lisbeth is going to start watching Alessandra more closely. The spicy tuna roll looks good, Lisbeth says, and let's get some sashimi. August 8th, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. Good morning, all. This week on Travel Tackler, I noted a lovely review of our hotel that expressly mentioned Bellman Ezekiel English. This guest praised Ezekiel's intimate knowledge of the island, including the recommendation of stubbies to satisfy our guest's late-night case of the munchies. Outstanding job, Ezekiel. XD. Edie and Zeke are, once again, eating ice cream together in the break room when Raoul pops his head in and says, "Congrats, Zeke. You won the bonus this week." "I did?" Zeke says. And Edie thinks, "He did?" They check their phones, and sure enough, there's the letter from Xavier. Zeke laughs. Those guests were plastered. They'd just gotten back from the chicken box, and the dude was starving. I guess he assumed there would be chicken at the chicken box. Edie offers a lame smile that Zeke doesn't seem to notice. But since we all know there is not one piece of chicken at the chicken box, I sent them to Stubby's, and he wrote about it. Ha! Ha, Edie thinks. Her crush on Zeke has only grown more excruciating with each passing day, but that doesn't stop her from feeling bitter that he won the money for recommending Stubby's, which is essentially Nantucket's version of a McDonald's drive-thru. "Why were you even working Night Bell?" she asks. "Where was Adam?" "It was the night he and Raoul went to the White Heron to see that play," Zeke says. "I covered Adam's shift." He deserves the money, Edie thinks. He worked a double so Adam and Raoul could have a date night. She feels resentful that she can't even be properly resentful. Zeke tosses his nearly full bowl of ice cream into the trash. "I'm going to run to Indian Summer and see about a new longboard," he says. He gives Edie's shoulders a squeeze. "Your boy is hyped." Edie would normally be glowing from the half hug and the use of the term "your boy," but once Zeke leaves, Edie feels bereft. Then, something on her phone catches her attention. August 8th, 2022. Abigail Rashish, Cornell School of Hotel Administration, alumni Facebook page. Warning to my fellow hoteliers, and especially to anyone who shares my obsession with Shelley Carpenter. I assume this means everyone. There's a woman at large who is imitating Shelley Carpenter. She shows up solo and presents IDs in various obvious aliases. When she checked into the Woodstock Inn, where I've recently been promoted to FDM, her ID said Diana Spencer. She asked for a room upgrade, presented a written list of requests, and did that thing of trying to subtly take photos and type notes into her phone. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was completely fooled. I bent over backward to get Diana Spencer a room upgrade, and I even gifted her a bathrobe after she asked where we sourced them. I was aghast when Diana Spencer called the next day to say that she'd left a Prada raffia tote behind. We couldn't find the tote. Our housekeeping staff hadn't seen it, but nevertheless, we offered to replace it, which cost us over $1,000. Of course we replaced it. We were dealing with Shelley Carpenter, or so we thought. Then, a couple days later, I heard from classmate Chasey Peck, class of 21, who's the concierge at Round Pond in Kennebunkport, Maine. Chasey had a woman come in with an ID that said Miranda Priestley, and who went through the same motions with room upgrade, list of requests, and sourcing questions in order to get free merch. A day after Miranda Priestley checked out, she called Round Pond claiming to have left behind a gold Tiffany tea bangle. And when the housekeeping staff couldn't find it, they too replaced it free of charge. This woman is not Shelley Carpenter. She's a con artist. I'm posting this so that no other hotel falls for her ploy. Shelley Carpenter has the dubious distinction of becoming such a phenom that she now has an imitator. Could this day get any worse? Edie wonders. She too tosses her ice cream and goes to knock on Lisbeth's office door. Lisbeth reads the Facebook post and groans. Are you kidding me? When Chad hears the news, he can't wait to tell BB. Maybe Shelley, the woman who stayed in the owner's suite, was an imposter and there was no missing Gucci belt. It was a scam. So now you believe I didn't take it? BB says. I'm sorry, Chad says. I just couldn't figure out. And I know you like nice things. I'm not a thief, long shot, BB says. I have a daughter. I need to set an example. I thought maybe you did it because you needed the money. I do need the money, BB says. She narrows her eyes at him. If it was a scam, then where did the belt that Ms. English found in the laundry come from? Chad is tempted to say, must have belonged to someone else, but instead he blurts out the truth. That belt was my mom's. I took it from her and planted it in the laundry because I didn't want you to get in trouble. Chad isn't sure what kind of response he's expecting. Maybe a thank you, maybe aren't you sweet. But BB just barks out a hard one-syllable laugh. Who's the thief now? She says. Chapter 20. Good kind of trouble. Edie sends out 10 resumes to other hotels, including the Little Nell in Aspen. Edie's mother, Love, worked there in the 90s, and the Breakers in Palm Beach. Edie has decided to work somewhere else only for the winter season because she wants to come back to the Hotel Nantucket next summer. Lisbeth has told her they're already full for certain weeks in June and July. Zeke said he's coming back next year as well. He's going to spend the winter surfing in Costa Rica, and Adam and Raoul are returning. The only person who hasn't committed to coming back is Alessandra. Maybe she'll turn tail and run back to Italy, Edie thinks. Although she has to admit, Alessandra has mellowed a bit recently. Adam told Zeke that Alessandra has been staying in every night, eating dinner in her room with the door closed. "Something happened with her, I think," Adam said, "but she won't tell us what." Edie is on the desk one gloriously hot and sunny afternoon by herself. Alessandra is at lunch, and everyone else is at the beach or the pool, or biking to Sconset for ice cream, or hiding from the sun at the Whaling Museum. Edie has a moment to check her phone just to see if all 10 of her cover letters and resumes went through on her email. And that's when she sees the Venmo request from Graydon for $1,000. Edie huffs out a short, indignant laugh. The nerve of him. No, really, the nerve. Edie isn't sure why. Maybe because she now has a plan for her future. Maybe because working the desk has made her more confident. Maybe because she has Lisbeth as a role model. But she decides in that moment that she has had it. She will be bullied no longer. She deletes the Venmo request and sends Graydon a text. "We're finished. Leave me alone." 3 dots surface on the text stream immediately, and Edie gets a hot, prickly feeling as she imagines Graydon typing. His response? "Pay me, or I'll send the videos to all of your prospective employers." Edie gasps softly and looks around the lobby. It's cool and serene. Jack Johnson is singing about turning the whole thing upside down. Edie hears splashing from the family pool and a moped going by out on Easton Street. She starts to shake. How does Graydon know about her resumes going out? Well, he must have access to her emails and maybe her texts as well, maybe her entire cloud. Did she ever give him the password? No, but it wouldn't be difficult to guess. Nantucket Girl 127, her birthday. She's tempted to call him, but that will end one of 2 ways, with her screaming or with her crying and begging. He knows she has student loan payments. He knows Edie and Love's financial future is uncertain. Love actually asked Lisbeth if she could use one more person on the desk. Love did it under the pretense of offering help, but she needs the money. And Lisbeth snapped her up, so now Edie's mother is going to be working 1 night shift a week to give Richie a break. Graydon also knows that Edie's shame about what she did, what she agreed to, is deep and painful, and that she'll do anything to conceal it. Through the blur of tears, Edie takes inventory of the lobby. No one needs her. The phones are quiet. Zeke is stationed by the door in case of emergency. Edie runs to the break room, and as soon as the door closes behind her, tears fall. "Edie?" a voice says. "Are you okay?" Alessandra is sitting at the counter with some kind of craft project in front of her. Both this and the unexpected concern in Alessandra's voice stop Edie from going into a full-blown meltdown. "Fine," Edie says, wiping quick fingertips under her eyes. She approaches Alessandra as she would a venomous snake and peers at the project before her. It's an 18-inch frame, the inside of which is spread with some kind of adhesive. Alessandra is pressing in broken pieces of pottery and colored glass. She has only half the square completed, but from where Edie is standing, it looks kind of like... Alessandra says, "I'm making a mosaic." "I didn't know you were crafty," Edie says, and this makes Alessandra laugh. "I'm not, particularly," Alessandra says. "I just wanted to try my hand at this. It's harder than it looks. You have to lay down the pieces and hope that when you step back, it makes the hole you're looking for." "It's a woman's face," Edie says. "It looks like you. Is it you?" Alessandra shrugs. "I've always thought of mosaic as this big metaphor for my life," she says. "All these jagged, incongruous pieces." She holds up a small shard of milky jade green glass. "These are like the things that happen to you. But if it's laid out a certain way and if you take a step back from it, it makes sense." Edie thinks about her own life, growing up the beloved child of 2 wonderful parents on an island where she felt safe and nurtured and championed, where she was such a success academically that she was accepted to an Ivy League college. Cornell was its own dreamscape. Edie loved the hotel school, her classes, her professors, the guest lecturers from New York City and Zurich and Singapore, and the natural beauty surrounding the campus. There was nowhere prettier than Cascadilla Gorge in the autumn. But then, in January of her junior year, Edie returned from her facilities management lecture to find Love and the dean of students sitting together on the bench in front of her dorm. When they saw Edie approaching, they both stood up, and Edie nearly turned and ran. She knew her mother hated to drive on the mainland, especially in winter. Edie's father was the one who always brought her back and forth. He had dropped her off just a few weeks earlier. Love never would have made the 7-hour trip from Hyannis to Ithaca under anything but urgent circumstances. There was also an unfamiliar expression on Love's face, a mixture of grief and dread. Edie dropped her backpack on the path and raced into her mother's arms, knowing before Love even said the words that her father was dead. Edie took 10 days off from school, and when she returned, she had acquired the questionable mystique and celebrity of someone who had undergone a tragic loss. Students whom Edie knew only tangentially, including Graydon Spires, the most popular and successful student in the hotel school, offered condolences. Everyone talked about Graydon's poise, his charm, his silver tongue, his social savvy. Edie's best friend, Charisse, once remarked, "It's almost freakish the way he always says the right thing." And not only did he say the right thing, Edie learned as she got to know him, he also always struck the right emotional note. He wasn't a conversational skater. He didn't speak simply to fill silence. He didn't do small talk. He listened and responded in a genuine and intelligent way. When he turned his light on Edie, asking her out for a midnight snack of burgers and coffee at Jack's, "I'm guessing you're not sleeping much these days," she fell in love. They grew close very quickly, too quickly, Charisse said. She was offended by Edie's sudden abandonment. Within days of the date at Jack's, Edie was always with Graydon. When junior year ended, they both accepted summer jobs at Castle Hill in Newport, Rhode Island. They worked at the hotel's front desk and found they were dynamic together. The atmosphere in the lobby all summer was electrifying. The air crackled with the barely sublimated sexual and romantic energy between Edie and Graydon. They tried to outdo each other in customer service in a good-natured way, and the guests and management ate it up. They scheduled Wednesdays off together when they did all the Newporty things, went to Annie's for lunch, hung out on Thames Street, did the cliff walk, sailed on the hotel's Sunfish, biked around Fort Adams. Edie couldn't believe how Graydon had appeared just when she needed him most. She imagined the life they would have after they graduated. They would work together in hotels in Alaska, Australia, the Azores. They would climb their way up the corporate ladder at a major hotel chain, or they would start their own hotel chain. They would get married and have babies. When they returned to Ithaca for their senior year, Edie was tapped to be the student director of the Statler Hotel, a very, very big deal. When Edie told Graydon, she expected him to pick her up and swing her around like it was the end of the war in a movie. She thought he'd take a selfie with her and post it on his Instagram with the caption, #girlboss. But right away, she could see he was jealous and resentful. It was right after this that Graydon started asking for things in bed, things Edie wasn't entirely comfortable with, and eventually was mortified by. But she consented because she felt she had to apologize for her success. Graydon recorded everything they did. He told her that made it way hotter. And Edie, who wanted only to please him, did what he wanted and recited her lines. As Edie stands before Alessandra and her half-finished mosaic, she gets a text from Graydon. It's a picture of a box of Pocky, the long chocolate-covered cookie sticks from Japan, and Edie feels a wave of nausea roll over her. She rushes into the one-person bathroom and can't decide whether to cry or throw up. She does a weird hybrid of both, desperately hoping that Alessandra will be gone when she emerges. Please, Edie thinks, pack up your mosaic and leave.
The mosaic of Edie's life would be cute around the edges, bits of rose-colored glass and hand-painted bone china, but in the middle would be a chunk of tarry asphalt, black and oozing. When Edie steps out, Alessandra hands her a bowl of vanilla soft-serve ice cream topped with M&Ms, which is Edie's go-to snack. Edie didn't realize Alessandra even knew her go-to. "Sit," Alessandra says. "Tell me what's wrong. I want to help." For 2 months, Edie and Alessandra have worked side by side, and Alessandra has only been a hostile nation, the axis to Edie's allies. Alessandra's unyielding coldness has caused Edie hours of anxiety and, she's not afraid to say it, a little heartache. It's not fair for Alessandra to be nice now when Edie has finally grown immune to her being not nice. But Edie wants to tell someone, and who else does she have? She no longer speaks to Charisse, thanks to Graydon. She can't tell her mother. She couldn't possibly confide in Lisbeth, and she can't tell Zeke. Edie picks up the spoon just so she'll have something to do with her hands. "My ex-boyfriend is blackmailing me with videos I let him take of us when we were still together," Edie says. "He sent me a Venmo request for $1,000 and told me if I don't pay him, he'll send the videos to my prospective employers. Before that, he threatened to send them to my mother." Alessandra nods ever so slightly. Ah. She doesn't seem shocked or appalled. But then, she hasn't seen the videos. She hasn't heard the things Edie said into the camera. She hasn't watched the acts. No one can see those things, Edie thinks. No one. She has to pay him the $1,000, even though that's 40 hours of work. "I have to pay him." Alessandra scoffs. "You do not have to pay him. You realize that posting revenge porn is a crime, right? A Class 4 felony? You can call the police." Edie thinks about calling the Nantucket police and speaking to Chief Capanash. There is no way. And that's why women don't turn in their abusers, she thinks. It's humiliating. And the possibility of victim shaming is very real. "I can't call the police?" Edie whispers. "He's out in Arizona." "Phoenix?" "Marana," Edie says. Alessandra's eyebrows shoot up. "He works at Dove Mountain? I know the property. I'm sure the GM there would find his behavior very problematic." "I don't want to. I'm not going to call his GM." "He's threatening to post videos without your consent, is that right?" Edie nods. "And he's blackmailing you. How much money have you sent him so far?" Edie bows her head. "Edie?" $1,500, she says. "What?" Alessandra jumps to her feet. "We're getting that money back. Just give me his phone number and let me take care of it." "I can't," Edie says. "Edie," Alessandra says, "I'm going to scare the hell out of him. I'm going to pretend to be someone else. Now, I know I've given you no reason to trust me, but surely you have faith that I can be a convincing bitch on the phone and I can get this guy, what's his name? Graydon Spires. I can get Graydon Spires to do exactly what I say. You believe that, right?" Edie considers this. Can Alessandra be a total bitch? Yes. Can she get men to do whatever she wants? Also yes. She gives Alessandra the number, then squeezes her eyes shut. She overhears fragments of the conversation. "Mr. Spires, this is Alessandra Powell with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Report of threats against Class 4 felony before you even get to the blackmail. Understand you work at Dove. We can either come round you up, Venmo the amount of $1,500 back to the victim. Internet fraud, identity theft, prosecute to full..." There's a pause. Edie can hear Graydon's voice on the other end of the line. Does he have just the right words for Alessandra now? Is he hitting the correct emotional note, contrite but charming? He was only kidding. He would never dream of posting. Alessandra says, "I don't want to hear your bullshit, Mr. Spires. Venmo Ms. Robbins what you owe her immediately and leave her alone. Otherwise, we will file an electronic restraining order. If you ever threaten to post those videos again, we'll arrest you immediately. Am I understood?" The crystal under Alessandra's right eye seems to wink at Edie. "Am I understood?" She pauses. "Well, I hope so. I won't trumpet my own accolades, Mr. Spires, but I've created quite a reputation wiping up the floor with little men like you." She ends the call and tells Edie, "If he doesn't Venmo you what he owes you immediately, I'm going to fly out to Arizona and put his balls in a vice grip until he turns it over. But you are getting that money back." Edie looks at Alessandra. "Thank you." Alessandra smiles. Not the cold plastic smile Edie has grown used to, but a warm, genuine one that illuminates her face and makes her look like a completely different person. "You're welcome, Edie," she says. Edie's phone dings. A Venmo payment has just come in from Graydon Spires for $1,500. Richie and Kimber are having the kind of summer romance that people write songs about. Songs like Summertime by Cole Porter, A Summer Song by Chad and Jeremy, Summer by Calvin Harris. And Grace isn't sure how she feels about it. On the one hand, she can tell it won't end well. They aren't being honest with each other. But on the other hand, they both seem so happy. And how can that be a bad thing? Now that Grace will say it even though they haven't, fallen in love, Kimber's insomnia has disappeared and she lets Richie work the night desk undisturbed. She goes to bed after tucking in the children and doesn't stir until Richie joins her at 2 a.m. Then there is some spirited adult time. Kimber and Richie sleep intertwined, always in pajamas because of the children, until 7 o'clock, which is when Louie heads out to the lobby to play chess, and Wanda asks the hotel guests if they've heard the mystery of the haunted hotel. Wanda is Grace's own little PR person. Kimber goes down with them and then brings 2 cups of coffee, light and sweet for her, splash of milk for Richie, back to the suite. The children eat the complimentary breakfast in the lobby. They're both partial to the croissants filled with almond marzipan that Beatrice makes, and Richie and Kimber skip breakfast for more alone time. Then they shower and embark on their day. Kimber seems to have abandoned writing her memoirs for the time being. She hasn't been on her computer in nearly 2 weeks. Richie and Kimber deliver Louis to his chess lesson with Rustam and Wanda to the Athenaeum so that she can read quietly for an hour and check out the next Nancy Drew mystery. She's up to number 26, The Clue of the Leaning Chimney. Then they return to the hotel, put Doug on a leash, and disappear out the side door to go for a walk. The afternoons are adventures, ones Kimber selects from Lisbeth's Blue Book, and that Grace gets to live vicariously through the photos on Kimber's phone. Grace sees pictures of the big-enough-for-2 sandwiches they get from Something Natural, turkey, Swiss, and tomato with sprouts and mustard on the famous herb bread, and watches the videos Kimber took of their trip up to Great Point. The long arm of golden sand in the afternoon sun is so appealing that Grace yearns to be able to leave the hotel, if only for the afternoon. She hasn't been to Great Point since before her brother died. George used to take her up in his fishing boat. There are pictures of Richie surf casting with a rod Grace knows he borrowed from Raoul, and then some photos of the children frolicking in the water with seals. Doesn't Kimber know that seals mean sharks? Doesn't Richie know? What kind of outdoorsman is he anyway? Another day, they ride the hotel bikes out to Matticat and have lunch at Millie's. There's a picture of a seared scallop taco with purple cabbage slaw. And over the weekend, they head out to Sconset to do the bluff walk. Grace remembers that bluff before a single one of those homes was built. She used to pay a nickel to take the train to Sconset. There's a sweet photo of Richie and Wanda holding hands while Richie walks Doug, and a funny one of Louis appearing to hold the Sankaty Head Lighthouse in the palm of his hand. The late afternoons are always bittersweet because Richie has to be at work by 6. He showers and changes in the suite, kisses Kimber long and deep, then heads down the hall to the front desk. He still makes phone calls in the middle of the night in Lisbeth's office with the door closed, Grace notes. She finds this disappointing and blows cold air down the neck of Richie's dress shirt,
but that doesn't stop him. Then there's a happy development for Richie and Kimber. Edie's mother, Love Robbins, is willing to work one night shift per week, giving Richie the night off. Because of the children, there's only one place Richie and Kimber can go for dinner alone, and fortunately, it's the only place either of them wants to go, the Blue Bar. "I'll just charge it to my room," Kimber says, and Grace notes the relief that washes over Richie's face. Grace peeks in on the two lovebirds on their date. They order a cocktail called Good Kind of Trouble and start feasting on yummy bites and spreads and dips and crunchy snacks. After their second Good Kind of Trouble, Kimber orders the decadent caviar sandwiches. Eventually, Beatrice, the whipped cream concierge, comes out with shot glasses of chocolate mint-flavored whipped cream, and Kimber and Richie feed each other with the tiny spoons, then start kissing. And Grace can sense the bartender, a real pistol named Petey, thinking, "Get a room." At exactly 9 o'clock, Petey flips a switch under the bar, and one of the panels in the coffered ceiling slides open, and the copper disco ball drops. White Wedding starts playing, and Richie takes Kimber's hand and leads her to the small dance floor in front of the penny-sheathed wall. They dance to Burning Down the House and Hit Me With Your Best Shot and You May Be Right as brilliant copper spots of light spin around them. Kimber throws her head back and windshield wipers her arms in the air, while Richie does moves he calls the lawnmower and the shopping cart. Kimber is laughing. Richie is hamming it up. Then, Faithfully by Journey comes on, and they press their sweaty bodies together and shuffle in a tight circle. Some dancing lessons should be in their future, Grace thinks. And when the song ends, Richie leads Kimber back to the bar where she signs the bill, leaving Petey a huge tip. Kimber throws back what's left of her Good Kind of Trouble and, in the spirit of the greatest decade of the 20th century, cries out, "Take me to bed or lose me forever." It's 5:30 in the afternoon a few days later. Richie is in the bathroom shaving before he has to go to work. Kimber is sitting on the bed, still in her bikini, sandy from the beach, her skin golden from the sun, her hair newly dyed flamingo pink, which is actually quite flattering. Kimber watches Richie swipe clean strokes through the shaving cream with his chin lifted just so, and she blurts it out, "I love you." Richie's head jerks a bit. He's lucky he doesn't cut himself, and his eyes meet hers in the mirror. Uh-oh, Grace thinks. Is it too much too soon? Kimber is always pushing the envelope. But then Richie sets down his razor and, with half a face of shaving cream, kisses Kimber. "I'm so in love with you," he says. "Maybe more in love than I've ever been in my life." Way to double down, Richie, Grace thinks. That night, very late, when Richie comes to bed, Kimber says, "You know what I think we should do tomorrow? Go see your place. The children have been asking where you live when you're not here." She scratches her fingernails lightly down Richie's chest. "And I have to admit, I'm curious too." Richie seizes up. "My place is really small," he says. "A dump, actually. I wouldn't want the kids to see it because I don't want them to feel sorry for me." Kimber waves a hand. "They won't care, they're kids. We'll just swing by and poke our heads in before we go to 40th Pole tomorrow. You said Cliff Road? That's on our way." "Not a good idea," Richie says. "My landlady, Mrs. Felix, said no visitors." "We won't even set foot inside, and we'll stay 2 minutes," Kimber says. "The children just want to see—" "Kimber, no." Richie's voice is sharp. Kimber waits a beat, then sits up in bed. "I just think it's weird that we're in love and I've never seen where you live. It's suspicious. And after what I've been through with Craig, I just have to ask, is there something going on between you and Mrs. Felix? Or was there?" "No," Richie says. "Then I guess I don't understand why—" "Because I don't have a place to live," Richie says. "There is no Mrs. Felix. I made her up."
I lied to you because I didn't want you to think I was pathetic, and I lied to Lisbeth so I could get this job, which I desperately need."
"What?" Kimber says. "Where were you living then, before you moved in here?"
"The break room," Richie says. "And my car."
"Your car?" Kimber says.
The look on her face is one of naked horror, and Grace can't blame her. Who lives in his car? A hobo?
This is it, Grace thinks. This is the end of the cute romance.
"I need to save money," Richie says. "I'm in so much debt, Kimber. The divorce carpet-bombed me financially, and I thought if you knew I didn't have a place to live, you would think I was using you so I could live in the suite."
Kimber's eyes shut for a moment, then fly open. "I asked you to stay overnight in the suite and you said no. I practically had to beg you."
"I would never want you to think I had ulterior motives," Richie says. "That's why I was so hesitant to start this relationship. It wasn't you. You're beautiful and fun and spontaneous and a terrific mother, bringing your kids here for the summer instead of shipping them off to camp or keeping them holed up in the city. It was that I'm homeless. My ex-wife took the house in Connecticut and I gave up my apartment when I moved here. You can do so much better than me, Kimber."
This is probably not untrue, Grace thinks. "I don't want to do better," Kimber says. "I don't need a rich man. I had one of those and he ditched me for the nanny. I need a man who loves me and who won't leave me."
"I won't leave you," Richie says. "Someone would have to physically drag me away from you at gunpoint."
This is probably not untrue either, Grace thinks, nor unlikely.
August 15th, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. Good morning, team. I'm pleased to be spreading the wealth again this week and awarding the $1,000 bonus to Adam Wasserman Ramirez. A guest of the hotel sang, wink wink, Adam's praises for his showmanship at the piano during the wine and cheese hour. He indulged the guest's wishes with a rendition of Let It Go that the guest said gave me goosebumps. Well done, Adam. Here's hoping you don't leave us for the Great White Way. XD.
Adam deserves the bonus, Lisbeth thinks. He plays the piano for the guests after his shift is over, purely for the joy of it. But the thing is, every member of her staff deserves the bonus, every week. She hopes Xavier will see that once he comes to visit. Her phone dings with a text, and she has the same Pavlovian response to the sound that she's had for weeks. "Mario?" But the text isn't from Mario. It's from JJ.
"I'm taking tomorrow night off. Can we talk?"
Lisbeth inhales, exhales, takes a sip of her coffee. "Fine," she says. "I'll meet you at the spot at 8. Lisbeth and JJ's spot is the proprietor's on India Street. On Saturday nights in the off-season, the bartender, Tenacious Lee, would save them the 2 stools at the end of the bar. Lisbeth hasn't set foot in proprietors in months, and although she's ambivalent about meeting JJ, it's a meeting, not a date, she tells herself. She feels only joy when she strolls down the brick sidewalk to the white clapboard house built in 1800 and opens the lipstick-red door. Hello, old friend, she thinks. The restaurant's interior is one of her very favorites. There are refurbished wide plank floors, exposed brick, Edison pendant lights, and a long white oak bar with a pressed tin front. On the walls hang displays of mismatched china and a collection of antique door escutcheons. On the tables are mason jars filled with Nantucket wildflowers and flour sack napkins with sage green stripes. Lisbeth almost left the proprietors out of the Blue Book because she never wants the bar to become a place that's 3 deep with tourists ordering Cape Codders. In the end, she tucked it into the fine dining section, calling it eclectic, a place for people who want a thoughtful dining experience and the most creative cocktails on the island. Lisbeth has arrived before JJ on purpose. She waves at Lee, embraces her across the bar, then orders her usual, a cocktail called Celery Man, which is made with mezcal joven. Lisbeth has, quite intentionally, not touched tequila in months either, and celery syrup with a white peppercorn rim. It's a savory cocktail, which she prefers to sweet. Sorry, heartbreaker. Lisbeth relishes the first ice-cold sip. She has missed this place. Are you waiting for someone? Lee asks. Lisbeth shrugs. Maybe. Lee cocks an eyebrow, and the very next second she breaks into a smile. Look what the cat dragged in. It's just like old times. Can I get you the usual, chef? Please, JJ says. Lisbeth stands and greets him with a hug as though he's an old friend from high school. He takes the opportunity to squeeze Lisbeth tight, and she inhales his scent. Boy fresh from the shower, ivory soap, wintergreen aftershave, a lingering hint of the cigarette he smoked on his way here. When she pulls away, he says, You look gorgeous, Libby. I don't think I've seen that dress before. You haven't. Lisbeth is wearing a red, crinkled cotton sundress, short to show off her legs, and her nude wedges. They take their stools, the same ones they've sat on 100 times before. When JJ's drink arrives, they touch glasses. Lisbeth has unwittingly slipped right back into her former life. This is a meeting, she reminds herself, not a date. She knows Lee is not only tenacious but discreet. Anyone else would be sending an all-caps text around the island. Lisbeth and JJ reuniting at Prop's bar. Lisbeth isn't sure what to say to the person she knows better than anyone on Earth. Should she ask him about Christina? No. Should she launch into the story about the imposter Shelley Carpenter? No, he won't get it. He seems nervous. His hand shakes as he holds up the dinner menu. To put him at ease, she can't believe she's falling into the same old habit of worrying about his comfort. She asks about the restaurant. Worst summer ever, he says. We said that every August. I'm serious, Libby. Everything sucks. The place has no soul. My cooking is technically sound, and the staff know what they're doing, but there's no love, no magic. Well, Lisbeth thinks. My travel Tatler reviews are atrocious. Everyone calls the dining disappointing. It's like we're being punished for being great in the past. Any idea how frustrating that is? People hear, oh, the deck is the best, and they come in with unreasonable expectations. We're human beings running a restaurant. Things happen. They certainly do. I need you to come back, Libby. Lisbeth scream laughs, and Lee glances over. Lisbeth flags her. We're ready to order. There's no conflict or confusion where the menu is concerned because Lisbeth and JJ always get the same thing. They start with one order of fried green tomatoes with pimento cheese and black pepper honey and one order of the bone marrow. Then Lisbeth gets the chicken fried trout and JJ the Korean short ribs with kimchi grits. Would you like another drink? Lee asks Lisbeth. I'm going to stick with one, Lisbeth says. I have an early day tomorrow. She has an early day every day now and can't afford to stumble out of here the way she used to. When Lee leaves, Lisbeth says, I'm not coming back, JJ. You blew it. He swivels toward her so that his knees are kissing her leg. He puts his hand on the back of her bar stool, leans in, and speaks very softly. Lisbeth can't make out everything he says, but she gets the gist of it. I was such an idiot, a fool, a creep. I hate myself for what I did. I would do anything to go back to how it was. I was so unhappy with Christina. She's shallow and mean-spirited and insecure and so jealous of you. She almost ruined the restaurant. The staff hated her. She let some underage kids in on a Sunday and sold them the wine glasses, even though a blind man could have seen their IDs were fake. I would do anything to get you back. If you don't come back, I'm not sure what I'll do. You'll do what we all do, JJ, she says. You'll keep on keeping on. I'll sell the restaurant to Goose, he says. Walk away. You would never. Watch me. It sounds like you're trying to threaten me, Lisbeth says. But I don't care if you sell the deck. Why would I care? It's yours.
So you're telling me you don't care about the deck?
Lisbeth reaches for what's left of her celery man and finishes it. I cared so much. That restaurant was our home. The staff was our family. But I wasn't the one who torched it, JJ. This is your arson, not mine. Lee arrives with their appetizers. Here we go, guys. 1 fried green tomatoes, 1 marrow. Anything else I can bring you? Earplugs, Lisbeth thinks. A Valium. A graceful exit. She puts a tomato on a side plate for JJ, just like she always has. He spreads the luscious marrow on a thick golden slice of grilled bread for her. Bon appetit, they say together. Lisbeth can't get the first bite of tomato to her mouth fast enough. This is Nantucket in a nutshell. She's in emotional hell, but at least the surroundings are charming, the service impeccable, and the food maddeningly delicious. Between the appetizer and the entree, Lisbeth goes to the bathroom, where the walls are papered with pages from a vintage copy of June Platt's Party Cookbook, which provides menus for each day of the calendar year. March 24th, pea soup, dressed crab, bishop's pudding. The wallpaper improves Lisbeth's mood. Imagine every day a party. And when she gets back to the table, she decides to tell JJ the Heidi Bick lyric Leighton drama. He becomes engrossed in the story. Holy shit, he can't believe it. No, he hasn't heard about any of this, though, come to think of it, he hasn't seen the Bicks all summer, and he's seen the Leightons only once. Yes, that was the night I was there, Lisbeth says. I saw Lyric at table 3. She was crying. JJ clears his throat. Speaking of that night, what's up with you and Mario? Lisbeth would love to say that things with her and Mario are hot and steamy, but she just shrugs. I ended it. JJ fiddles with the strap of Lisbeth's sundress, and she falls prey to memories of JJ zipping her dresses, clasping the hooks and eyes, fastening her necklaces. He could look at any outfit and tell her where they went the last time she wore it, what they ate, what they talked about, who they saw. His memory is his superpower, and it always made Lisbeth feel like he was paying attention. He had loved her, that was the thing. She knew he loved her. So how the hell did Christina get to him? What happened? JJ says. I wasn't ready. She waves at Lee and points to her glass. She's like a woman in the throes of childbirth. I will take the epidural after all. But this thought leads her exactly where she doesn't want to go. Her brief pregnancy, the unprecedented joy, the intimacy she felt with JJ when the 3 of them were nestled in bed. She acknowledges that she wasn't the same after she miscarried. She stopped having sex with JJ. She kept him at arm's length, pushed him away. She'd felt so confused. She was mourning something she hadn't realized she'd even wanted. The drink arrives, delivering icy numbness. After a sip, she says, I couldn't let myself trust anyone again. JJ takes her face in his large, warm hands, pulls her in close like he's going to kiss her, and starts talking, his voice nearly a chant, the words coming out in an almost unintelligible rush. I made a huge mistake. I messed up. It won't happen again. I swear to God, Libby. I love you and only you, and I always have and I always will. We both love a good comeback story, right? And I want it to be the best comeback of all. I will do anything on earth if you just please. Please marry me. Be my wife. We will try again for children, or we will adopt, or we'll do both. Life is a crazy adventure. It's a road trip. I don't want any other woman in the passenger seat or in my bed but you, Lisbeth Keaton. Please, please listen to me. I love you. The words road trip remind Lisbeth of how, when they were driving to upstate New York to see JJ's parents or across the country to Minnetonka to see hers and JJ was at the wheel, he would turn the radio down so Lisbeth could sleep. She, meanwhile, always kept the radio blaring while she was driving. She hears the words, in my bed, and thinks about how JJ liked to leave a bed unmade, the pillows askew, the comforter spiraled into a double helix.
But Lisbeth couldn't stand it, and so, for 15 years, JJ made the bed properly, covers drawn tight, pillows stacked. He loved her. Where is she ever going to find someone who loves her like that again? She draws the breath of surrender, ready to say, "Okay, fine. I give up. You win. I'll come back." But then, over JJ's shoulder, she sees the front door to the restaurant open and a woman walk in. Lisbeth blinks. It's Yolanda. Lisbeth won't be able to handle it if Mario follows Yolanda in. But the person who comes in behind Yolanda is another woman. It's Beatrice. Huh, Lisbeth thinks. They're at the lectern, talking with Orla, the proprietor of proprietors. They're all laughing. Beatrice puts an arm around Yolanda and kisses her cheek. Orla plucks 2 menus off the lectern and leads Yolanda and Beatrice upstairs to the second-floor dining room, and as they ascend the stairs, Yolanda and Beatrice are holding hands. Holding hands? And then it clicks. "You know why Yolanda is always in the kitchen, right?" Zeke said. And why she was always with the Blue Bar staff on Tuesdays, and why she asked for Tuesdays off in the first place, and why Mario was so openly affectionate with Yolanda. It occurs to Lisbeth that maybe the thing Yolanda needed Mario's help with was the surprise the kitchen staff arranged for Beatrice's birthday. They all chipped in and flew Beatrice's mother from Mexico City to Nantucket. "Are you okay?" JJ asks, following Lisbeth's gaze over his shoulder. The reason Yolanda is always hanging out in the kitchen isn't Mario. It's Beatrice. "Take my trout home," she says. "I have to go." She hurries down the brick sidewalks of India to Water Street, moving as fast as she can in her wedges, thinking, "It's Tuesday, his day off. He'll be out somewhere or entertaining another woman. He's Mario freaking Subiaco, for God's sake." But Lisbeth keeps going. She takes a left down the white shell path behind Old North Wharf and sees Mario's silver truck. He's home. This nearly propels Lisbeth back to proprietors, back to JJ and safety. It's ludicrous that she considers JJ safe after what he did to her. Familiar might be a better word. But every inspirational meme that Lisbeth has stuffed inside her hollow places, like a girl desperately padding her bra, tells her to move forward. Not on fighting the old, but on building the new. She strides out the long dock without wobbling or faltering, and when she reaches the door, she takes a breath and acknowledges that this could be a very awkward moment. But she knocks anyway. There are footsteps, then a pause, and then Mario opens the door. He's wearing gym shorts, a gray t-shirt, his White Sox cap on backward. He's so handsome that Lisbeth steadies herself against the shingled wall of the cottage. She peers over his shoulder. There's a beer on the table, an open pizza box, 1 plate. Does he seem surprised to see her? Not really. He leans into the doorframe and gives her his slow half smile. "Hey, heartbreaker," he says. "Hey," she whispers. Chapter 21. The Cobblestone Telegraph. When deep August arrives, a certain melancholy sets in, the kind people get on a Sunday afternoon. The summer, which seemed so endless back in June, will be over in a few short weeks. Some of us are already saying goodbye. One of our local authors cries into the front of her son's t-shirt as she hugs him at the ferry. He's headed back to the University of South Carolina, a school that has been popular with kids from Nantucket High School ever since Link Dooley went there. Later that night, the local author is seen at the Blue Bar with her entourage drinking a heartbreaker. "Why do schools go back so early now?" she asks. "When we were kids, the first day of school was the Tuesday after Labor Day." Yes, certain among us remember our parents rushing us into Murray's Toggery on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend so that we could get new school shoes. Then it was off to Joe the barber or Claire at the beauty salon, who would give us fresh haircuts and sweep our sun-bleached locks up off the floor. Blonde Sharon holds dear the memory of her parents, who always booked the last ferry off the island on Labor Day itself. Then Sharon's father would drive through the dark hours back to Connecticut. Sharon and her sister Heather would start school in the morning, often with sand still trapped in the whorls of their ears. "We were tired, but we never complained," Sharon says, "because we wanted to squeeze every second out of the summer." Nearly all Nantucketers agree with this sentiment, and we bristle when people try to jump the season. Jill Tannenbaum sees an Instagram post of a pumpkin spice latte in her feed on August 18th, and she immediately unfollows. A rumor goes around that Lisbeth Keaton and J.J. O'Malley were seen eating together at the bar at Proprietors. They were huddled close, according to sources, and appeared to be having a very intense conversation. Were they reuniting? Some of us hoped yes. Lisbeth was needed back at the deck pronto. The quality of the experience had slipped significantly. But a day or two later, these hopes were dashed when we heard that Lisbeth and Mario Subiaco were dating again. Tracy Toland and Carl Grabowski, two of our favorite summer visitors, and newlyweds to boot, were eating dinner on the deck at the Strait Wharf and, in the moonlight, they caught sight of Lisbeth and Mario kissing on the front porch of the little cottage that sat by itself out in the harbor. The reuniting of Lisbeth and Chef Subiaco is confirmed on the third Saturday of August when they attend our favorite charity benefit of the season together, the Summer Groove, which raises money for the Nantucket Boys and Girls Club. Lisbeth is wearing a lilac silk dress, and her blonde hair is styled in a braid crown. Mario wears a navy blazer and a matching lilac tie. They hold hands all night. They drift over to the Raw Bar, where Mario doctors cherrystone clams with lemon and cocktail sauce and oysters with mignonette before handing them to Lisbeth. They accept hors d'oeuvres from silver trays, even though the offerings at this party aren't quite as ambrosial as what we've been eating all summer at the Blue Bar. The bakery box has spoiled us. It turns out that Lisbeth and Chef Subiaco have donated one of the auction items for the event, a 3-night stay at the Hotel Nantucket for the following summer, plus a chef's tasting for 2 with cocktails at the Blue Bar. There are numerous competing bidders, all of them seemingly relentless, and the item goes for $35,000. People in the tent go crazy. It is, however, a bit awkward when the next auction item is announced, dinner for 10 at the deck, including signature stemless wine glasses for the rosé fountain. In years past, this item garnered the highest bid, but tonight only one hand is raised. It belongs to Janice, the dental hygienist whose brother, Goose, is the deck sommelier. Janice accidentally bids against herself. She's had a lot of wine, but even so, she wins the package for $2,500, which is less than the package is actually worth. Discreetly, we look around the tent, searching for JJ, and are relieved to discover he's not in attendance. The Summer Groove is not only the best charity event of the summer, it's also the final one. When we wake up the next morning, our spirits sag. All we have to look forward to now are the lasts. The last great beach days, the last lobster omelet and Whispering Angel lunch at the galley, the last stroll over the Sundial Bridge in Sconset, the last chance to surf cast in Mayacomet, the last long afternoon drinking grippa at Cisco Brewers, the last of the zucchini and corn at Bartlett's Farm. Tomatoes will go strong until September, and eek! Are those pumpkins we see? We can squeeze in one more boat ride up the harbor to watch the kiteboarders, check out one more juicy summer novel from the Athenaeum, and eat one more fish sandwich at the Oyster Catcher while the sun sets over the water and guitarist Sean Lee sings that it's hard to get by just upon a smile. But then Romeo at the Steamship Authority reports that some really rich dude is sending a Bentley over on the ferry with a chauffeur. And not only that, but this same dude is flying in from London on his G5. He'll be here Wednesday,
Romeo says. Who could it be, we wonder. And then we realize it's Xavier Darling. Chapter 22. Cedar and Salt.
August 22nd, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. Greetings all, good morning. Although I am busy preparing for my trip across the pond, I have not forgotten about this week's bonus. I'm pleased to announce Edith Robbins as our winner. One heartfelt letter described the myriad ways that Edith went above and beyond during a family's extended stay. Wonderful job, Edith. I will arrive Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Please prepare the footmen and the trumpeters. Joking, of course. XD.
Lisbeth has known for months that Xavier would be arriving on August 24th, but the date seemed impossibly far in the future. And then, as it drew closer, Lisbeth was consumed with other things. However, time did what it always does. It passed. Xavier arrives tomorrow. Lisbeth waits until there's a break between fitness classes, then enters the yoga studio, which is pleasantly dark. She sets one of the thick mats in the middle of the room and considers turning on some gamelan music, but decides that the sound of gurgling water over river stones in the fountain is pleasing enough. She assumes a savasana pose and tries not to think. Half an hour later, just as her eyes naturally flutter open, this room must have supernatural powers because she actually slept. There's a light tap on the door. The door cracks open. Heartbreaker? It's Mario. Lisbeth loves the sound of his voice. She lies back down. Hey. She nearly tells him to lock the door behind him so they can christen the yoga studio. But really, what is she thinking? Mario stands over her, holding her espresso.
Edie told me you were down here and I almost didn't believe her. What's going on?
I needed to rest. She stands up and kisses him, and I did.
Well, he says, handing her the coffee, that makes one of us.
Are you nervous about Xavier?
He's my boss too, Mario says. You noticed I tossed and turned last night?
You did? Since they've been back together, Mario has spent every night at Lisbeth's cottage. Lisbeth climbs into bed at a reasonable hour, wakes up when Mario comes in, then dozes right back off. What are you nervous about?
I'm not sure.
The bar is amazing, Mario, Lisbeth says. It's packed every night, and it has an absurdly high rating on every restaurant review app. It's positioned to become every bit as iconic as the Blue Bistro, if not more so. Mario smiles, but she can tell he's not feeling it. I'm serious, she says.
I know, Mario says, but men like Xavier.
I'm the one who should be nervous, Lisbeth says. I have a whole hotel to present. 12 suites, 36 rooms, the lobby, the pools, the gym and sauna, this studio. But I'm confident in what we built. She wraps her arms around Mario's neck and presses the length of her body against him. I know you're anxious because you've lost a restaurant on this island before, but Xavier is going to love us. We have absolutely nothing to worry about. That evening, at change of shift, Lisbeth calls a meeting in the break room. She asks Love to watch the desk so that Richie can come to the meeting along with Edie, Alessandra, Adam, Raoul, Zeke, Magda, and Yolanda. Lisbeth thinks about the staff meeting she called back on opening day, when the hotel was like a fawn wobbling on new legs. She had barely known these people, and they'd barely known one another. Richie has shed 30 pounds, gotten a tan, and is smiling far more genuinely than the night Lisbeth interviewed him. He's in love with Kimber Marsh, their long-term guest. It's the stuff rom-coms are made of. Lisbeth will not mention this romance to Xavier, however, in case he disapproves. Edie has been consistently thoughtful and kind, the perfect foil for Alessandra, with her fierce beauty and blinding confidence. But even Alessandra has softened a bit lately, so much so that Lisbeth noticed Edie and Alessandra laughing together. Lisbeth did a double take. Was it genuine?
Yes, it seemed so. Zeke has grown into the bellman job beautifully. If his mother could see him now, she would be so proud. Yolanda is as serene as a hidden pond in an enchanted wood, and Lisbeth is so glad she didn't tell Mario about her suspicions because once that genie was out of the bottle, it could never have been put back. Lisbeth would feel awkward, and so would Yolanda and Mario and Beatrice. Magda sits with perfect posture on the edge of the sofa, legs crossed at the ankles. She remains unreadable, a sphinx. Has she ever let her guard down, shared a candid moment or personal revelation? She has not. She is the ultimate professional. Lisbeth hasn't worried for 1 second about housekeeping. There hasn't been a single complaint about the cleanliness of the rooms. There were the 2 missing items, but Magda handled these incidents herself with the guests and her staff. Housekeeping is the bedrock of any hotel. If the hotel isn't clean, forget it, which makes Magda the most important person on the staff, maybe more important than Lisbeth herself. Lisbeth remembers thinking that she didn't want to know her staff's secrets, but now that summer is nearly over, she decides that she would very much like to know Magda's secrets. "Mr. Darling is arriving tomorrow," Lisbeth says. "I want you all to do your jobs precisely the way you've been doing them. Mr. Darling will introduce himself to all of you over the course of his stay. We want to make sure he's comfortable and that his needs are met just like any other guest. Does anyone have any questions?" "How long will he be here?" Adam asks. 4 nights, Lisbeth says. "He's scheduled to leave on Sunday." Alessandra raises her hand. "Does Mr. Darling have dinner reservations? If he wants to go to Carew or Nautilus, then he needed to make them 30 days ago," Edie says. "But Alessandra has an inn at Nautilus, and I've developed a nice rapport with the reservations people at Carew, so just let us know." "Excellent question," Lisbeth says. Xavier hasn't said a word about what he plans to do during his visit. It's his first time to Nantucket. He should read the Blue Book, or Lisbeth can pull together some itineraries for him. She wonders if the chauffeur, who is staying at the beach club because their own hotel is full, knows how to drive a jeep on the beach. I'll find out what Mr. Darling's plans are once I speak to him in person. If that's all the questions, then I'll end the meeting. Please, everyone, go home and get a good night's sleep. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow." Xavier is coming, Grace thinks. Xavier is coming. She feels a surge in her energy levels. She wants to haunt the hotel. Mary Perkowski in room 205 came all the way from Broadview Heights, Ohio, in hopes of some spooky business. But Grace needs to reserve her energy so she can enjoy tomorrow's fanfare. Grace isn't the only one who's all dialed up for Xavier's arrival. Zeke arrives at the hotel with a new haircut. Alessandra swaps out her clear eye crystals for ones that are sapphire blue. Edie's attention to guest services becomes so intense, like sunlight through a magnifying glass, that Lisbeth gently reminds her that some people prefer to figure things out on their own. Richie surprises Kimber while she's on her laptop and sees that she's ordering school supplies from Staples to be delivered to her apartment in New York City. "Do you have to think about back to school already?" Kimber snaps her laptop shut. "It can't be avoided. The teachers at PS6 like the children to be prepared on day 1, pencils sharpened. And have you met my daughter Wanda? She was bugging me to order this stuff weeks ago." Richie flops in the window seat and gazes out at Easton Street as a couple on a bicycle built for 2 pedal by. "I have to mentally prepare myself. All of this is coming to an end. I'll stay at the hotel until Columbus Day. I promised Lisbeth that much. But it won't be the same without you and the children here. We only have a few days left." Kimber settles between Richie's legs and leans her head back against his chest. Doug the dog lies on the floor at their feet. He lifts his head when Grace hovers over him and starts to whine. He's still not used to her. "Why don't you come to New York after Columbus Day?" Kimber says. "Live with us." "I couldn't do that." "Why not? There are plenty of jobs in the city. My divorce will be final, or nearly." "You wanted a summer romance," Richie says. "Well, Maybe now I want a romance, Kimber says. She wraps Richie's arms around her. I don't want this to end. Grace sighs. So sweet. She would like to think of Kimber and Richie ending up together when they leave here. She wants to believe that the hotel is more than just cedar and salt. It's a place that can create at least one happily ever after. On the morning of the 24th, Chad gets to work early at Ms. English's request. He figures this is because of Mr. Darling's arrival. The hotel has to be even more immaculate than its usual immaculate self. When he gets to the housekeeping office, he sees an unfamiliar older woman in uniform, khakis and hydrangea blue polo shirt, running through the 100-point checklist with Ms. English. This woman has bright red hair that looks spun over her scalp like cotton candy. Her face is plump and wrinkled and kind-seeming. She must be a reinforcement for Mr. Darling's visit. Chadwick, Ms. English says, please meet Doris Mulvaney, your new cleaning partner. You'll be showing Doris the ropes today. I told her you were one of our best cleaners. One of the best on a staff of 4 isn't much of an accomplishment, but Chad feels a swell of pride nonetheless. He offers Doris a hand. Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Mulvaney. She giggles and her blue eyes twinkle. Call me Doris, please, lad. She has an Irish accent, which is cool, Chad thinks. Chad looks at Ms. English. Where's Bibi? You and Doris will start with third-floor checkouts. We need to get the entire 3rd floor cleaned before Mr. Darling arrives. No problem, but thank you, Chadwick. If you stop by here at the end of the day, we can chat then. But not now. We have too much work in front of us. Chad and Doris take the service elevator to the 3rd floor. How old are you, lad? Doris asks. 22, he says flatly. Bibi was fired, he thinks. Ms. English gave her the axe. But she didn't steal the Gucci belt. That was a ruse cooked up by the fake Shelley Carpenter. Bibi probably didn't take Mrs. Daly's Fendi scarf either. Mrs. Daly must have left it at Ventuno. In university? Doris asks. I graduated in May, he says, from Bucknell University in central Pennsylvania. And now you're working here? Uh-huh, Chad says. He wants to be polite, but he also doesn't want to encourage chatting. My parents have a home here and this is my summer job. He wonders if maybe something else is going on. Maybe Bibi's daughter, Smokey, was diagnosed with some kind of awful cancer, or maybe there was a domestic issue with the baby daddy, Johnny Quarter. Maybe Bibi and Smokey got in the car and went looking for Johnny Quarter, or maybe Octavia and Paz were mean to Bibi on the ferry and that made her quit. My son is the plumber for the hotel, Doris says, and when I heard you were short-handed in the housekeeping department, I offered to jump in and help. I cleaned rooms at the Balsams Resort in Colebrook, New Hampshire for years, and at Ballyseat Castle back in Ireland when I was your age. She pats his arm, so I know what I'm doing. When did you hear we were short-handed? Chad asks. Doris shrugs. Top of last week, I believe. Top of last week? But Bibi has been at work every day. Just yesterday, she informed Chad that they were tripling the floral arrangements in every suite because of Xavier Darling's arrival. There would be bouquets in the living room and both bedrooms. Chad and Bibi had groaned about this together, triple the lily stamens to trim, triple the hydrangea dust. But there had been no indication that Bibi wouldn't be around to pluck the wilting snapdragon blossoms. When they'd parted ways the day before, Bibi had slung her backpack over her shoulder and said, "See ya, Longshot," just like usual. He wants to text and ask her what happened. Is she okay? But Chad doesn't have Bibi's number. There were times when he'd wanted to ask for it, but he'd always stopped himself because... why? He obviously thought about Bibi when he wasn't at work, never in a sexual way, just in a friendship way. There were TikToks he'd wanted to send her and news bulletins about fin sightings on the South Shore. Bibi was a devoted fan of Shark Week, stuff they could talk about the next day at work. But he never wanted to seem weird or eager, and he certainly didn't want to give her the wrong idea. Now, however, he has no way to reach her. Chad knows Xavier Darling is supposed to arrive between 2 and 3 p.m., but at that hour, Chad and Doris are cleaning room 111 on the pool side of the hotel, so he can't watch for him out the window. Doris is a brisk and efficient cleaner, and she doesn't mind tackling the bathrooms. The loo, she says, is my particular specialty. Chad is then left to handle BB's particular specialty, which is the bed. It has been weeks, maybe even months, since Chad was charged with making a bed, but he does a textbook, if robotic, job. His mind is elsewhere, on BB, of course, but also on Xavier Darling's arrival. Chad expects to feel a shift in the hotel, a crackle in the air, a rumbling of the floors, alarms ringing, or an alert on his phone. Out the window, Chad hears only children laughing and splashing in the family pool. At 3:45, he and Doris move down to room 108, which has a fine view of Easton Street, but the street is quiet. At 5 o'clock, Chad and Doris finish their last room of the day, and Chad rolls the cleaning cart to the storage closet and restocks it for tomorrow. $120 have been left as tips, and he and Doris split the money. He tries not to seem like he's rushing, though he is a bit, and he says to Doris, "Nice meeting you, see you tomorrow," in a falsely cheerful voice before he hightails it to the housekeeping office. But Ms. English isn't there. Chad can't believe it. It's 5:15, his usual time of departure, and she asked him to come see her when he was finished for the day. He waits for a few minutes, pointlessly checking his phone. Nobody snaps or texts him anymore. And when he finally turns to leave, he nearly collides with a woman walking into the office. "Oh," the woman says, "long shot. I forgot all about you." Chad blinks. The woman is Ms. English, but instead of being regular workday Ms. English, in her hydrangea blue blouse, the matching cardigan she often wore because she found the hotel rooms chilly, and her hair pinned back in a sensible bun, this Ms. English is wearing a hot pink silk one-shouldered top and a pair of snug white pants. Her hair is piled on her head and wrapped in a bright floral scarf, and pretty curls hang down on either side of her face. This Ms. English is also wearing cat's eye glasses bedazzled with rhinestones and a pair of platform stiletto sandals instead of the loafers that Zeke calls her auntie shoes. Chad manages to find his voice. "You look nice." "Thank you," she says. She considers him for a moment. "I have plans tonight, as you can probably guess, but my dinner's not until 8 o'clock, so let's you and I go for a drink now, shall we?" Again, Chad is rendered speechless. Go for a drink with Ms. English? "Okay," he says. He feels himself flush. Because Ms. English is not looking like herself, but rather like some hot older woman, Chad kind of feels like she's asking him on a date. "We'll go to the Brand Point Grill and sit at the bar," Ms. English says. "It's high time you and I had a talk." On the morning of August 24th, Alessandra receives an email from Xavier Darling, addressed to her alone. "Very much looking forward to meeting you later today, Alessandra," it says. "One of our front desk's shining stars. XD." Eccezionale, Alessandra thinks. She still has money in the bank, though not nearly as much as she'd hoped. Her rent was expensive. The impractical vehicle she bought needs a new transmission to the tune of $4,000, and she has $17,000 in credit card debt to pay off from her previous life. She wants a permanent situation. Is it crazy to think that maybe she and Xavier Darling? None of the men that Alessandra has slept with here at the hotel was wealthy or extravagant enough for her tastes, except David Yamaguchi, who, sadly, had a beautiful wife at home to whom he was very devoted. That douche canoe Bone Williams actually managed for 1 second to scare Alessandra, sending her into a period of reflection. What is she doing? She has always aspired to be different from and better than her mother. However, Alessandra admits to herself that despite the glamorous trappings of her lifestyle, living first in Europe and now Nantucket, the champagne, the pricey dinners out, the luxury goods, she's exactly the same. Only she doesn't have a daughter to show for it. Alessandra has never wanted a husband or children or a house in the suburbs or, shudder, Disney vacations. But some stability would be nice. Xavier Darling is worth $11 billion. He has homes in London, Gstaad, and St. Barths, and apartments in New York and Singapore. He's not tall or strapping the way Alessandra likes her men. Sigh, Michael Bick. But he has good posture, a kind smile, and a thick head of silver hair. Alessandra remembers reading that Xavier Darling had sunk $30 million into the hotel. It was what made her choose Nantucket over the Vineyard and Newport. At the time, she was thinking only of the wealthy clientele, though maybe subconsciously, she'd been thinking of Xavier himself. He's a little older than her usual targets, but that might be what she needs. Someone older. At 2:15, Lisbeth comes flying out of the back office. She's wearing one of her cutest dresses, Alessandra notes with approval, a white linen Cartolina shift with a scalloped hem. But she's chosen her two-braid style, which makes her look like she's about to yodel. "Xavier just landed," Lisbeth says. "He'll be here in 20 minutes. She makes zero effort to maintain any chill, but isn't that the thing that draws people to Lisbeth? That she wears her heart on her sleeve? At least Edie is calm. Ever since Alessandra scared away Edie's predator, the one accomplishment this summer that Alessandra is proud of, Edie has focused her warmth and light on Alessandra. "You're such a boss. How can I ever thank you?" And Alessandra basks in it. Alessandra enjoyed nailing that jerk Graydon so much that she has even considered training to work on some kind of special victims unit. But of course, she would never pass the background check. Lisbeth poses in the entrance of the hotel like the hostess in a game show, Zeke and Raoul flanking her. Louis is playing chess in the lobby with the teenage girl staying in room 210. This girl has just finished watching The Queen's Gambit on Netflix and swears she can beat Louis, though she's lost 3 games in a row quite speedily. There's a fresh pot of coffee brewing, and Sheryl Crow is singing that all she wants to do is have a little fun before she dies. Lisbeth whips around and squeals, "He's here!" Alessandra feels her heart hop a little. She glances at Edie, who is on the phone with the R.J. Miller salon, trying to secure a pedicure appointment for Mrs. Baskin in room 304. Alessandra taps Edie's back and tells her Xavier's here, and Edie whispers, "I'm on hold. I can't hang up. She wants this for the morning." Alessandra thinks that Edie is far more professional than she is. She would have hung up immediately. Alessandra is jealous that Edie has something to occupy her. Alessandra just smiles at the door, then checks her computer for no reason. Xavier doesn't have a reservation like other guests, and Lisbeth made his key cards hours ago. Then Alessandra hears voices, Zeke's and Lisbeth's. They both sound like stage actors. And an instant later, the man himself steps into the lobby. Well, Alessandra thinks. He's taller than Alessandra expected. Good. And he exudes a confidence that comes naturally for the very wealthy. He's wearing a cream-colored suit and a coral pink shirt open at the collar, a belt with a brushed silver buckle, nothing flashy, also good, and leather driving moccasins with woven uppers that Alessandra immediately identifies as Fratelli Rossetti. Xavier Darling's look is plucked straight from Capri. Alessandra experiences a pang for the summers of her recent past. She misses the turquoise water, diving off the bow of Giacomo's yacht in Capri, long lunches of grilled langoustines and crusty bread with fresh pressed olive oil and salty, craggy chunks of Parmigiano. Xavier is deeply tanned, so she supposes his has been a summer well spent at the helm of his ship or in a private cabana on the beach at Il Riccio. "This is nothing short of magnificent, Elizabeth," he says, raising his arms to the antique beams, taking in the whaling boat chandelier, the James Ogilvy photograph, the beachy elegance of the lobby. "What an appealing space." Beatrice from the service kitchen appears with a deep red cocktail. It's the Heartbreaker. Alessandra has heard all about it, and a tiny basket of gougere from the Blue Bar bakery box. The gougères are golden and fragrant, fresh from the oven, but no doubt cooled to the perfect temperature so that Xavier doesn't burn his tongue. When Alessandra and Xavier are together, her life will be blessed with exquisite welcomes like this. Xavier accepts the cocktail and raises his glass to the front desk. "Here's to you," he says, and he drinks. Lisbeth leads him over to meet Edie, who has just hung up the phone. She steps out from behind the desk, faces Xavier, and curtsies. Alessandra wants to cringe, but Xavier throws his head back and laughs. He and Edie shake hands, and while Lisbeth brags to Xavier, Edie was a Statler Fellow at Cornell, Alessandra steps out from behind the desk and waits a respectful distance behind Edie until it's her turn to be introduced. Xavier takes a deeper interest in Edie once she mentions that she grew up on the island, and Edie draws Zeke into the conversation because Zeke was raised on Nantucket as well. Then Lisbeth tells Xavier that Zeke is an accomplished surfer and also the nephew of Magda English, head of housekeeping, and that gets Xavier's attention. He's known Magda for over 30 years, he says. Alessandra is starting to feel awkward, like a literal lady-in-waiting. However, Raoul is in a mirrored position to Alessandra behind Xavier, and his expression radiates good-natured interest in this conversation that has nothing to do with him. Alessandra takes a sustaining breath and reminds herself that she will stand on deck for as long as it takes, and when she gets into the batter's box, she will hit a grand slam. The hotel phone rings, and although Alessandra is closest, she makes no move to answer it. She hasn't met Xavier yet. She wills Edie to hear the phone and sense that she should be the one to answer it, but Edie is still deep in conversation, and Alessandra catches a pointed look from Lisbeth. She doesn't like to hear the phone ring more than twice. She goes back behind the desk to answer the phone. It's the secretary of a Mr. Iannucci, who will be checking in later that afternoon. The secretary is confirming the reservation in a pool view room for 2 nights. Yes, confirmed. Didn't Mr. Iannucci receive the email? Alessandra knows he did, but he was probably too busy to even open it. We look forward to welcoming Mr. Iannucci this afternoon, Alessandra says. Her voice may be a touch louder than it needs to be, so that Xavier will hear her superlative phone skills and realize that at least someone is working while everyone else grovels. Alessandra hangs up just as Lisbeth says, "Let me show you the break room." Edie returns to the desk, and Zeke and Raoul head back out to the entrance. "Lovely to meet you all," Xavier says. Except he hasn't met Alessandra yet, and he sent that email expressly to her, so she waits a moment and then, in a rare act of desperation, follows Xavier and Lisbeth into the break room. Xavier is standing at the pinball machine. Hocus pocus! I played this during my one American summer back in the 70s. I lived with my aunt and uncle in Casper, Wyoming, of all places. My uncle owned a ranch there, and the local watering hole had this game. He presses the buttons on either side and the flippers clickety-clack. Xavier turns to Lisbeth. You don't happen to have a quarter, do you? Alessandra clears her throat. I have one, sir. Both Xavier and Lisbeth turn around. Alessandra thinks that Lisbeth might be irked that she trailed them into the break room, but Lisbeth just smiles and in her new cheerleader voice says, Xavier, this is Alessandra Powell, our front desk manager. Alessandra makes eye contact and shakes Xavier's hand, then pulls a quarter from behind her ear like a magician, but only Lisbeth seems impressed. Alessandra has played a lot of pinball this summer. It has given her a chance to relive her own adolescence. There was a hocus pocus at the pizza parlor in Haight-Ashbury where she used to go with Duffy. Alessandra can't think about Duffy now, though she has a friend request rotting in her Facebook account. Here you go, Mr. Darling. It's lovely to meet you. Xavier accepts the quarter, and Alessandra waits for him to say something about her remarkable performance on the desk this summer, at which point she'll mention her previous work experience in Europe. Surely they could have an excellent conversation about Italy or Ibiza or Saint-Tropez. But Xavier simply says, Thank you very much. and turns to the pinball machine, inserts the coin, pulls back the springy lever, and lets the first silver ball fly. The machine comes to life, all dinging bells and flashing lights. It's clear Lisbeth is going to stay and watch Xavier play, but Alessandra senses she would be pushing her luck to stay as well. She returns to the desk. Xavier and Lisbeth emerge and head out the back door to the pools. After that, Alessandra supposes, it will be down to the wellness center, over to the Blue Bar, then up to the owner's suite. She sees Zeke wheeling in the cart with Xavier's luggage, a garment bag, a suitcase, a weekender duffel, and she nearly offers to take it up, but how weird and obvious would that be? She'll have to think of another reason to visit Xavier's suite. She needs to have a conversation with him one-on-one. That's all it will take, Alessandra thinks. She'll dip her chin and gaze up at him. She'll touch his wrist between the cuff of his shirt and his watch. That's all it ever takes. When Lisbeth returns to the desk, she's flushed and panting, as if she's just completed an obstacle course. "He's settled in," she says. "He loved everything. He was so complimentary and he noticed every detail. I'm not sure what I was worried about. This place is pretty perfect." Alessandra resists the urge to roll her eyes. Edie says, "I feel like I just met royalty. He's so elegant." Elegant is the right word, Alessandra thinks. She should have been pursuing elegance, manners, breeding, experience, generosity, all along, but she'd been distracted by looks and surface charm, and that's why she hasn't landed in the right situation. Now that Alessandra has met Xavier Darling in person, she can see their future together more clearly. It will be the jet and the chauffeured Bentley, of course, but also private islands, hunting lodges in the wilds of Scotland, quiet evenings at home in Belgravia, Xavier smoking a pipe and checking the markets, Alessandra reading a first edition Dante curled up on the sofa by the fire. She'll lose her eye crystals and the white eyeliner. She'll start wearing her hair in a chignon. She'll call him X. He'll go from infatuated to besotted to deeply in love. He'll be captivated by Alessandra's intelligence, her ease with languages, her business savvy. He'll insist that she accompany him to Davos, where she'll draw the attention of the other moguls, and this sense of competition for her attention will prompt Xavier to propose. Or, if marriage frightens him, which is what Alessandra suspects, he'll appease her by changing his will, and by buying her an extraordinary diamond that proves his commitment without requiring a church ceremony. All she has to do is get up to his room. Lisbeth gasps, "I forgot to give him a copy of the Blue Book." Well, isn't that like the sky opening up and raining gold coins? Alessandra snaps up a copy of the Blue Book. "I'll take this up to him right now," she says. "I have to drop off tickets for the drive-in to Suite 315 anyway." Alessandra waves the envelope that does, in fact, contain 4 drive-in movie tickets for the Hearn family in Suite 315. Alessandra has been holding on to them all day, just in case. An unfamiliar feeling comes over Alessandra as she approaches the door of the owner's suite. She has butterflies. She is always the pursued, never the pursuer. After she knocks, she quickly tousles her hair and arranges her face into an open, innocent smile. Xavier Darling opens the door. He has shed his jacket but not, thankfully, his shoes, and he's holding a glass of rosé. Alessandra knows they stocked his minibar with Domaine Haute at his request. He gives her a look of vague recognition, like he's seen her somewhere before, but where? "Mr. Darling, sorry to interrupt. I'm Alessandra Powell, the front desk manager. You sent me a personal email telling me how much you were looking forward to meeting me." She then realizes, with no small amount of horror, that Xavier must have sent those emails to everyone, or even worse, his secretary sent them on his behalf. "Yes," he says crisply, maybe even a bit impatiently. Alessandra clears her throat. She has been here 10 seconds and she's already blowing it. "I wanted to hand-deliver the Blue Book, sir. It's our recommendation guide to the island. Museums, beaches, restaurants, and the like. I say our, but this is Lisbeth's brainchild. She wrote it, and our guests have raved about it. It's something that sets us apart from the island's other luxury hotels. Alessandra tries to radiate virtue. See how I prop other women up and polish their crowns? She's mentioned it, yes. Thank you. Xavier reaches for the book, and Alessandra instinctively holds on tight. Come to me, she thinks. If you'd like me to set up any dinner reservations or arrange for any excursions, please let me know. I'm all yours. Ever so reluctantly, she allows him to tug the book from her. Xavier riffles through the pages. I'll take a look when I have a moment. I'm at your disposal if you need dinner. I had everything booked for me weeks ago. Xavier steps back and takes hold of the door. He seems like he's about to close it in her face. Thank you, Alexandra. That's it, she thinks. He didn't show the slightest interest. He didn't flirt, didn't wink, didn't smile. His eyes didn't linger. He wasn't intrigued, wasn't attracted. He didn't even get her name right. When Alessandra gets back to the desk, she isn't thinking straight. Edie is on the phone, so there's no immediate follow-up questioning about how it went, although Alessandra is tempted to confide in Edie because she needs a friend. But what would she say? I've been trying to find a suitable man all summer, someone who will make my life easier. Edie will be appalled. Edie is idealistic, not only about marrying for love, but also about women making their own way in the world. What kind of dinosaur pursues a sugar daddy? I can't meet a regular guy and lead a normal middle-class life. I'm not programmed that way. I need someone of Xavier's caliber, and there are only a certain number of straight, unattached billionaire men, Edie. Just as she is about to admit defeat, she'll be a hotel desk clerk forever. Her beauty will wash out like an old master's painting left in direct sunlight. She'll die alone with her broken dreams. She remembers that she has a ripcord. She slips into the break room and pulls out her phone. She feels a sharp stab of guilt because she's standing at the very counter where she and Edie fought back against exactly the kind of blackmail that Alessandra is about to initiate. But, sorry, she's desperate. She finds the pictures of herself in the Bick's house on Hulbert Avenue and sends them in separate text messages to Michael Bick. I need 50,000 more, she types. Otherwise, these go to your wife. She'd like to claim cramps and go home, but there's only an hour left in her shift and she's dependent on Raoul for a ride because of her Jeep's crapped-out transmission. So she decides to show some grit and finish the day. She feels she's made the right decision and is, perhaps, being rewarded when a good-looking, broad-shouldered gentleman pulling a roller bag and carrying an attaché case steps into the lobby. He glances from Edie to Alessandra, and although Alessandra has stopped treating the front desk like a beauty pageant or a popularity contest, she smiles at the gentleman and he grins and strolls right over to her. Good boy, Alessandra thinks. In seconds, he'll be eating out of her hand. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Hotel Nantucket, she says, checking in. Screw you, Xavier, darling, she thinks. You lost out. The gentleman pulls out his driver's license, Robert Iannucci from Holliston, Massachusetts, and a gold American Express. Bob Iannucci, he says, here for 2 nights. He winks at her. Your name tag is upside down. Ah, you noticed. I'm Alessandra, the front desk manager. What a pleasure to meet you. Bob Iannucci, Italian, she likes it, isn't wearing a wedding ring. Alessandra gets him checked in, thinking, gold card, not platinum card. A room, not a suite. And Holliston is a Boston suburb. A nice suburb, but a suburb just the same. Bob Iannucci isn't worth going after, but Alessandra needs an ego boost. Oh, does she? And so, when she slides Bob Iannucci his key cards, she attaches a yellow sticky note with her number on it and says, if you need any help with dinner reservations, just let me know. That's my personal cell phone. I'm here for whatever you need. Bob Iannucci peels the sticky note off the keycard envelope and regards it with a bemused expression. Are you soliciting me? He asks. Alessandra runs her gaze over Bob Iannucci and notices things she overlooked in her haste. His blandly corporate look, gray suit pants, white shirt, navy striped tie, Seiko watch, his tight military-style haircut, his close shave, his square jaw, and his direct gaze, and she thinks, oh God. She can't believe she didn't notice it right off the bat. This guy is a cop, or worse, a detective. What? She says, no. She laughs, and Bob Iannucci laughs and says, oh, too bad. And the whole thing becomes a joke, and Bob Iannucci rolls his bag onto the elevator, and when the doors close, Alessandra turns to Edie and says, I feel like the green puke emoji, I'm sorry. Edie says, go home, girl. I got this. Alessandra wants to hug Edie. She is so grateful, but she doesn't want to get Edie sick. And so she just collects her bag and scoots out the doors into the bright and newly confusing world. Chapter 23. Full Send. The Brant Point Grill is the restaurant at the White Elephant Hotel and Resort, the Hotel Nantucket's rival, so it seems like an odd choice for drinks. But Ms. English picked it, and who is Chad to argue? The spacious bar has a lot of dark wood and big mirrors, and the clientele is older and more sophisticated than the places Chad frequents, or frequented in his past life. There's a jazz combo playing in the corner, piano, drums, stand-up bass. Past the bar, Chad can see the elegant dining room where enormous windows offer a vista of the flat blue sheet of Nantucket Harbor, dotted with boats. Chad has been to the restaurant before with his parents, an Easter brunch one year when Paul and Whitney thought it would be fun to visit the island in the off-season. But Chad remembers that he and Leith had been disenchanted by the whole experience. It was cold enough for them to need winter parkas on April 9th, and everything was still closed downtown, including the juice bar and their yacht club, which was how they'd ended up at the Brant Point Grill. Ms. English leads Chad to 2 seats at the long bar, ones that are in front of a mirror, which means that Chad is confronted with the reflection of himself sitting next to his now fancy boss in a bar. What would you like, Longshot? Ms. English asks. Drinks are on me. I can pay, Chad says. Ms. English laughs. She motions for the bartender, who hurries over to take their order. The usual, neat for me, Brian. Appleton Estate 21, Magda, you got it, Brian says with a wink. They know each other, Chad thinks. Ms. English comes here, to the rival hotel's restaurant. He supposes it's better than getting a drink at the Blue Bar, where Ms. English is still sort of at work and where everyone knows her. Another good thing about the Brant Point Grill, he realizes, is that they're anonymous, surrounded by another hotel's guests. I'll have a... Chad is hesitant to order his usual, a vodka soda, because that's the stereotypical Chad drink. At the long-ago brunch, his parents ordered Bloody Marys, which came extravagantly garnished, one with a lobster tail on a skewer and one with a cheeseburger slider. But Chad doesn't want to inflate Ms. English's bar tab with an expensive drink. A beer, he says. Whale's tail, if you have it on draft? We do, Brian says. He sidles away to make the drinks. Although Chad is dying to ask Ms. English the question that's reverberating through his mind, he knows enough to wait until their drinks have been set before them and they've raised their glasses to each other. Thank you for inviting me, Chad says. Thank you for coming, Longshot. This is way overdue. Is it? Chad thinks. There's no time to consider how long Ms. English has been wanting to invite him for drinks because the urge to know what happened to Bibi is overwhelming. So, what? Barbara gave her notice at the beginning of last week, Ms. English says. She was accepted at UMass Dartmouth with a scholarship and she's going to pursue a degree in criminal justice. What? Chad says. She is? Yes, how about that? She forwarded me her acceptance email. I fear because she thought I wouldn't believe her. Her first day of classes was today. Bibi wasn't fired. She didn't go on the lam looking for Johnny Quarter. She wasn't bullied by Octavia and Nevis. That was a crazy theory. She was going to college on a scholarship. Chad is embarrassed to find tears gathering in his eyes. He's so proud of her. Why didn't she tell me? Chad says. Mixed in with his emotions is the sting of betrayal. Bibi just walked off the day before like everything was normal. See ya, long shot. She wanted me to tell you, Miss English says. She was afraid of a messy goodbye, I think. Some people are like that. Miss English nudges Chad with her elbow. And the two of you grew so close this summer. It wasn't like that, Chad says. He drinks deeply from his beer. It's the first drink he's had since May 22nd, and it gives him an instant buzz. We were friends. You are more than friends, Miss English says. You planted that belt in the laundry in order to protect her. No, I didn't, Chad wants to say, but he can't lie, so he shrugs. I take it that belt belonged to your mother? Miss English says. Has she missed it? Ha, no. The last thing Chad is worried about is Whitney missing her belt. I thought Bibi might have taken the belt and I didn't want her to get in trouble. All of my cleaners are extremely honest people, Miss English says, with squeaky clean resumes. I see to that. What about me? Chad asks. He finishes his beer. He probably drank it more quickly than he should have. Without his even asking, another one arrives in its place. Did you do any background research on me? No, Miss English says. You, I hired out of desperation. She laughs, and Chad has to smile. I had a feeling about you, but it was a gamble. That's why I call you Longshot. Yes, Chad gets it. Preppy dudes from wealthy families don't clean hotel rooms, except this summer one did, and he did it well, he thinks. Thank you for taking the chance, he says. This summer helped me. Helped you? Miss English says. Chad stares into his beer, then takes a long swallow. Remember at my interview, I told you I messed up? Yes, Longshot, I do. I'll admit I've wondered about that statement periodically over the summer. You're such a hard worker, conscientious, respectful, prompt, responsible, and, as I noticed in regard to your relationship with Barbara, thoughtful and kind. I can't imagine you being otherwise. Oh, but I was, Chad says. I was otherwise. Miss English pats his back lightly. You don't have to share, she says, unless you want to, in which case I will listen with rapt interest. Chad thinks it over. He has done everything right this summer, but he hasn't taken the most important step in moving on. He hasn't talked about what happened with anyone. Share, the word Miss English used, makes him feel like she'll accept part of the burden he's been carrying around. Something happened this spring, Chad says, on May 22nd. On the morning of May 22nd, Chad woke up freshly graduated from Bucknell University with gentleman's C's, looking at a delicious, responsibility-free summer on Nantucket with his parents and his sister Leith, before he joined his father's company, the Brandywine Group, in September. Chad's parents were driving to the Deerfield Academy to pick up Leith, who had just finished her junior year. Paul and Whitney Winslow were making an overnight trip of it because they liked to include a romantic stay at the Mayflower Inn. Chad didn't like to dwell on this, obviously. They were his parents. All he cared about was having the house in Radnor to himself so he could throw a little graduation party. Before his parents left, his mother kissed his cheek and said, "Please be good, Chaddy. And remember to take Lulu out every 2 hours. She can't make it to the door by herself anymore, so you'll have to carry her." "I will," Chad said. Lulu was their 15-year-old dachshund whom Chad loved like another sibling. He would be good to the dog, but, TBH, he couldn't wait for his parents to leave. He'd invited everyone he'd ever known to the party, including a bunch of guys from Bucknell, some of whom had road-tripped for hours to get to the Winslow home. Chad wanted the event to be a step up from the parties he'd thrown in high school, so he bought steaks to throw on the grill, and a bunch of the girls he invited showed up with potato salad and guacamole. Tindley Akers, whom Chad had known since nursery school, brought pot brownies. Chad sampled one as an appetizer, and it sent him flying. After dinner, Chad started a bonfire in the fire pit while a bunch of kids splashed around in the pool. Things got wilder from there. Honestly, Chad couldn't remember all the details. He knelt for the full-send beer funnel multiple times. He did shots of Jägermeister and hoovered cocaine off the vanity in the downstairs powder room. That became a joke. Meet me in the powder room. Though Chad felt guilty when he looked at his mother's little embroidered towels and fancy soaps. Thinking about his mother made Chad remember the dog. He was supposed to take her out every 2 hours. And how long had it been? He found Lulu on her bed on the screened-in porch. Chad dutifully carried her outside, let her whiz, and then set her back on her plaid Orvis bed. She looked so old and forlorn that Chad almost wanted to tell everyone to go home while he and Lulu snuggled on the sectional in the rec room to watch Family Guy. That was their thing. Chad was certain that Lulu understood the show because it always held her rapt attention. But what was he, nuts? It was a party. His friends were here. Still, he couldn't just leave Lulu to wallow in her old dog misery, so he went in search of a rawhide or a treat, which required a trip to the basement, where Chad's attention was snagged by his parents' wine cave. They pronounced it cave, which made Chad and Leith cringe. He snatched a bottle of champagne off the rack, and upstairs, he grabbed a 10-inch chef's knife from the kitchen. In Chad's final week of school, his professor of French culture had shown the class how to saber the top off a bottle of champagne. Chad ran outside to the deck, but the party was so out of control there was no way to get anyone's attention. Everyone was in or around the pool, swimming, drinking, smoking, making out, dancing. The outdoor speaker blasted Pop Smoke's What You Know About Love. Chad ran the blade of the knife along the throat of the champagne bottle, just as Professor Legree had shown them, then hit the bottle with the blade and, whoosh, the top of the bottle sliced off, neat and clean. Bubbles spewed over Chad's fingers. He enjoyed 1 split second of blissful satisfaction. The sabering worked. This was a party trick he could use for the rest of his life, before he saw his college roommate and best friend Patty hunched over, holding his face. Somehow, without even knowing, Chad knew. He ran over to Patty. "You okay, man?" There was blood spurting out of the fingers that Patty was holding over his left eye. The cork and the top of the bottle with its thick glass edge had hit Patty in the face. "Call 911!" Chad shouted, but nobody heard him, and Chad's phone was over by the outdoor speaker controlling the music. He grabbed the nearest person, Tindley, as it turned out, and called the ambulance from her phone. Patty wasn't making any noise, and he was as white as a sheet. Tindley had the presence of mind to bring Patty a damp towel for his eye. Chad held Patty's arm, the one that wasn't pressed to his face, and wished like hell the cork had hit anyone but Patty. Patty Farrell was not only Chad's best friend, he was a genuinely good and smart person. He'd been a scholarship student at Bucknell. His dad was a long-haul trucker, and his mom worked as a legal secretary. They lived in a town of 400 called Grimesland, North Carolina. "I'm so sorry, man," Chad said, wondering why the hell he had sabered the champagne when there were people around. How irresponsible was that? He hadn't noticed Patty sitting on the deck. That was the thing. Patty must have been alone in the dark, which made Chad feel even worse. Patty didn't know anyone at the party besides the 3 other Bucknell guys, and he was quiet by nature. Patty had driven up from Grimesland at Chad's insistence. "You have to come, man. There are going to be so many girls." When the ambulance arrived, some people scattered, thinking it was the police. Chad grabbed his phone but left the music playing and climbed into the back of the ambulance with Patty, who kept insisting he didn't need to go to the hospital and shouldn't go because his parents didn't have that kind of health insurance. "I'll pay for it, man. It was my fault," Chad said. The paramedic, a woman named Christy who was actually kind of hot, managed to pry Patty's hand away from his eye. She said matter-of-factly, "That's going to need surgery." "I can't," Patty said, "afford it." "I'll pay for it," Chad said again, and he thought about how what he meant was that his parents, who at that very moment were probably gazing across a candlelit table at each other, splitting a chocolate mousse, would pay for it. They would find out about the party unless Chad got everyone out of there pronto. He wondered how bad it would be if he didn't go to the hospital with Patty and instead stayed home and did damage control. Bad, he thought, and for the first time in a long time, maybe ever, said a prayer. When they got to the hospital, Patty was rushed away. Chad heard someone mention an eye specialist. He was buzzing from the cocaine, but also drunk and high and teetering on the edge of paranoia. A nurse gave him a form to fill out, but he knew only some of the answers. He needed to call Patty's parents or his own, but he was waiting to see what the doctors said. He was hoping it would turn out to be just stitches and a shiner. When he handed the clipboard back to the nurse, he said, "Whatever this costs, I'll pay for it. Just make sure he gets the best care." They were at Bryn Mawr Hospital, which was where Chad had been born. He hadn't had a reason to return here in 22 years, and neither had anyone else in his family. They were just that fortunate, so fortunate that Chad almost broke down crying. But instead, he stumbled over to the water fountain and tried to suck it dry. His phone rang. It was Raj, which was not unexpected. After Patty, Raj was the next nicest guy that Chad knew. Raj was from Potomac, Maryland, and he was super smart and driven. His parents were doctors. He was probably calling to see how Patty was, but Chad couldn't talk to him yet. He didn't want to talk to anyone until he knew Patty was going to be okay. He declined the call. Raj immediately called back, and when Chad declined again, Raj texted, "Pick up, bruh, it's urgent." "I can't talk," Chad texted back, "Waiting room." Raj sent a fire emoji, which Chad ignored. Then Raj called again and Chad whispered into the phone, "What?" Raj said, "Someone set your house on fire." Chad hung up. Raj was drunk, stoned, high, and he thought he was being funny. Great. A man in blue scrubs entered the waiting room. "Chadwick Winslow?" he said. Chad raised his hand like he was in 4th grade. The man approached and said, "Dr. Harding, nice to meet you. You're here with Patrick?" Chad nodded. "He's gone into surgery. The cornea appears to have been sliced. We're going to try to save the eye, but there's a better-than-not chance Patrick will have partial to full vision loss." Chad gagged, but no, he couldn't uke here in the waiting room. He breathed in through his nose. "I want to pay for it." Chad's phone rang. It was Raj again. Dr. Harding clapped Chad on the shoulder and said, "We're keeping him overnight. Why don't you go home and get some rest? One of our nurses has contacted Patrick's family." No, Chad thought. He'd met Mr. and Mrs. Farrell a handful of times. They weren't fancy or sophisticated like Chad's parents, but they were kind, decent people. Patty had an older brother, Griffin, who was in the U.S. Navy, stationed in Honolulu. They FaceTimed once a week. The doctor disappeared back down the hall, and when Chad pulled his phone out to call an Uber, he saw another text from Raj. "Your house caught on fire. The fire department put it out, but the deck and the screened-in porch are torched. You need to come home right now. Your neighbors are here. Also, man, I hate to say this in a text, but your dog is dead." Lulu, Chad thought, and for a second, he couldn't breathe. Chad's phone rang again. The screen said, "Dad." "I burned down part of my house," Chad says to Ms. English. "That was the least awful thing I did. I killed my dog, whom I loved so much, whom my whole family loved, and my sister still won't speak to me. She hates me." He gets an aching lump in his throat. "All I can think about is Lulu's fur catching on fire or her coughing from the smoke." He stops. It was so terrible, and it was all his fault. He pushes his beer away. He thought he'd be okay to drink again, but now his stomach is churning just like it did that night at the hospital. "And my best friend, a guy I loved like a brother and always wanted to protect, a guy who was kind of like BB, because he didn't come from a background like mine, lost his vision in his left eye. Forever. And we're not friends anymore. I haven't heard from him since he went back home." Chad had stayed at the hospital until his parents and Patty's parents had shown up. Patty underwent surgery and was released 2 days later. When the nurse wheeled him out with a patch over one eye, Chad started apologizing, insisting it was an accident. He hadn't seen Patty sitting there, but he could hear his voice ricocheting off a new steeliness encapsulating Patty that Chad hoped was just the painkillers, but that turned out to be anger. "You're shallow, thoughtless, and oblivious to your own privilege. You didn't check to see who was sitting around you when you sliced the top off a glass bottle with a 10-inch chef's knife because you didn't care. Anyone sitting in your direct line of fire would have been in your way, spoiling your fun, and we both know nothing and no one means more to Chad Winslow than fun. Your whole existence is filled with empty, meaningless pleasure, and this will continue to be true because no one is ever going to hold you accountable. You'll never develop character, and you won't go to heaven or hell because you don't have a soul." Patty had been at least partially right. Nobody held Chad accountable. His parents did extreme damage control, calling in a favor at the Philadelphia Inquirer so the incident didn't make the papers, and personally phoning the parents of every kid who attended the party and promising favors in exchange for their kid's silence or threatening lawsuits because someone, Chad still doesn't know who, threw a can of lighter fluid into the fire pit. The can exploded, and burning fragments sliced through the screen of the porch and instantly ignited the sisal rug and the drapes and the dog bed. Chad overheard his mother lying to people on the phone, saying they'd put Lulu down. She was so old and feeble, poor thing. Patty didn't tell anyone anything. He returned to Grimesland, which was far, far away from the gossip channels of the main line. "I didn't get in any trouble," Chad says. "My parents were angry, of course, and they were disappointed. But mostly, they were worried about how the incident would reflect on them. They thought everyone would say they were bad parents, and so they did what they could to sweep it under the rug. They bought me a brand new Range Rover as a graduation present, and it was delivered to my house the day after Patty went home. So it felt like I had done all these heinous things and was rewarded." Chad shakes his head and his eyes flood with hot tears as he thinks, "What the actual Ms. English lays a cool hand on his arm. "But you corrected course on your own," she says. "You came to me, and I put you to work in a place where we don't sweep anything under the rug." Chad wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. "You told me that you believed even the biggest messes could be cleaned up." "And that's what you did," she says. "I'm sure your parents are very proud of you." "They're not, though," Chad says. "Neither one of them has praised me for getting this job. My father told me to quit." "But you didn't quit," Ms. English says, "because you do have character, Longshot." "I don't want to work at my father's company," Chad says. "I want to stay at the hotel until it closes for the season." Ms. English tisks, "You have to get on with your life." "But I don't want—" They're interrupted by a silver-haired gentleman in a pink shirt who puts a hand on Ms. English's back and says, "Hello, Magda." Ms. English rises from her stool and offers the gentleman her hand. He kisses it like someone in the movies, and Chad thinks, "Who is this dude?" The guy is gazing at Ms. English like she's a Victoria's Secret angel, and Chad feels uncomfortable, like he's the one interrupting them, not the other way around, and protective, too. He gets to his feet. "Hi," he says, "I work for Ms. English." The gentleman turns to Chad, then looks at Ms. English. "This is your Longshot?" Ms. English chuckles. "It is indeed. Xavier, please meet Chadwick Winslow. Chadwick, this is Xavier Darling." Mario's I Love You playlist for Lisbeth. XO, Beyoncé. Let My Love Open the Door, Pete Townsend. Whatever It Is, Zac Brown Band. Never Tear Us Apart, In Excess. Come to Me, Goo Goo Dolls. Everlong, Foo Fighters. Head Over Feet, Alanis Morissette. Never Let You Go, Third Eye Blind. Wonderful Tonight, Eric Clapton. Swing Life Away, Rise Against. Something, The Beatles. You're My Home, Billy Joel. I Believe, Stevie Wonder. Better Together, Luke Combs. You and Me, Lifehouse. All I Want Is You, U2. In My Feelings, Drake. Lay Me Down, Dirty Heads. Sunshine, World Party. Crazy Love, Van Morrison. Stand By My Woman, Lenny Kravitz. It's late on the night of the 24th, so late it's the 25th, and Mario slips between the sheets of Lisbeth's bed and starts the ritual of unbraiding her hair. He likes the way it looks all kinked and long, so she indulges him. Lisbeth isn't fully awake, but her desire stirs at the feel of his hands in her hair, his front pressed against her back. Because she's in that liminal state between waking and sleeping, her animal instincts emerge, and she loses all inhibition. Their lovemaking is a storm, and this night she hears the tapping of rain on her cottage's roof, then the tree branches swiping at her windows, then a sharp crack followed by a grumble of thunder. Lisbeth's and Mario's bodies move over the bed in a darkness that's briefly illuminated by flashes of lightning. It's cinematic, she thinks. How beautiful they are in those split seconds when their bodies are silvered by the electrical charge in the air. Afterward, they lie flat on the bottom sheet, the duvet kicked to the floor, and Lisbeth wonders if she's ever been this happy. She has focused all of her energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new, just as the sign at the end of her bed has been urging her to do for nearly an entire calendar year. She wishes that back on September 30th, she could have somehow known that one day she would be lying in bed next to Mario freaking Subiaco after having impressed the hell out of the new owner of the Hotel Nantucket, where she was the general manager. Would she have believed it? Mario expels a breath. I love you, he says. The rain has stopped, the wind has died down, the lightning and thunder have rolled past. What? Lisbeth says, though of course she heard him perfectly. Mario faces her. I love you, he says. I'm in love with you. He starts laughing. I honestly can't believe it. I'm, 46, almost 47? And in all those years, I've told only 3 other women I loved them. One was Allie Taylor in 6th grade. And yes, that was real love, the purest kind. Awkward and unrequited. One was my mother, of course, and the third was Fiona. I loved Fee, but that was different, because although I would have lain down in traffic for her, we weren't romantically involved. Lisbeth's heart feels like an exploding star in her chest. She realizes it's time for her to say it back, but she wants to hear more. How can you be so sure with me? She says. Explain yourself. Working backward, Mario says. When you ended things a few weeks ago, I thought, okay, she's not ready. No problem. Things had gotten serious pretty quickly, and I knew you were coming off this other relationship, so I told myself I understood. But I was hurt by it, which was a new feeling for me, or new since 6th grade when Allie Taylor went to the Valentine's Day dance with Will Chandler instead of me. He grins. Lisbeth touches his face. He loves her. Before that, I wouldn't say it was love at first sight, but when I saw you in the parking lot that first day in those sexy heels telling JJ to leave you alone, even though the dude was down on one knee proposing, I thought, that poor guy blew it, but I'm not going to. Stop, Lisbeth says, though she's grinning. Before that, Mario says, there was no before that. Lisbeth says, that was the day we met. Before that, Xavier told me that he'd hired a lioness named Elizabeth Keaton to manage the hotel. He said you used to run the deck with your boyfriend, but that you'd parted ways and you were looking for a fresh start. Lioness? Lisbeth says. Direct quote. You don't forget a description like that. I was so intrigued that I did some stalking. I saw the feature about you and JJ in coastal living, then I checked out the deck's website, and I developed a little crush on you."
"You did not."
"I did," Mario says. "You reminded me of Allie Taylor."
Lisbeth swats him and he says,
"I'm serious. She had blonde hair like yours and pale blue eyes and that sweet but tough thing going that I haven't encountered in any other woman until I met you. I always said I was going to find Allie Taylor someday and marry her."
Lisbeth is starting to feel a little jealous of Allie Taylor.
"But when I checked Facebook, I saw she was married with 4 kids at private schools in Manhattan, and I also realized I was happy for her in that life. The magic was gone. But when I look at you..."
Here, Mario traces his finger from Lisbeth's shoulder down her arm.
"I feel like I'm 12 years old again, and everything is shiny and new and colorful and full of wonder. And that's how I know that I love you."
"I love you too," Lisbeth says.
"There's a reason why I'm telling you tonight," Mario says, "even though I've been in love with you for most of the summer."
"What's the reason?" she says.
"Xavier was crazy about the bar. Our numbers are good, and you said he was happy with the hotel."
"He raved," Lisbeth says.
"So today it finally felt real," Mario says. "It felt sustainable, like I can dig in here. I can stay here and do my thing with the bar, and you can run the hotel, and in the off-season we can go wherever the spirit moves us. I still own a place in LA. It's a bungalow with a little pool out back and an avocado tree."
"An avocado tree?" Lisbeth says.
She kisses Mario and pulls the duvet onto the bed. All she wants is to go to sleep dreaming of swimming pools and movie stars, an avocado tree, and some craftsman furniture in Mario's bungalow. Tomorrow, she will still have to charm Xavier, still have to make sure everything is beyond the beyond for him. A hotel experience isn't made in one afternoon or even one night. Lisbeth closes her eyes and Mario starts breathing deeply, but Lisbeth can't settle. She's in a happy bubble, insulated and safe. But isn't there the teeniest tear threatening to deflate it? Well, she thinks, the last Friday of the month is only 2 days away, which means a new Hotel Confidential post. Either Shelley Carpenter has stayed with them or she hasn't. If she has and she gives them less than 5 keys, or if she hasn't and doesn't review them at all, what will happen? Chapter 24. Heartbreaker. Xavier Darling is out to dinner, and so Grace spends the evening doing a few minor hauntings. She's able to delight Mary Perkowski from Ohio by flickering the lights, then playing Mary's favorite song, Thunder Road, spontaneously over the sound system, then by making the shears of the canopy bed sway like the dress in the song. Next, it's off to Suite 114, where Grace peeks in on the Marsh children, who will be leaving in the morning. Today marked Louie's last chess lesson with Rustum, and Wanda returned her Nancy Drew books to the library. She made it all the way to number 45, The Spider Sapphire Mystery. Kimber isn't exactly an organized packer. She has been stuffing things in bags indiscriminately, a process that was interrupted by moments of her sitting on the bed with her face in her hands or writing her memoirs on her laptop with tears streaming down her face. Grace has grown attached to Kimber, and Wanda and Louie, and even Doug. She can't imagine the hotel without them, but it's the very nature of a hotel to be impermanent. Hello, then goodbye. That's how it goes. If people stayed forever, it would be a home. Grace moves in close to Wanda, the only supernaturally sensitive person in the past 100 years who has wanted to understand her. Grace kisses her cheek, leaving behind a cool, damp spot. Wanda's eyes flutter open. "Grace." "I'm here, sweet child," Grace thinks. Then Doug growls. He's such a crank with her, though Grace likes knowing he'll protect Wanda. And Grace leaves the room. Nighty-night. She floats up 2 floors, and across the hall to the owner's suite, a place she has consciously avoided all summer long, and sure enough, it triggers her right away. Despite the fact that it's bright and white and beachy modern now, Grace can picture her 19-year-old self crouched on the ground, trying to coax the damn cat, Mittens, out from under the bed. She's thinking that a woman who would throw a silver candlestick at her own pet is a woman with a turd for a heart. Grace hears the door open. In her mind, it's Jackson Benedict, come to sweet-talk Grace, kiss her and press her hand to his crotch, and she will, in that instant, know she's ruined. But she will not yet know that she's doomed. It's not Jackson Benedict who steps into the suite. Obviously not. Jack has been dead for decades, but Xavier Darling with none other than Magda English. Well, Grace thinks, this is something of a reprise. The owner of the hotel with the housekeeping staff. Except Magda isn't merely housekeeping staff. She is, in modern parlance, a girl boss. No one pushes Magda around or tells her what to do, not even a man with $11 billion like Xavier Darling. Xavier turns on the lights in the living area. They're on dimmers and cast a romantic honeyed glow. He raises the room-darkening shades on the picture window so they can see over Easton Street to Nantucket Harbor and the ruby beacon of Brant Point Light. "Champagne?" Xavier says. There's a bottle of Paul Roget relaxing in an ice bath on the burled walnut coffee table, and Magda says, "You know I never turn down champagne, Xavier." Xavier opens the bottle with a flourish. He pours 2 flutes. Then he and Magda settle on the sofa together and raise their glasses. "To the hotel," Magda says. They drink. "I bought it for you, you know," Xavier says. This makes Magda hoot with laughter. "I'm serious," Xavier says. "When you worked on my ships, I knew where to find you." "You were always so subtle about it," Magda says, "landing your helicopter on the bow or hot-dogging in your cigarette boat. I'll never forget you pulling up to the docks in that Devil when I went ashore in Ischia." She caresses his face. "You used to be so dashing." Xavier sighs. "I'm still pretty dashing, no? As soon as you told me you were retiring and moving to Nantucket, I did some research and found the hotel. I wanted to make it grand for you." He sips his champagne. "Another woman might be flattered." "Another woman might think you were trying to control her." "No one can control you," Xavier says. "Of all the women I've known in my life, you are the one who has haunted me." Ha ha ha, Grace thinks. Now there's a choice of words. "You're so independent, so elusive." Magda puts a finger to Xavier's lips. He takes her hand and pulls her in for a kiss. The flutes of champagne are set down. Magda and Xavier move for each other in such haste that Xavier's knee jostles the table, his flute topples, and champagne spills across the burled surface of the table and drips down onto the Persian rug. But neither Xavier nor Magda, with her eagle eye for cleanliness, seems to notice. Downstairs at the front desk, the phone rings, but Richie isn't at his post. No, he's in Lisbeth's office on his cell phone. Again? Grace thinks. This must be a response to Kimber and the children leaving. She feels both sad and disappointed. Richie's actions were so wholesome while he was enthralled to the romance. These calls had completely stopped. Richie doesn't answer the hotel phone the first time it rings, nor does he answer it when the same people call back. Richie can see from checking the phone on Lisbeth's desk that it's the Sparacinos in Suite 316. When the Sparacinos call back a third time, Richie abruptly finishes the call on his cell phone and picks up. "Good evening, front desk," he says as smoothly as a late-night DJ. Mrs. Sparacino huffs. "There's a couple making quite a lot of noise in Suite 317. My husband has tried knocking on the wall, but they don't seem to get the hint. Would you call them, please? Ask them to be a little quieter." Richie assures Mrs. Sparacino that he will. But then it dawns on him that the guest in Suite 317 is Xavier Darling. Grace waits what she hopes is a sufficient amount of time for the passion to play out before returning to Suite 317. Thankfully, Magda and Xavier are now tucked neatly under the covers, snuggled in among the pillows, enjoying their afterglow. "I realize you love your work here," Xavier says. "I certainly do," Magda says. "I loved it on the ships, and I enjoy it even more here on land." "But Magda, you have so much money. You've seen the latest statements. We're well past the 20 million mark." He tickles her under the covers, and she giggles like a girl before swatting him away. "You've come a long way from the night we met." "I won nearly $250,000 that night," Magda says. "I put down my own hard-earned money. I placed the bets. I rolled the dice." "But you invested it with my people." "Yes, you helped me build the fortune. It's possible that I've never really felt entitled to the money for that reason, although don't get me wrong, it's nice knowing it's there." "I'd like to see you enjoy it," Xavier says. Magda sits up straighter and checks her hair. Strands have fallen out of her bun, and she tucks them back in. "We're a lot alike. You have $11 billion, and you won't stop working until you're dead." "I'll retire immediately if you agree to marry me," Xavier says. Magda squawks. "What kind of foolish thing is that to say?" "I've been in love with you since the second I met you on that ship. I know you want to be close to Zeke and William, but it's been nearly a year. I'm sure they only want you to be happy. Marry me, Magda. Come to London." "Eee," Grace thinks. She's swirling around the room like a funnel cloud. Xavier loves Magda. He's proposing, and unlike Jack, who promised Grace every time he visited the storage closet that he would divorce Dahlia and marry her, Xavier means it. He probably already has a ring picked out. Xavier reaches over to his nightstand, opens the little curved drawer, and produces a box from Harry Winston. He sits up in bed, the covers still, thankfully, smooth across his lap, and presents the box to Magda. "What have you done, Xavier?" she says. "I went all in," Xavier says. "Open it." Magda opens the box to reveal a movie star engagement ring. It's a light pink oval diamond. Grace doesn't know carats from carats, but it's big, in a setting of pavé diamonds and rose gold. "Well," Magda says, "try it on." Magda snaps the box closed. "Oh, Xavier, I can't try it on. I'm not going to marry you. I think you're a wonderful man, and I'm very grateful for all you've done for me." She stares up at the exact spot Grace is hovering. Grace holds her gaze, even though she knows that all Magda sees is the Nantucket night sky painted on the ceiling. "I consider you a dear friend. You make me laugh. I enjoy your company and a little roll in the hay because at my age, I'm happy I can still roll. But I don't love you. I do love this hotel and this job and being able to keep an eye on Zeke and William. I've been looking at some real estate on Eel Point Road, houses with ocean views and a pool and gardens. I haven't found the right one yet, but my plan, Xavier, is to stay here. I'm happy here." "You're turning me down?" Xavier says. Magda presses her palm to his cheek. "Yes," she says. "I'm turning you down, sweet man. I'm sorry." Grace leaves the suite and spirits back up to the 4th floor storage closet. If only she'd had the courage and self-assurance to say those words 100 years earlier. "I'm turning you down, Mr. Benedict. I'm sorry." She would have gone on to live a full life. But those words hadn't been available to Grace in 1922. She feels proud now, not only of Magda, but of womankind. There's been progress made this century. Grace chuckles. She suspects Wanda will be turning down men left and right. Lisbeth has arranged for Yolanda to take Xavier up to Great Point on Thursday. In Lisbeth's opinion, Great Point is the ultimate Nantucket destination, and Yolanda's classic Bronco is as cool a vehicle as exists on this island. Lisbeth asked Beatrice to prepare a picnic of chilled lobster rolls, yellow tomato gazpacho, corn salad, and some of Mario's church picnic eggs in a proper hamper with a bottle or two of Domaine Haute, Xavier's favorite rosé. Lisbeth wonders if Xavier will ask her to go along, since he barely knows Yolanda. She would love to say yes. She has been yearning to stretch out on the sand all summer. But of course, she has to stay at the hotel and make sure things run smoothly. Maybe he'll invite Edie to go. They seem to hit it off. Or his old friend Magda. Lisbeth can't really spare Magda today or any day, though she'll have to if Xavier asks. The only person Lisbeth does not want to see go on a day trip with Xavier is Alessandra. The way she threw herself at him in the break room was embarrassing. Lisbeth gets to work early, but apparently not early enough, because when she walks into her office, there's a note on the desk from Xavier. He's gone. "What?" Lisbeth shouts. The note says simply, "Had to leave the island unexpectedly. So sorry. XD." She bursts out to the desk, but no one is there. It's 7 o'clock. Richie is spending his last morning with Kimber and the kids before they leave on the ferry. Edie and Alessandra won't arrive for another 15 minutes, and neither will Adam and Zeke. The only person in the lobby is Louis. He's at his usual place at the chessboard by the front window, playing against himself. Even at this early hour, he's dressed in his little polo shirt with his blonde hair combed and parted. Lisbeth approaches. Louis has been in the lobby every day since June 6th, an 81-day streak, and Lisbeth hasn't found the time to play him in chess even once. She feels bad about this, but she can't dwell on it now. "Louis," she says, "did you see an older gentleman with silver hair here in the lobby earlier?" Louis blinks behind the thick lenses of his glasses. "You mean Mr. Darling?" "Yes," Lisbeth says. "You saw him?" Louis moves a pawn. "I beat him in 16 moves," he shrugs. "He wasn't bad." "You played chess with him? This morning?" "A while ago," Louis says. "Then his driver came in, and Mr. Darling asked the driver to take our picture because he said I'm going to be famous someday. Then he left." He left. Lisbeth calls Xavier from her office. "Xavier," she says, "is everything okay?" She's afraid something went wrong, and Xavier is too much of a gentleman to tell her. Was the bed uncomfortable? Did he get frustrated with the automatic shades? Was he visited by the ghost? Lisbeth and Xavier have never discussed the ghost. She was too embarrassed to address it, though certainly he saw references to the ghost on their Travel Tattler reviews. "Everything's fine." Xavier's voice sounds staticky and far away. She's on the speakerphone in his car, or maybe he's already in the air. "I have to fly home to tend to a business matter. I'm afraid it couldn't be helped, though God knows I tried." A business matter? Doesn't he have people for this? He's been on Nantucket for less than 24 hours. "I'm so sorry to hear that, Xavier." If he hasn't actually boarded his plane, Lisbeth might be able to lure him back. "I had a beach trip planned for you, a journey up to Great Point. We prepared a picnic." "Sorry to miss it," Xavier says. "I'd like to say I'll do it next time, but I'm not sure there will be a next time." Lisbeth nearly drops the phone. What does he mean he's not sure there'll be a next time? Did something go wrong? Did something happen? She wonders if maybe Richie rubbed him the wrong way. Impossible. Richie is an ace. Or if maybe he found out about Doug the dog. Wouldn't he have said something? "It's nothing to do with you or the hotel. Don't worry." Xavier clears his throat. "You've done an outstanding job with everything. I'm proud of you, Lisbeth." Lisbeth is struck dumb. He got her name right. She would count this as a victory, but something in his tone sounds so final. By the time she opens her mouth to speak, to say, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I look forward to next year when we actually know what we're doing. Most of our staff is returning," she hears a beeping noise. Xavier has hung up. It was Edie who checked in the Marsh family back on June 6th, and because Alessandra has taken lunch, it's Edie who checks them out. Edie thinks back to the moment Kimber, Wanda, and Louie first walked in. Kimber with her peacock-dyed hair, Wanda and Louie in their little glasses, and then the surprise of Doug. If they'd checked in today instead of on day one when Edie was so desperate to win the $1,000 bonus, would she have been as accommodating? Would she have booked them for 11 weeks without a credit card? Would she have upgraded them to a suite and allowed a dog? It's a moot point now. Edie can say, and the whole staff would agree, that they're happy to have had the Marsh family among them for the summer. The hotel will feel incomplete with them gone. She presents Kimber with the final bill. Your last night's stay is on us, and last night's room service as well. We're really going to miss you. Kimber waves a hand in front of her face. Stop. You'll make me cry. I want to thank you, Edie says, for mentioning me in the Travel Tatler review. What are you talking about? Kimber says. I didn't write a Travel Tatler review. You didn't? Edie says. I thought for sure. Kimber glances over at Wanda, and Edie gasps. Did Wanda write it? Kimber grins. No, it was me. You're one of a kind, Edie Robbins. Richie comes down the hall with the luggage trolley. Zeke is taking Doug out the side entrance. He looks at Edie. And my stuff is packed up as well. Great, Edie says. My mom says you can move in anytime. One of the other things that's changing with the Marsh's departure is that Richie is coming to live with Edie and Love until the hotel closes for the season. Kimber confessed to Edie that Richie had been living in his car before he moved into Suite 114. When Edie told her mother this, Love offered Richie their spare bedroom for a very reasonable rent. Lisbeth appears from the back office as Kimber scans the list of charges. This all looks good. She pays the balance in cash, then throws in an extra $1,000. To split among the staff, she says. Her eyes glass over with tears. Getting away this summer with the kids was the best decision I've made in my life. Thank you. She takes Richie's hand. If we end up getting married, you're all invited. Come back and see us again, Lisbeth says. She gives Kimber a hug, and then, as they planned, Edie brings out 2 gifts from the back. Nancy Drew Mysteries number 46 through 48 for Wanda, and the lobby chess set for Louie. Edie gives each of the children a tight squeeze. Louie squirms, and Wanda starts to weep, saying, I don't want to leave. What about Grace? She'll be lonely without me. Kimber ushers Wanda to the door. Let's go take a picture of Adam and Zeke, honey. She gives Lisbeth and Edie a weary smile. It's going to be a long ride home. Be safe, Edie says. She waves as the Marsh family steps out of the lobby into the sun, then turns to Lisbeth. This is the worst part of the job. By far, Lisbeth says, running a finger under each eye. You know I wanted to kill you when you told me you'd rented them a room without a functioning credit card. And then that you'd upgraded them to a suite for 11 weeks. And then that they had a pit bull. But that was the right call in the end for so many reasons. Because Wanda wrote an article about the ghost, Edie says, which increased occupancy. More than doubled it. And Louie entertained people with his chess, Edie says. So many people mentioned it in their Travel Tatler reviews. And Richie was happy and had a place to stay, Lisbeth says. If he hadn't met Kimber, he might have quit, and I would have been stuck. He's such a team player. I haven't had to worry about billing. He's taken care of all the financials so that I could focus on the guests and the staff. It all worked out the way it was supposed to, Edie says. But you couldn't have predicted any of those circumstances. You made a decision based on your understanding of what hospitality means, saying yes rather than no. Lisbeth leans in. Next year, I want you to be our front desk manager. Edie perks up. You do? She says. What about Alessandra? Lisbeth shakes her head. I doubt she'll come back next year. But if she does, she'll just have to deal. The hotel feels empty in the aftermath of the Marsh's departure, and Edie has to remind herself that they still have a full hotel. She calls Magda to let her know that Suite 114 has checked out and is ready for a deep clean. Fortunately, they built in a buffer night. No one will check into that room until Saturday. Just then, Mr. Iannucci from room 307 steps in from the family pool in just his bathing suit with a hydrangea blue towel draped over his shoulders like a cape. He lifts his sunglasses to the top of his head. "I hate to bother you," he says. Edie would beg to differ on this point. Mr. Iannucci seems to relish being high maintenance. Edie was the one who made the reservation with his secretary right after the ghost story broke. The secretary begged for a 2-night stay when Lisbeth had instituted a 3-night minimum due to high demand. Fine, Edie granted a 2-night stay. Yesterday, he asked for a reservation at the bar at American Seasons less than an hour before he wanted to dine. Who does that? But Edie handled it. This morning, he showed up in the lobby in his pajama bottoms and a Hanes undershirt and typed on his laptop and drank coffee and ate 2 of Beatrice's almond croissants, even though a sign encouraged the guests to take only 1. He then asked Edie if she could arrange for a surfing lesson for later that morning, and Edie smiled and said, "I'll try," though what she meant was, a little notice would have been nice. However, Zeke was still friends with everyone at the surf school, so he arranged for a private lesson with Liam, the best instructor. Fine, great. Mr. Iannucci was so happy. Not happy enough to tip either Edie or Zeke, but that's not why they do the job. Then Mr. Iannucci called down to the desk to say that the water temperature on the South Shore was only 72 degrees. "That's a bit chilly for me," he said. "I'm going to stick to the pool." Edie called to cancel the surfing lesson with her apologies, but feared that the next time she asked for a last-minute favor, she would be turned down. "What can I do for you, Mr. Iannucci?" Edie says now. "The nice lady from the kitchen brought out the lemonade and the cookies," he says. Edie's eyes widen. Lemonade and cookies? Is it 3 o'clock already? But the children at the pool snatched up the cookies before I could even get out of my chaise. Could I possibly get some more cookies? Edie will have to request another special favor, this time from Beatrice. "No problem. I'll ask the kitchen for another batch right away." Mr. Iannucci holds up prayer hands, but does he actually say thank you? He does not. He slips back through the pool door. Edie calls the kitchen to ask for more cookies, and when she hangs up, Lisbeth steps out of her office. "I'm going home early, Edie. This whole thing with Xavier, and the Marsh is leaving, I'm schlumped. I need to recharge my batteries for tomorrow." Tomorrow is the last Friday of the month, which means a new Hotel Confidential Instagram post. "No problem," Edie says. "I've got things covered here." Lisbeth's brow wrinkles. "Where's Alessandra?" "At lunch," Edie says breezily, as if Alessandra hasn't been gone for over 2 hours. A few minutes later, Beatrice appears with another platter of cookies. She shakes her head at Edie in mock disgust. Asking for extra cookies is no bueno because Beatrice is prepping for evening service at the Blue Bar, and Edie says, "You're going to make one guest in particular very happy." "It better be Shelley Carpenter," Beatrice says, and Edie laughs. But when she steps out onto the patio of the family pool and sees Mr. Iannucci under an umbrella with his laptop out, she thinks, is Mr. Iannucci actually Shelley Carpenter? He has asked for a lot of special favors, starting with the 2-night stay, which means he'll be checking out by 11 a.m. the following day, conveniently 1 hour before the post comes out. "Here you go, Mr. Iannucci," Edie says, offering him the cookies. She's so hungry she could eat the entire platter herself. The fresh-from-the-oven cookies are studded with milk chocolate chips, white chocolate chips, and toffee bits. They're crisp at the edges but soft in the center. "What service?" Mr. Iannucci says, helping himself to 2. Again, not quite a thank you, Edie thinks. She wants to peek at whatever Mr. Iannucci is writing on his laptop. Is Shelley Carpenter really Bob Iannucci? A man? Oh, Edie hopes not. That would be such a disappointment. Edie steps back into the lobby to see a woman heading for the front desk like a blonde bullet. She looks at Edie, then at Alessandra's unmanned computer. "Where is she?" the woman hisses. "I'm sorry?" Edie says. "Where is who?" Though Edie fears she knows. "The little Jolene," the woman says. Jolene, Edie thinks, and she relaxes a bit. She thought the woman was looking for Alessandra. Her, the blonde says, holding up her phone. She starts scrolling through photos. Alessandra in someone's kitchen, Alessandra on a bathroom scale, Alessandra lying across a very nice king-size bed that Edie suspects is not her bed at Adam and Raoul's house. She sent these to my husband and told him she'd forward them to me if he didn't pay her $50,000. Despite her empty stomach, Edie feels like she might vomit. She's blackmailing him, the woman says. Where is she? At lunch, Edie whispers. What's that saying? It takes a thief to catch a thief. Alessandra is a blackmailer just like Graydon. She's a hypocrite. She had sex with this woman's husband and took pictures of herself in their home. They aren't nudes, thank God. It's now 3:15. Alessandra left for lunch 2.5 hours ago. Of course, Alessandra would make an exit right before she had to face the music. Let me call her Sal, Edie says. What's your name? Heidi Bick. She knows who I am. Edie dials Alessandra's number, her eyes stinging with tears. She and Alessandra became friends. They bonded. Not only because Alessandra stood up to Graydon and got Edie's money back, but also because Alessandra is smart and funny, and she's the only person who understands the ins and outs of Edie's days. Graydon told Edie she gave people too much credit, and that's something Edie now cherishes about herself. But she was wrong this time. So wrong. The call goes to voicemail. Edie looks at Heidi Bick in frustration. She's not answering. She slept with my husband, Heidi says. She lived in my house. Edie closes her eyes. She thinks about how, in nature, insects and reptiles that are brightly colored or flagrantly marked are the most venomous. Alessandra had all the signs: the attention-grabbing hair, the eye crystals, the upside-down name tag. She lured in vulnerable people, trapped them, exploited them. And then, Heidi says, the tour de force. She robbed my neighbor Lyric and planted her things in my house so I would think Michael was having an affair with Lyric. Good God, Edie thinks. Heidi narrows her eyes. It was so damn clever that if I weren't appalled, I might be impressed. She reels back. But I'm appalled. She's a despicable human being. Heidi holds up the phone. This is blackmail. 50 grand? It's extortion. I'm pressing charges. The door to the family pool opens and Mr. Iannucci steps in. Pressing charges? He says. Sounds like things are getting hot in here. Edie whips out her fake smile like a gun from a holster. Can I help you, Mr. Iannucci? Seems I've lost my room key, he says. Can you make me another? Please, Edie thinks. You mean, can you please make me another? Happy to, she says in her fake cheerful voice. Mr. Iannucci won't know it's fake, but Alessandra would, because it's a desk thing. Edie doesn't want to be angry at Alessandra. She doesn't want the accusations to be true. She burgled the neighbor's house and planted the neighbor's belongings. Edie turns to the back counter to make Mr. Iannucci a new key for room 307 and sees a manila envelope with Edie scrawled across the front in Alessandra's handwriting. Suddenly, Edie feels like she's living in a Nancy Drew mystery. Where did this come from? It's obviously been there since Alessandra went to lunch and Edie hasn't noticed it, though Alessandra knew Edie would notice it eventually. Does this mean Alessandra isn't coming back from lunch at all? Edie is crushed by the thought. She wonders how she can feel so angry and simultaneously so dejected. Edie hands Mr. Iannucci his key card, and only once he has slapped off in his flip-flops, again without a thank you, does Edie turn back to Heidi Bick. Alessandra is gone for the day. You're covering for her. I'm not covering for her, believe me, Edie says. I think what she did is appalling, ghastly. She tries to come up with some other strong SAT words. Odious. I'll make sure she contacts you to apologize. I don't want her to contact me, Heidi says. I didn't come here for a big dramatic Real Housewives moment. I sent her a text saying I knew what she'd done and that I was calling the police. Heidi slips her phone into her bag. Then I decided the texting was cowardly, so I came down here. And the closer I got, the more pissed off I became. Heidi takes a breath and looks at Edie with imploring eyes. Listen, I realize half of this mess is my husband's fault. I just want her to leave my family alone. I understand, Edie says. I'll give her that message. Heidi Bick reaches across the desk and grasps Edie's wrist. Thank you. Lisbeth has a real treasure in you. I didn't realize you knew Lisbeth, Edie says. The plot thickens. We're friends, Heidi says. I considered calling her first and getting the little Jolene fired, but Lisbeth has enough going on and it's hard to find help, and I'm determined to fight my own battles. Edie's spirit flags with, it's hard to find help, because as incensed as Edie is, she doesn't want to see Alessandra fired. What will they do if Alessandra doesn't come back? The quick fix would be to put Edie's mother, Love, on the day desk, and sorry, but that's not an option. And yet, how will Edie ever be able to express her opposition to this arrangement to either Lisbeth or her mother? I understand. Heidi backs up toward the door. Tell her to go ruin someone else's life. The instant Heidi Bick disappears, Edie rips open the envelope. Inside is a note. Edie, I'm sorry. This is rightfully yours. And a stack of $100 bills. Edie counts it. $4,000. Alessandra's bonuses. As soon as Edie's shift is over and Richie shows up, he wants to talk about how nice Edie and Love's home is and how grateful, yada yada, but Edie cuts him off. She doesn't have time. She hops on one of the hotel bikes and books it over to Hooper Farm Road, where Adam, Raoul, and Alessandra live. Edie rehearses what she's going to say in her head. She's going to air her anger first. How could you? You're a hypocrite. I believed in you. Once that's out, she'll grant Alessandra forgiveness. But when Edie pulls into the driveway, she finds Raoul and Alessandra loading Alessandra's Louis Vuitton duffels into the trunk of Raoul's car, and Edie forgets the anger part. Wait, she says, skidding to a stop. Raoul and Alessandra both turn to stare, but neither one of them says a word. Finally, Raoul checks his watch. I need to get to work. I'm already late, and we all know I'll hear it from Adam. He looks at Alessandra. Am I taking you to the boat? I talked to Mrs. Bick, Edie says. It's fine. You don't have to leave. She isn't going to say anything to Lisbeth. She just wants you to back off. Raoul's expression remains impassive, and Edie wonders if she's creating a big, dramatic Real Housewives moment, but even if she is, Raoul won't tell anyone. He's a vault. Alessandra nods at Raoul. You go to work. I'll stay and talk to Edie. Your boat, Raoul says. I'll change it, Alessandra says. Alessandra leaves her duffels on the front porch and leads Edie inside, which is its own kind of jackpot because who doesn't want to see the place where her co-workers live, especially when it's 23 Hooper Farm Road? According to Edie's mother, this house has been the rental for a colorful cast of Nantucket characters over the years. For a number of summers, servers from the Blue Bistro lived here, and after that, a group of pilots for Cape Air. And after that, girls who worked on a high-end landscaping crew, one of whom was dating the bassist for the Dropkick Murphys. But if Edie is expecting holes punched in the walls by jealous boyfriends or scorch marks from a fondue party gone bad, she's disappointed. The living room is dominated by Raoul's workout equipment. The kitchen has a peeling linoleum floor, and there's a short, dim hallway that must lead to the bedrooms. Alessandra takes Edie out the back door to a secluded yard where the kitchen table sits atop a lawn that has just been cut, probably by Raoul. There are white fairy lights strung through the overarching branches of a big shade tree. Alessandra takes a seat at the table, and Edie sits next to her thinking, I'm going to have to beg her to stay, and how twisted is that? You blackmailed that woman's husband, Edie says. She's proud of herself for not completely buckling. I did, Alessandra says. In my defense, and honestly, Edie, there is no defense for what I did. Michael told me he and his wife were taking time apart, so I thought it was open season. She shakes her head. I figured out he was lying pretty much right away, but that was his sin, not mine. And then, when his wife was about to arrive for the summer, I had bargaining power, and I cashed in on it. Edie blinks. And then you planted stuff from the neighbor's house? Alessandra sighs. I did. At that point, it was like a game. I took her eyeshadow, her shoes. That was probably good enough. I knew Michael would never realize that his wife wore Bobbi Brown and the neighbor wore Chanel, or that his wife wore a size 8 and the neighbor a size 6. But then I found a positive pregnancy test in their bathroom trash, so I threw that gasoline on the fire. Gah! Alessandra touches Edie's arm. This is why I didn't want us to be friends. I'm a horrible person. I'm ruined and rotten straight through. Now it makes sense. Edie should not be friends with Alessandra. She should not look up to her at all. But even now, at this low moment, Alessandra has effortless style. Her hair is back in a ponytail. Her makeup from that morning has faded. The eye crystals have fallen off, but even so, she looks chic in a pair of faded jeans, an old Dave Matthews t-shirt, the Shoreline Amphitheater, 2000, before Edie was even born, and the one gold bangle Edie knows will never come off, the Cartier love bracelet. Someone had once cared enough about Alessandra to give her that. Then I started sleeping with guests at the hotel in exchange for them mentioning me in their reviews. Alessandra leans forward and slaps her palms on the table. That's how I won the $4,000. I prostituted myself for it. I was trying to get the money, and I only stopped because you realized someone else should have a chance to win the money? Alessandra scoffs. No. I stopped because of that douchebag with the Corvette Stingray in 310. Remember him? Ugh, Edie says, yes. He took me to dinner at Topper's, Alessandra says. Talked all about himself, but whatever. I wasn't there for the conversation. Then, when we got back to the hotel, he shoved me onto the bed, ripped up my dress, and pinned me down. He would have raped me if I hadn't thrown him off. Oh my God, Edie says. I can't believe you threw him off you. That dude was all muscle. As bad as that experience was, it was also a wake-up call. I stopped targeting men and just focused on doing my job. She pauses. But then when Xavier showed up, I thought, he's wealthy and single. Why not go after him? Ew, Edie says. He's like 70 years old. Didn't matter. He wasn't interested in me. So I texted Michael those photos I'd been saving in case of emergency. She gives Edie a direct gaze. I wouldn't blame you if you never spoke to me again. I knew you'd been on the other side of that, and I did it anyway. Yeah, Edie whispers. I didn't have parents like yours growing up, Alessandra says, parents who led by example and showed me how to do things correctly. I didn't grow up in a nurturing community where everyone called me Sweet Alessandra and had my back. I mean, that's no excuse. I know right from wrong, and I consistently choose wrong. Heidi Bick should press charges. She should want to see me fired. She's not doing any of that, Edie says, as long as you stay away from them. I will, Alessandra says. She gives Edie a weary smile. Sometimes I wish men weren't so predictable. It's this statement more than anything else that illustrates their age difference, Edie thinks. Men are predictable to Alessandra, but to Edie, they're still a mystery. I want you to stay, Edie says. I'm upset about what you did, but I can't bear to think of finishing up the season without you. Who would I complain to about Mr. Iannucci? Iannucci, Alessandra says. I'm telling you, that guy's a cop. Edie grins. I thought he was Shelley Carpenter. The Post comes out tomorrow. Another reason why you have to stay, Edie says. You have to. Okay, Alessandra says. Her eyes mist up. Thank you for, I don't know, showing up here, being tough but cool. The corners of her mouth lift a bit. I raised you well. Edie pulls the manila envelope out of her backpack. I'm giving you your money back, by the way. No, Alessandra says. I cheated. It's yours. You're great on the desk, Edie says. It's yours. I'm not taking it back, Edie. I don't deserve it. Edie pulls the cash out and riffles the bills. How about we split it then? Alessandra releases a breath. Fine. Fine. Edie counts out $2,000 and slides it toward her friend. She thinks about her little spy club with Zeke and wonders if she has any obligation to tell him about this. She decides not. It's a desk thing. Chapter 25. The last Friday of the month. August. Lisbeth and Edie are in Lisbeth's office at 11:58, and at 11:59, Lisbeth taps on her Instagram icon. As soon as her phone says noon, she visits the Hotel Confidential account and refreshes, but all she sees is the review from the Sea Castle Bed and Breakfast in Hyannisport. Come on, Shelley, Lisbeth says. She turns to Edie. Has she ever been late before? Hit refresh again, Edie says. Lisbeth inhales, then hits the refresh button. On her screen is a picture of Zeke and Adam, framed inside the grand front doors, both of them waving and smiling. Lisbeth sees the potted flowers on the steps and one wide rocker and fireplace table on the front porch. She blinks. This is real? This is their hotel? Those are their bellmen? Because it feels like a figment of Lisbeth's imagination, a manifestation. Edie, who is holding her own phone, shrieks, and Lisbeth reads the caption. She leaps out of her chair and grabs Edie, and the two of them dance around the office. Lisbeth's eyes blur with tears. She can't believe it, and yet she knew they would do it. In her heart, she knew. She used to think that meeting JJ and running the deck was her dream come true, but no, it's this. This is what she was meant to do. We did it, Edie shouts. We did it! Adam and Zeke come running in. Adam is on the phone with Raoul, who has just seen the review at home. Alessandra slips in, and Lisbeth gives her a hug, because any way you look at it, they couldn't have gotten 5 keys without her. Lisbeth texts Mario, 5 keys. Adam says, has anyone read the actual review yet? No, Edie says. Let's all do it at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Wait, I'm not ready, Adam says. He scrolls. Okay, go. They click on the link in bio. Hotel Confidential by Shelley Carpenter. August 26th, 2022. The Hotel Nantucket, Nantucket, Massachusetts. 5 keys. Hello, friends. I've been reviewing hotel experiences for nearly 15 years, and never once have I been tempted to use the word best. It's not an appropriate qualifier for a hotel. How can one compare the Siam in Bangkok to Auberge du Soleil in Napa, to the Dulini River Lodge in South Africa? The answer is one can't. Though all exquisite, they're different species. However, after a recent visit to the Hotel Nantucket, I find myself struggling for a word other than best. I have, for the first time, awarded a property 5 keys, and there's no doubt in my mind that this coveted 5th key is well-deserved. The Hotel Nantucket, originally built in 1910, has survived a fire, financial difficulties, and owners with poor taste. It fell into severe disrepair and sat on the market for over 10 years until it was purchased by London billionaire Xavier Darling. As you know, friends, the most important quality for me in any hotel is a sense of place. Unlike the 3 other luxury properties on Nantucket, the White Elephant, the Nantucket Beach Club and Hotel, and the Wauwinet, the Hotel Nantucket isn't located on the water. It claims a full block of Easton Street, which is easy walking distance from the cobblestoned streets of Nantucket's downtown. The lobby is a large, airy room that blends historical elements, the building's original oak beams, an authentic whaleboat that serves as a chandelier, with modern, comfy chairs, ottomans, tables laden with books and games. Unlike some other lobbies I've visited, the lobby of the Hotel Nantucket is one people gravitate to. The hotel's simple but extraordinary continental breakfast is served here every morning between 7 and 10:30. Don't miss the percolated coffee or the almond croissants. And while I was in residence, a young chess prodigy played with any guest brave enough to challenge him. Often a crowd gathered. The magnanimity that was extended to me throughout my stay began at check-in. I was upgraded to one of the hotel's exquisite suites for the price of a standard street view room. The living area of the suite included a library wall that was lined with books, a mixture of current bestsellers, with a whole shelf dedicated to beach reads, and classics. There was a cushioned window seat wide and long enough to actually accommodate a reclining adult human. So often, I feel that window seats are only for show. Also in the living area was the complimentary minibar. That's right, friends, I said complimentary. The minibar was stocked with local beer, wine, and spirits, smoked bluefish pâté and guacamole from local fishmonger 167 Raw, and packages of crackers and chips, gluten-free crackers available upon request. The master bedroom featured the largest bed I have ever slept in. It's a custom size called Emperor. The bed was sheathed in matuk linens, my preferred brand, as you know, and topped with a cashmere blanket from local weaver Nantucket Looms. The ceiling of the room was hand-painted with the Nantucket night sky by Tamala Cornejo, which was a particularly appropriate touch since Nantucket is the birthplace of noted female astronomer Maria Mitchell. The bathroom was the platonic ideal, spacious, luxurious, well-appointed. The shower was tiled with oyster shells. The lighting over the sink made my skin look as dewy as Anne Hathaway's in The Princess Diaries. Am I aging myself? And there was a separate water closet, which I always prefer. The hotel featured a wellness center, which, I will not lie, friends, I did not visit after my initial inspection, though other guests gushed about the gym, sauna, and the yoga studio, and 2 glorious pools, one a joyous hive of activity for families, and one a serene refuge for adults only. Friends, I am officially over my word limit, but I refuse to stop because the best is yet to come. The hotel's restaurant, the Blue Bar, was the brainchild of Chef Mario Subiaco. I don't have space to list his accolades. Google him. The Blue Bar offered an experience unlike any other on Nantucket. It feels like walking into a swanky A-list party you can't believe you've been invited to. The cocktails were made with top-shelf liquor, the fare was fun-loving, pigs in a blanket, a little retro, church picnic deviled eggs, and a little decadent, luscious caviar sandwiches. All meals end with a visit from the whipped cream concierge, vegan whipped cream available upon request. A copper disco ball dropped at 9 o'clock, and the music switched to 80s dance hits. The best part of the Hotel Nantucket wasn't the conviviality in the lobby, or the expansive real estate of the bed, or the festive atmosphere of the Blue Bar. The best part of the Hotel Nantucket was the staff. It may have taken me 15 years to realize this, friends, but realize it I have. Hotels aren't about rooms. They aren't about amenities. They're about people. And the people who work at the Hotel Nantucket are what earned the property its 5th key. The front desk clerks, the bellman, the night auditor, the housekeeping crew, and the general manager, Lisbeth Keaton, were attentive. They listened. They were friendly. They were helpful. They were knowledgeable. And above all, they were kind. Some of you might be wondering if I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Is the Hotel Nantucket, as reported by the AP, the Washington Post, and USA Today, haunted by the ghost of Grace Hadley, a chambermaid who was killed in a fire in 1922? I don't believe in ghosts, or I didn't before my stay at the Hotel Nantucket. During my stay, I heard tales of flickering lights, music blaring out of nowhere, the electric shades going haywire. None of those stories persuaded me. However, I did feel a watchful, even nurturing presence throughout my stay. It's my unshakable opinion that Grace Hadley makes most of the hotel's guests, including yours truly, feel safe, and yes, even loved. But, as with any strong woman, I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of her. I'm sure some of you have already predicted what I'm going to say next. This will be my final Hotel Confidential post. Some of you might suspect that I'm stopping because I have finally found perfection, my Shangri-La, and there may be some truth to that. Any property I visited after such a transformative experience would no doubt be a letdown. But the bigger and more important reason I'm retiring from this particular endeavor is because I want more time to stay home and take care of my children. Surprise! I have 2 children, and a dog as well. I'd like to thank you, friends, for accompanying me on my journeys around the world. While hotel reviewing can be lonely, traveling solo and undercover, unable to share my true identity or life's details with anyone I met, I always felt that you, my readers, were with me. And you haven't seen the last of Shelley Carpenter. I'm starting a new blog about finding love after a marriage falls apart. I'm calling it The Second Story. Stay well, friends, and do good. S.C. Lisbeth chokes up when she reads the adjectives Shelley used to describe the staff. Attentive, friendly, helpful, knowledgeable, kind. Edie sniffles, and Zeke plucks a tissue for her from the box on Lisbeth's desk. Attentive, Lisbeth thinks, and kind. Then she reads the section about the ghost, Grace Hadley, and while a part of Lisbeth thinks, just what we need, more guests showing up expecting a haunting, she realizes that what Shelley says is true. Grace Hadley has been looking out for them all. Next, Lisbeth reads the shocking news of Shelley's retirement. What? Edie says. Shelley Carpenter is staying home with her 2 children and her dog? And her dog, Zeke says. Lots of people have 2 kids and a dog, Adam says. The whole world has 2 kids and a dog. Then Lisbeth reads about Shelley Carpenter starting a new blog. About finding love after a marriage falls apart, Adam reads over Lisbeth's shoulder. He honks out a laugh. It is Kimber. Kimber is Shelley Carpenter. At that second, the door to Lisbeth's office opens and Richie steps in. Edie says, We got 5 keys, Richie, did you see? Then she gasps, Did you know? Did you know Kimber is Shelley Carpenter? I found out the night before she left, Richie says. Kimber didn't want to tell me until after the review was sent in. She's a professional. At that second, there's a buzzing noise, and Richie pulls his cell phone out of his pocket. Hey, boo, he says. Yep, they figured it out. We're all in Lisbeth's office. He pauses. Oh, okay, I'll tell them. Love you. Richie hangs up and gives them a sad smile. She says she misses you already. August 28th, 2022. From Xavier Darling, xd@darlingent.com.uk. To employees of the Hotel Nantucket. It was a pleasure and a privilege to meet you all in person this past week. I'm only sorry I couldn't stay longer. Congratulations are in order for the 5th key from Shelley Carpenter of Hotel Confidential. Hear, hear. Shelley has been a formidable critic of hotels and resort properties across the globe, and it was my not-so-secret goal to win the 5th key. But ultimately it was you, the staff, who impressed Ms. Carpenter the most. I will be including a $1,000 bonus in everyone's check this week. Unfortunately, I must follow this up with some rather somber news. I am putting the Hotel Nantucket on the market, effective tomorrow. I have already received an offer on the place from a friend and colleague who wants to use the building as a satellite office space. This means that, Unless another buyer comes forward with a competitive offer, the Hotel Nantucket will no longer operate as a hotel. I thank you all for your time, energy, expertise, and dedication this summer. Every one of you should feel free to call on me for a letter of recommendation as you move forward into your various futures. All best, XD. An email from Xavier arrives in Lisbeth's inbox at 5 o'clock on Sunday evening, and Lisbeth nearly ignores it because she's exhausted from the excitement of the past week. She wants to pick up a pizza from Pi, draw a bath, and then climb into bed to watch Ted Lasso until Mario gets finished with work. But it's Xavier, so she can't wait until the morning. Putting the hotel on the market. Use the building as a satellite office space? She feels like she's reading her own obituary. Edie cracks open the door and says, "Lisbeth, did you see?" I... Lisbeth doesn't have words. For the past 2 days, she has been floating. Everyone on the island has reached out, calling, texting, messaging on Facebook and Instagram to congratulate her and the rest of the staff on the 5th key from Shelley Carpenter. JJ sent a bouquet, the first flowers from him she hasn't sent back in a year. Lisbeth's parents called from Minnetonka. She's heard from countless news outlets, including the New York Times, Travel and Leisure, CBS Sunday Morning, Afar, the Armchair Explorer podcast, wanting to do interviews, articles, segments. But most meaningfully, Lisbeth heard from her old dorm mate Elise Perryvale, who was the reason Lisbeth came to Nantucket in the first place. Elise wrote that her family had, sadly, sold their house on the island, but that she would like to book rooms at the Hotel Nantucket the following summer for 2 weeks. Lisbeth had wanted to talk to Xavier about raising their prices ever so slightly, because the phone has been ringing non-stop the past 2 days. At this rate, the hotel would be completely booked with a waiting list for next summer by Labor Day. You don't sell a hotel when the entire next season is booked, Lisbeth thinks. Did Xavier not even glance at the financials? The business is booming. And now that they have the 5th key and all this media attention, they should be moving full steam ahead. Lisbeth dreams of refurbishing the 4th floor and adding more rooms, and maybe also extending their season through Christmas stroll. She'd love to create a sunset viewing platform on the Widow's Walk. Maybe hire Adam as their full-time lobby entertainment, creating a little competition for the club car piano bar. Their Instagram could use some beefing up. She could give Edie a side hustle of being their social media manager. There are so many things. They're just getting started. "He's selling it," Edie says. "He already has a buyer." Lisbeth gives Edie a wink. "He must be cranky about something else," she says. "This isn't real. He won't sell." "He won't?" "Let me talk to him," Lisbeth says. As Lisbeth dials Xavier, she wonders again if something happened while he was here. He left so early, so quickly, without saying goodbye. Maybe it was business, but Lisbeth's gut tells her it was something else. The call goes straight to voicemail. It is 11 o'clock on a Sunday night in London, but Xavier sent the email only 10 minutes ago. Surely he's still awake. She calls again from her phone. Voicemail. She sends him a text, something she has never done before. It has always seemed too casual, too familiar, but this is an emergency. "Xavier, can we please talk about your email tonight? I'm not sure I'll sleep otherwise." She stares at her phone, trying to manifest a response. Sure enough, 3 dots rise on Xavier's side of the chat. What is he going to say? She needs to talk to him, ask him what happened. Wasn't any negative experience he might have had while at the hotel washed away by Shelley's 5-key review? The dots disappear, but no text comes through. Lisbeth checks her email. Nothing. He doesn't want to talk to her. It's this that fills her with a hot, loose, watery panic. She runs into the Blue Bar kitchen, even though the bar is filling up with guests and Mario has started service. She catches a glimpse of him, gorgeous as ever in his white chef's jacket, houndstooth pants, and white socks cap, at the pass inspecting the plates,
and she fully expects him to tell her to leave. She's never interrupted him at work before. But instead, he steps away and says, "Beatrice, cover for me, please. I need a minute." He takes Lisbeth by the hand, and they step into the quieter service kitchen where a huge bowl of dough is proofing. Beatrice's croissants for the next morning. "You heard?" Lisbeth says. "He did just what I was afraid he'd do," Mario says. "Pulled the plug." "But why?" Lisbeth says. "Doesn't he realize how great everything is?" "He got what he wanted," Mario says. "The fifth key. Guys like Xavier aren't in this for the money or the greater good. Restoring an historic building, boosting the local economy, creating jobs. They're in it for the bragging rights. He probably bet some guy he met at Annabelle's that he could buy a hotel and get the fifth key. And he did. And now he has no use for it anymore." Lisbeth wants to feel angry, but she's too tired. So what overcomes her is grief. She cries against the front of Mario's pristine white jacket, and he holds her tight, rubbing her back. "It'll be okay. We'll go to California. You can work at a hotel there. I know the GM at Shutters. You'll like that. On the beach in Santa Monica." "I don't want to work at someone else's hotel," Lisbeth says. Does she sound childish? Probably, but she can't imagine getting a job in Los Angeles. She also can't fathom finding another position here on the island. She made one monumental change successfully, but she can't turn around and do it again. "We'll figure it out together, okay?" Mario says. He eases her off him so he can look her in the eye. "You aren't alone anymore. I'm here, and I'm out of a job too." "We need to make Xavier change his mind." Mario sighs. "He isn't going to change his mind, Lisbeth." Suddenly, Zeke comes charging into the kitchen, and his presence is so startling that Lisbeth thinks Xavier must be on the phone. He called back. He's willing to talk. Zeke says, "Lisbeth, we need you in the lobby. Stuff is going down." Stuff is going down. When Lisbeth gets back to the lobby, she sees Richie with 3 gentlemen in suits, one of whom is handcuffing him. "Wait!" Lisbeth cries out. Her head feels like it's going to topple off her body. "What's going on?" "Mr. DeCameron is under arrest for wire fraud," one of the gentlemen who's not cuffing Richie says. He holds up a badge. "Agent Iannucci, FBI." Lisbeth blinks. Mr. Iannucci, formerly of room 307. "Richie?" she says. Richie hangs his head. "I'm sorry, Lisbeth." Chapter 26. The Cobblestone Telegraph. On Sunday evening, Fast Eddie heads into his real estate office on Main Street to type up the listing sheet for the Hotel Nantucket. He received a call from Xavier Darling earlier that afternoon. Xavier wants to sell pronto. He's already gotten an offer from a colleague in London who wants to convert the hotel into an office building, but this colleague is holding firm at $16 million. "Listed at 20, Xavier told Eddie, "but between us, I'll take 22. "You put 30 into it," Eddie said. 32 if you count what you paid for it." "I need to take it as a loss this year," Xavier said, "though not too much of a loss." Eddie puts the listing on his website at 7 p.m. Xavier informed Lisbeth and the rest of the hotel staff of his intent to sell at 5 p.m. Poor Lisbeth, Eddie thinks. She poured her heart and soul into that place and turned it into a genuine phoenix risen from the ashes success story. She has such a magic touch that Eddie decides he'll offer her a job as a sales associate with Bayberry Properties and sponsor her classes. Eddie then pops into Ventuno for a celebratory cocktail. He tells the bartender, Johnny B., that he's relisting the Hotel Nantucket for $25 million. Those of us who overhear this tidbit note the barely suppressed glee in Eddie's voice. He's looking at quite a commission, especially if he comes up with a buyer. One of the people who is sitting at the Ventuno bar within earshot of Eddie is Charlene, the nurse from Our Island Home. Charlene is drowning her sorrows because her favorite resident, Mint Benedict, has contracted pneumonia, and the doctors say he's not likely to make it through the week. The next morning, when Charlene goes to visit Mint at the Nantucket Cottage Hospital, Mint asks her to collect everything from his safety deposit box at Nantucket Bank.
"There's some of my mother's jewelry that I want you to have," Mint says, his voice broken and gravelly, "and there are papers I'd like you to go through, letters, and my father's journal."
Charlene pats Mint's hand, which is burning up despite the intravenous antibiotics. "I'll bring it all here and we can go through it together. How about that?" She considers telling Mint what she overheard about the Hotel Nantucket going on the market again, but she isn't sure if this will make him feel better. He was right, the place does seem to be cursed, or if it will send him into a downward spiral. She decides to keep the news to herself. Jordan Randolph at the Nantucket Standard notices the new real estate listing right away. He calls Lisbeth to find out what's going on, but Lisbeth isn't available for comment. Jordan then hears about an FBI sting at the hotel, and he immediately contacts the Nantucket Police Department to see what Chief Ed Capinash knows about it.
"Wire fraud,"
Ed says. Ed is a gruff fellow on a good day, but tonight he sounds particularly worn out. Jordan empathizes. It's the end of a long, hot summer, and everyone on this island is in need of a 3-day nap.
"Their night auditor was selling people's credit card numbers, addresses, and driver's license information. He was doing a brisk business in stolen identities."
"Wow," Jordan says.
"Apparently, the feds have been watching him for a while. He did some small-time embezzling at an insurance company in Connecticut, wiring his child support payments out of their payroll account. The company didn't press charges because he'd been there so long and the ex-wife had really stuck it to him in the divorce. Then he hooked up with one of those sneaker brokers, and that guy got busted for tax evasion. And I guess DeCameron knew about it and was accepting cash to keep quiet."
"And Lisbeth gave him a job anyway?" Jordan says.
"I'm sure she was desperate for the help," the chief says. "She hired some guy who presented well but who ended up being in over his head."
He pauses.
"Some days I feel like that guy."
"Yeah," Jordan says. "Me too." And the conversation ends on a laugh. Blonde Sharon can't believe her good luck. The Hotel Nantucket is at the center of all this gossip at the same time that her sister, Heather, checks in for a week-long stay. Sharon picks up Heather, who is brunette, from the airport, drives her to the hotel, and accompanies her inside under the guise of getting her settled. But really, Sharon wants to find out what precisely is going on. She passes sweet Edie Robbins on the front steps. Edie waves and says she's going to lunch, but that Alessandra will be happy to check Heather in. Bingo, Sharon thinks. Alessandra is one of the people Sharon wants to see, because Alessandra is reputedly the woman who slept with Michael Bick, then made everyone think it was Lyric Layton. Sharon is expecting a villainess from a James Bond film, and while she's not disappointed by Alessandra's appearance, she's a stunner with wavy strawberry blonde hair and stylish makeup. She's wearing white eyeliner, and Sharon wonders if she could get away with that, or if she's 25 years too old. And what about eye crystals? Alessandra isn't the evil bitch that Sharon expects. She's warm and genuine, as well as incredibly helpful and organized. She prints a list of all of Heather and Sharon's dinner reservations, and she has somehow managed to score the two of them a tea time for the next day at Myacomet Golf Club, which is basically impossible because everyone knows there's a top-secret list of preferred clients even though the course is public. Well done, Alessandra, Sharon thinks. Is Lisbeth around by any chance? Sharon asks. Let me see if she's available, Alessandra says. A second later, Lisbeth emerges from the back office looking as fabulous as ever in a black linen sheath with peekaboo cutouts at the waist and a cute belt. Is the black because you're in mourning? Sharon asks. I hear the hotel is being sold.
I'm optimistic that whoever buys it will keep it the way it is, so we'll all have our jobs next summer." Sharon says. "Not to be Gertie Gloom, but I heard there was a buyer already who wants to turn it into a corporate headquarters." Lisbeth purses her lips. "Sharon," she chides, "you know better than to spread rumors." "I have a good source." "Well then, I suppose I'll be moving to LA," Lisbeth says. Sharon is rendered temporarily speechless. Nobody on this island wants to see Lisbeth move away. "What happened to your night manager?" Sharon asks. "I heard the FBI arrested him." Lisbeth smiles without showing any teeth. Sharon isn't without self-awareness. She knows she's pushing it with this question. "Richie is a very sweet man," Lisbeth says. "However, Love Robbins will be on the night desk until we close." Sharon reaches out a hand. "We're all wishing you well, sweetie pie." And it's true. We all are. It's one of the few things we can agree on. After watching the unlikely blossoming of the Hotel Nantucket over the summer, we want to see it succeed. But we have to admit, it's not looking good. Chapter 27. Long Shot. At 8 o'clock Monday night, there's a knock on the front door. Chad is up in his room playing Madden NFL, though he's supposed to be getting a head start on his packing. His job at the Brandywine Group starts the Tuesday after Labor Day. After his drinks date with Ms. English the previous Wednesday, Chad marched into his house and invited his mother, father, and Leith into the formal living room. They complied, probably only because it was such an unusual request. They never used the formal living room. Chad had some things he wanted to say. "First of all, I'd like to apologize. I'm to blame for Patty losing an eye, for Lulu's death, and for all of the damage done to our house." "Chaddy," his mother said, "I thought we agreed to move on." Chad ignores this predictable response. "I got a job at the Hotel Nantucket because I wanted a summer of honest work. I didn't want to teach little kids to chip and putt. I wanted to do something difficult, unpleasant even." Chad paused. "I didn't take the job to make you proud of me. I did it for myself. But even so, I'm surprised that you don't seem to find my decision laudable." "You're using some good SAT words there, bruh," Leith says. "You seemed embarrassed that I was cleaning rooms," Chad said to his parents. "You never refer to my job, never talk about it, never ask how my day was." "It isn't what Mom and I wanted for you," Paul Winslow said. "We wanted you to be able to recharge your batteries before coming to join me at the firm." "About that," Chad said, "I won't be joining you at the firm." Chad's mother shrieked as though she'd seen a rat hiding beneath her prized Edra sofa. Leith said, "This is getting good." "I like working at the hotel," Chad said. "I want to stay in hospitality. Maybe go back to school and get into a management program." Paul kept his cool because keeping his cool was his job. "Our administrative assistants make over $200,000 a year," he said, "which is more than double what you'll be making as a manager at the Holiday Inn." "I don't care about money," Chad said. "That's easy for you to say. You've always had it. You don't know the first thing about being poor or even middle class, Chadwick. You've never had to pay for a single thing in all your life." "I know that money doesn't make you happy," Chad said. "I mean, look at the three of you." With that, Chad stomped upstairs to his room, high on his own righteousness. He would stay on Nantucket through Columbus Day, and he would get into some kind of hotel management program. He would work at the Hotel Nantucket the following year, even if it meant cleaning rooms again, though he hoped he could secure a job on the desk. He wondered what Ms. English would think of this. But now, only 5 days later, everything has changed. The first thing Chad heard was that Richie DeCameron, the night auditor, got arrested for selling guests' credit card numbers. This had actually been sort of good news as far as Chad was concerned, though he'd never admit this to anyone, because the position of night auditor was one Chad might be able to fill the following year. Then Chad learned that Xavier Darling was putting the hotel on the market. He was going to sell it. and it might not be a hotel at all next year. And so, Chad is back to facing a future at his father's firm. He's playing video games because it's a way to avoid preparing for a life he doesn't want to live. When he hears the knock on the front door, he jumps to his feet. He fears it's one of his former friends, trying to lure him out just once before the summer ends, because who else could it be? Chad peers out the window and sees the gunmetal gray Jeep Gladiator that Ms. English drives. Whoa, Chad thinks. He runs down the stairs, opens the front door, and sure enough, there's Ms. English standing on his porch. She smiles at him. "Hello there, Longshot." "Miss English," he says. Miss English is here, on Eel Point Road? Chad then recalls seeing her down the street at number 133 back in the middle of the summer. He'd never mentioned seeing her because he didn't want her to know that he knew she cleaned other houses. A chilling thought comes to him. Ms. English is here tonight to see if she can clean for his family. Now that the hotel is closing, she must need a job. Chad feels mortified by what Ms. English has already seen. The long, white shell driveway lined on either side by pruned boxwood, the hydrangea bushes showboating along the front porch, and the needlessly enormo waterfront home behind him. "Is your father at home?" Ms. English asks. "My father?" "Yes," Ms. English says. Her outfit falls somewhere between what she normally wears to work and what she wore to drinks the other evening. She has on white pants and a navy tunic printed with white hibiscus. Her hair is in corkscrew curls to her shoulders, and she's wearing pearl earrings. "He's expecting me." "He is?" Chad says. And at that second, Paul Winslow strides out from the back of the house. "Magda, hello," he says, and Chad nearly falls through the floor. His father knows Ms. English? Chad experiences a moment of vertigo as he wonders if maybe this whole summer has been a setup. Has Paul Winslow been pulling the puppet strings all along? Did his father want him to be working at the hotel to teach him the lessons that he thought he'd learned on his own? "I went out today and got a bottle of Appleton Estate 21, Paul says, "just to have it on hand for you. Can I pour you a glass?" "I'd love it, Paul, thank you," Magda says. Paul claps Chad on the shoulder. "Show Magda to my study, please, bud. I'll be back in a second with the drinks." Paul heads to the kitchen and Chad stares at Ms. English for a second. Is this another one of those moments, like when she told him what happened to Bibi, where nothing is what it seems? Maybe Paul is interviewing Magda, not for a job cleaning their house, but for a job at the Brandywine Group. If Ms. English works there, will that make Chad's position there any more palatable? No, Chad thinks, not really. "The study, Longshot?" she says. "Oh, right." Chad shows Ms. English into the study. She sits in one of the butterscotch suede club chairs and crosses her legs. She pulls her phone and a legal pad out of her bag. "Okay," Chad says. "I'll see you tomorrow morning." "Don't you want to stay?" Ms. English asks. "Stay?" Chad says. "If you don't mind my asking, what's going on? Why are you here?" Ms. English laughs. "Oh, Longshot, you should see your face. It's priceless." She leans forward and whispers, "Your father and I are forming a partnership. We're going to buy the hotel." Chapter 28. The Cobblestone Telegraph. When we next see Fast Eddie, he's seated at the big front table at Carew, where he has ordered a magnum of Dom Perignon, which is attended by 2 servers and 3 live sparklers. Well, it's no wonder. It has taken a mere 3 days for him to secure a $20 million offer on the Hotel Nantucket. The buyer is known only as the Longshot Trust, but because Eddie can't keep his mouth shut, something his sister Barbie scolds him for nonstop, someone among us discovered that the property was purchased in equal parts by 2 entities. One was Paul Winslow, a principal at the Brandywine Group who owns a home on Eel Point Road, and the other was Magda English, the head of housekeeping at the Hotel Nantucket.
"I knew Magda was hiding something,"
Nancy Twine of the Summer Street Church said.
"I used to wonder about her putting so much in the collection plate on Sundays, and now I find out she could have put in 10 times more. She has millions."
Yes, Magda English's net worth hovers around $24 million. The unconfirmed story is that she caught the eye of Xavier Darling 30 years earlier when she was working on one of his cruise ships. He wined and dined her in Monte Carlo, and they ended up at a casino where she placed a $500 bet, her own money, she would be quick to point out, and rolled the dice at the craps table for nearly 2 hours, going all in each time and walking away with $215,000. She invested this money with Xavier Darling's bankers, where it grew at a steady rate. Then, in 2012, Xavier approached Magda with a dark horse opportunity. He was investing in a company that was developing a new kind of personal security software. After reading the company's prospectus, Magda told Xavier she wanted in. The company went public in July of 2021, and Magda's small fortune became a big fortune. The following month, her sister-in-law, Charlotte English, died suddenly in her sleep, and Magda moved to Nantucket to be with her brother William and her nephew Zeke. She had been looking at property with Fast Eddie, including homes on Eel Point Road, but hadn't found anything to her liking. She took the job as head of housekeeping at the hotel because she was always happiest when she was busy.
"At least that's what I've gathered from our chats," said Brian, the bartender at the Brant Point Grill. Brian was the one who'd spilled the beans about Magda and Xavier. "They were definitely having a thing," he said. "She told me he was an old friend, but I was getting a vibe of old friend with benefits."
This makes Magda's decision to buy the hotel even more intriguing. Apparently, when Eddie told her that Xavier already had a private offer of $16 million, Magda said, "I'm going to call Xavier's bluff. His friend who wants to turn the hotel into a satellite office is probably only half serious. Who puts a satellite office 30 miles out to sea? But my partner and I will give Xavier the benefit of the doubt and offer $18 million. He'll close at 20. "Done," Magda said. As for Magda's partner, Paul Winslow, he was overheard saying, "I'm sure I'll be accused of buying the hotel for my son, but in reality, I was presented with a smart business proposition by Magda English. The Hotel Nantucket is a piece of Nantucket history, but it's also poised to be the most gracious accommodations on this island for generations to come. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that, given the choice? As for my son, Chad, I hope this deal shows him firsthand what kind of positive opportunities my firm can create. I hope he ultimately decides to come work with me. But if he stays on at the hotel, I respect that decision. The important thing is that the Hotel Nantucket is back in business." Charlene from Our Island Home senses an exuberance in the hotel staff the moment she steps into the lobby. The air is rich with the smell of good coffee and fresh-baked pastry. Aretha Franklin is asking for a little respect. The place is buzzing with conversation and laughter. Charlene feels like a bit of a bubble burster. She has come to the hotel on a sobering mission. She approaches the desk where sweet Edie Robbins is working. Charlene has known Edie since the days her father, Vance, used to carry her in the baby Bjorn at the Stop and Shop. Though now Edie is all grown up, looking quite chic in her silky hydrangea blue blouse. Charlene says, "Good morning, Edie. I can see you're busy, but do you have a minute to talk?" "Of course, Charlene," Edie says. She turns to her coworker, a woman with lovely long gingery hair, and says, "I'll be back shortly." Edie leads Charlene through a closed door into the employee break room. Charlene has heard rumors about this room, and it doesn't disappoint. There's a Formica bar counter with bright orange leather and chrome diner stools, a jukebox, a pinball machine, and a curvy mid-century sofa where Edie leads them to sit. "I only have a few minutes," Edie says. "Yes," Charlene says. "You must be wondering what I'm doing here." She pulls a plastic bag from her purse, and from the bag, she removes an old leather-bound journal with the initials JFB in gold leaf on the cover. I'm sad to say that Mint Benedict passed away yesterday. Edie blinks. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. He was one of your residents? He was elderly? 94, Charlene says. He was the only child of Jackson and Dahlia Benedict. Edie smiles politely. I'm still not sure. They owned the hotel from 1910 to 1922, Charlene says. Then there was a fire and a chambermaid was killed. Our ghost, Edie says. Your ghost. Charlene hands Edie the journal. This is Jackson Benedict's diary from that year. Mint kept it in his safety deposit box. Mint's mother, Dahlia, died of alcoholism when Mint was only 10 years old, and Jackson passed from cancer in 1943. There are also photographs and some small items from the hotel, a handbell, a few keys, some pieces of china from the ballroom. Mint is donating those to the Nantucket Historical Association, but he wants you here at the hotel to have Jackson's diary. He made it clear he would like someone to actually read it. I'll read it, Edie says, but I can't do it right now. I have to get back to work. Just promise you'll— Yes, of course, Edie says. I'm pumped about this. She opens the journal's cover and sees the first page is dated August 22nd, 1922. This is the hotel's history. I have to admit, I read it myself, Charlene says. It reveals some secrets about this place. The literal skeletons in the closet. You should probably read it first, Edie says to Lisbeth, sliding Jackson Benedict's diary across Lisbeth's desk. Charlene gave it to you, Lisbeth says. I'm not sure I can get to it tonight, Edie says. I'm going to dinner with Zeke. What? Lisbeth says. Is this hotel responsible for another romance? Edie shrugs. We're just going out to celebrate the hotel purchase. She lowers her voice. Zeke had no idea his aunt had that much money. He and his dad were totally blown away. Thank God for Magda, Lisbeth says, or I'd be working as the concierge at the Peninsula in Beverly Hills. Alessandra steps into the office. The concierge at the Peninsula in Beverly Hills? She says. That's the job I'm applying for. I know, Lisbeth says. They called me today for a reference. And, Alessandra says, I predict that next summer you'll be back on the West Coast. Where I belong, Alessandra says. Yes, Edie thinks. She'll miss Alessandra, but she's excited about taking over as front desk manager. I hope the men in LA are ready for you, she says. They aren't, Alessandra and Lisbeth say together. Sit down if you have a minute, Lisbeth says. Edie is going to read to us. August 22nd, 1922. Here for my descendants, should I be lucky enough to have any, and for the historians and the detective inspectors, is a real and true account of the events of August 19th and 20th, 1922. I'm not a gifted writer, nor, up to this point in my life, have I been particularly introspective, but I feel I must put these words down, if only to exorcise them from my soot-stained mind. My wife, Dahlia, and I held a dinner dance in the ballroom of my hotel this past Saturday. The evening started with turtle soup, followed by beef Wellington and lobster tails, and everyone enjoyed gin cocktails and champagne. Dahlia got quite tight, as always. She flirted shamelessly with Chase Yorkbridge and asked him to escort her up to our suite as a way to make me jealous. But I was not jealous at all, only relieved. I left the party directly after Dahlia and headed up to the attic storage closet to see Grace. Grace Hadley, my mistress. I was in love with her. I am in love with her still. Edie looks up. This is why Mint Benedict wanted us to read it. Grace Hadley was Jackson Benedict's lover. Alessandra shrugs. I always assumed that. You did not, Lisbeth says. A chambermaid shacking up in the fourth-floor storage closet? Alessandra says. What did you think she was doing up there? Lisbeth waves a hand. Keep going, Edie. When I knocked, Grace cracked open the door, cautious as always. She was afraid that one night she would find Dahlia pointing a revolver at her forehead. Grace knew Dahlia far better than I, as it turned out. When I returned from Grace's room, Dahlia was snoring and didn't stir. I figured, as I did every night I spent with Grace, that I had gotten away with something. I awoke in the middle of the night, shrouded in a thick cloud of black smoke. The chintz armchair by the window was on fire, and fire was sprinting up the drapes. I called for Dahlia. I checked her dressing chamber. She was not to be found. I stepped into the hallway to find people shouting. Leroy Noonan, the hotel's general manager, was intent on rushing me out. I was thinking only of Grace. I have to make sure she's okay, I said. Noonan, naturally, thought I was referring to Dahlia. He said, "She's on the street, Mr. Benedict. Let's go now, please, sir." He hurried me toward the stairs, but I fought him, saying, "I need to get to the 4th floor." "The 4th floor is on fire, sir. You cannot go up there." Noonan is a big man, 6'4" and nearly 300 pounds. He could have thrown me over his shoulder and carried me out of the building. And that was what he would have to do, I decided, because I was determined to rescue Grace. I fought my way through the panicked stream of guests in their nightclothes to the bottom of the back stairway. But the entire stairwell was a fiery inferno. There would be no going up. When I reached the street, I found Dahlia looking perfectly calm amidst the pandemonium. She had her silk robe belted neatly over her dressing gown. She had on her slippers, her hair was curled, she wore lipstick, she was smoking, and she held our cat, Mittens. Something registered in me then, something I couldn't bear to think. I searched through the mob for Grace. Was she here? Had she escaped? I didn't see her. I told myself she would, naturally, be hiding because she had no good reason to be at the hotel at night. I approached the fire marshal, who assured me the fire was under control and everyone out safely. "Everyone?" I said. "Even the people on the 4th floor?" "There was no one on the 4th floor," he said. "We checked." He'd checked the 4th floor. Grace had escaped, and now, as I suspected, was lurking in the shadows somewhere. I returned to Dahlia's side. She said to me, "The girl didn't get out. I locked her in from the outside." I grabbed Dahlia's arm. "What have you done?" I said. I saw the orange ember at the end of her cigarette as an evil, glowing eye. "Did you set this fire, Dahlia?" The cat wriggled free of Dahlia's arms and jumped to the ground, despite its bad leg. "I wouldn't say that too loudly. The insurance, Jack. If there's no insurance, you'll be ruined." She put a finger across my lips. "Accidents happen." I wanted to rage against her, but it only took a moment for me to realize that she was right. She had set the fire and locked Grace's door. But I was the one who had set Grace up in the attic, kept her the same way that Dahlia kept the damn cat, possibly against her will. If Grace had defied me, I would have had no choice but to fire her and make sure she didn't find a job anywhere else on the island. I am responsible for the death of my beloved mistress, Grace Hadley. Jackson Floyd Benedict. When Edie stops reading, a hush comes over Lisbeth's office. Finally, Alessandra speaks. "What a buzzkill." "No wonder Grace haunts the hotel," Lisbeth says. "I would too if I were her." Edie turns the page and finds it blank. "This is the only entry in the diary," she says. Her eyebrows shoot up. "This is all he wanted us to know." Chapter 29. Mosaic. Grace was hanging, literally hanging, on Edie reading Jack's words, and it was even more cleansing and validating than she dreamed it might be. Dahlia set the fire. Dahlia locked the door so it wouldn't open, but Jack was correct. Ultimately, Grace's presence in that room was his fault, and Dahlia's infernal jealousy also his fault. It's a written confession, just like in the movies. Lisbeth puts the diary in the safe in her office.
Tomorrow, she announces, she'll show it to Jordan Randolph at the Nantucket Standard. Grace can only hope that he'll write a follow-up article to the one published a century ago. Crime solved 100 years later. Grace Hadley murdered by hotel owners. Grace feels lighter. There's no anger weighing her down, no indignation shackling her to the hotel, no leaden angst. She's free to go to her eternal rest. She's taking the robe with her, but she leaves Lisbeth's Minnesota Twins cap on the Formica bar in the break room. Let her wonder. Grace finds the hatch to the Widow's Walk open, and when she ascends to the fresh afternoon air, just tinged with salt, she catches Lisbeth and Mario leaning against the railing, sneaking in some kissing. Grace tests out her new buoyancy, rising above them and gazing down. It's a whole new perspective. She can see the entire hotel. Edie and Alessandra are at the front desk. Alessandra is on the phone. Edie is checking in some guests. Zeke rolls a luggage trolley by and winks at Edie. Raoul is out front at the bell desk dealing with a guest who is checking in with an exotic bird, a hyacinth macaw. Has word gotten out that, although pets are technically forbidden at the hotel, exceptions will be made? In the yoga studio, Grace watches Yolanda lead a class of perimenopausal women in a butterfly stretch. Over at the Blue Bar, Petey Cass-Stevens is pressing fresh juices and refilling her garnishes. Beatrice is piping bechamel sauce into warm, airy gougere fresh from the oven. Octavia and Nevis are cleaning room 108, and sure enough, Nevis finds a pair of men's boxers draped over the telephone, which makes Nevis grimace and Octavia giggle. Chad and the new cleaner, Doris, are wheeling their housekeeping cart down the second-floor corridor. They stop at the brass porthole windows because it's their day to be polished. Chad squirts solution onto a rag and starts buffing, and Grace thinks, "That's right, Longshot. Show her how it's done." Doris isn't quite the cleaner she thinks she is. Doris says, "So, Mr. Darling put the hotel on the market because Magda turned down his proposal?" "Yes," Chad says, "but that needs to stay our secret." And mine, Grace thinks. At that very minute, Magda is in the housekeeping office on the phone with her accountants. Edie's mother, Love, and Adam are walking up the front stairs. It's time for the shift change. "Welcome to the Hotel Nantucket," Adam sings out when he steps through the doors. Grace goes a little higher and finds she can check in on other people she knows. Bebe Evans is sitting in her criminal justice class at UMass Dartmouth. She has her hair in a cute ponytail, and tied around the elastic is what looks like a black and gold Fendi scarf. Grace gasps. It's either the scarf stolen from Mrs. Daly's suitcase, or it's a knockoff Bebe bought from a vendor on Newbury Street. Grace chooses to believe the latter. Grace ascends a little higher, and New York City comes into view. What a hive of activity! But even with all the action, Grace easily homes in on the Upper East Side. She sees Louis in a Classic 6 pre-war apartment on Park Avenue. He's taking a chess lesson from a grandmaster. Grace finds Wanda walking Doug around the reservoir in Central Park. Doug is still sensitive to supernatural disturbances. He stops in his tracks and lifts his bucket head to the sky. Grace can almost read his mind. "You again? Here?" Kimber is strolling a few paces behind Wanda, talking on her phone, and Grace worries that Kimber has fallen back into her laissez-faire ways of parenting. But then Grace realizes that Kimber is trying to retain an attorney for Richie. Standing by her man. Grace likes it. All of these people, her people, glitter and sparkle on their own, especially Wanda, Grace thinks, but from this distance, they also become part of a bigger whole. It's a mosaic. Maybe not as grand and celebrated as the ones Alessandra saw in Ravenna, but a work of art all the same. Grace is about to go even higher up, into the heavens, when she notices a blank spot in the mosaic, a hole, an absence. It's her space, she realizes, and now that she's risen up here, she sees it as glaringly empty. How will the hotel continue without her? She feels a strong pull downward. It's a force she can't ignore. It's love. Grace can't leave yet. Magda and Mr. Winslow are buying the hotel, and Lisbeth has a list of improvements, including refurbishing the 4th floor. How about incorporating Grace's storage closet into one of the rooms? They can call it the Grace Hadley Suite. Grace floats back down until she's hovering above the island of Nantucket, until she's directly over the hotel, until she's safely back inside. Home. Oh, fine, Grace thinks, whisking the twins' cap off the counter in the break room and fitting it snugly over her curls. I'll stay. 1 more year couldn't hurt. This has been a Hachette Audio production of The Hotel Nantucket, a novel. Written by Ellen Hildebrand. Read by Aaron Bennett. Produced by Dennis Ngaio and Elise Green. Directed by John Kovarik. Post-production by Sean Bolter and Jeremy Wesley. The Hotel Nantucket is also available in print and digital formats from Little Brown and Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette Audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2022 by Ellen Hildebrand. Audio production copyright 2022 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this book without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the book, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.